shirt, you know what I'm saying? I had to make my tooth right.
He said, yo, I gotta stick my tooth the fuck back in before the goddamn live. Man, listen, like, yo,
You don't want it falling out, bro, because then it looks crazy.
like people be over here wondering like why it is that like yo we talk the way we do and we had the audiences that we do. It's literally because like yo right before a live stream and as I'm going live, we talking about putting teeth back in our motherfucking mouths and shit. Like, like
I told TK about to go iron his t-shirt, bro. He looked like a savage. I said he need to brush his beard. You know what I'm saying? Take about a shower too. Oh no, he's got pizza bagels and shit now.
Yep.
yo, my man got Totinos and shit.
Yeah. I figured since I was going to be on stream, I might as well rape your culture in front of you.
I swear to
We
God,
were
this
doing
dude-
the tattoo, the stream about your body, your choice, bro. I was showing people the ink, bro. People were flipping out, bro. They were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
I made a lot of bad choices of the best, bro. What are you smoking at, TK, bro? Are you a fucking alien pothead?
Something like that.
This dude got his bong and his pipe out of motherfucking Chuck E. Cheese and shit. Yo, he bought that shit with tickets. He won playing skee ball.
That looks like some shit they sell at like those weird sex stores, bro. They're like, yeah, bro, this is a Volcano 5000.
Man, listen. So what's going on, fellas? Yo, fucking TK Mao actually paid for this stream. He was like, yo, bro, I'm gonna give you money. Now I'm going to force you to go live and shit. Man, listen, like sync, everybody sync. All right. I guess that's what's going on now. Like, yo, Mike and TK now is gonna get high with you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not real sure how the hell this operates. But in the meantime, yo, what up, and welcome back to Pinoy News. Man, listen, yo, it's Saturday Night Rumble Room. I'm here with Mike and TK Mao, apparently, right? And we're hopefully gonna have a couple other guests who we're gonna stop by. I invited that dude, What the Funk, right, from earlier this morning when we was all talking and shit, Mike. Right,
That guy was cool, bro.
Yo, he was smooth. You know what I mean? I feel like, you know what I mean, like he has a long way to go. I also invited my boy Dolor, right, who, you know what I mean, I don't know where he came from. He found my channel and you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, he came in my Discord and he is now, you know what I mean, begun podcasting. And so we're going to educate him in the ways of the cathedral. You know what I mean? We're going to spread this motherfucking message far and wide, right? And get this education on and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yo, I hate glasses, bro. They make my shit reflect in the screen.
Yeah, I'll be real. I hate glasses, bro, because like I feel like everybody who wears glasses try to think they smarter than me.
You know what the problem is too, though? When I wear the glasses, right, I could see the screen, right, but I can't. But then it fucks my eyes up. It looks all crazy because you see the reflection. You know what I mean? But then if I take them off, now I can't see and I look all crazy.
Hold on, let me turn this properly and shit.
So you guys know, I only look crazy because of the glasses.
Right. I'm sure.
That's the only reason I look motherfucking crazy as shit.
Yeah.
That ain't it. Nope. So what's going on with y'all tonight, fellas? You know what I'm saying? Yo, fucking TK, nigga, you done paid for the fucking Rumble Room, man. Listen, you know what I mean? And you ain't doing no goddamn talking on the stream.
Oh, yeah. What happened was one of your boys here in the Discord was this Archduke dude, which he's been fucking active on the Discord the whole fucking day, and of course, as soon as you go live, he's fucking dead.
What's up?
But we had got some people who had finally gotten through your fucking collapse
I'll be right
video.
back.
So I thought we might as well get some people together and throw down on that since it's been out there for what, a week or two now?
Man, listen. Yeah, well, yeah. You know what I mean? Like I'm big fan of, you know what I mean, that like fucking work, that documentary as a whole. Like I think it's super interesting and a lot of the concepts involved, you know what I mean, are super interesting and shit. Yo, Pops, what up, man? How you doing, my brother?
Hey, Pops.
Pops ain't gonna answer. All right, got you. He's gonna.
No, he said he's gonna be right back, yo.
Oh,
Okay. He's getting himself set up.
Got you. Do what you got to do. Okay, Bon can go potty. I don't care. Jesus Christ. Yo, Pops, look at him coming over here with the ball head, running like attack of the ball heads. Yo,
What's the subject?
man, listen.
What we talking about?
Peak oil.
Well,
Greek
we can talk
oil?
about peak oil. If you want to talk about peak oil.
How about Greek
fucking
oil?
interesting concept.
Greek oil, Mo. They used that shit in the Roman days.
That's Greek fire.
Oh, Greek fire.
Oh, that's
some
Greek
shit
fire.
like that.
That's Greek fire.
Yeah.
Well, peak oil is a concept of like, so it's the only reason we have the population we have right now is because of the fact that we have the ability to transport across the world and like make basically cheap electricity, because oil is magic, right? As far as like the amount of calories concerned per, you know what I mean, like fucking ounce or pound or whichever way you want to measure it up. Right. And so like once you eliminate the motherfucking oil and shit, you know what I mean, you have to eliminate the population as a whole. And you know what I mean, we've kind of reached a point in our life where, or in the world where, you know what I mean, oil is now getting to become more and more difficult to, you know what I mean, actually get our hands on and pull out of the ground. Right. Which is, you know what I mean, a super interesting concept to discuss. And also, what are you going to do like when they run the fuck out of oil as a whole? You know what I mean? That's a bit of a crazy conversation to have too. Like, what type of preps would you make? You know what I mean? In a world where there's no fucking oil. Most definitely some interesting shit to discuss.
I think if you got a heat stove, you can live without oil, but you can't live without heat.
Yeah.
You know?
And the other thing is that like it's not necessarily just that we're out of oil as in the oil no longer exists. It's more of like you don't get any more energy out of pulling oil out than you get out of burning it. So it's no longer like an energy source.
Got to go solar panels.
Solar panels you need petrochemicals to make.
No, I mean if you have them now, right, and they cut power off, at least you'll have some electric.
Oh yeah, but those things only last 5-10 years.
Oh, it's better than zero.
Oh yeah. Like,
I'm sure you'll be able to buy them.
Yeah. Are you gentlemen ready for the solution?
I mean, go for it, Mike.
Hydrogen.
All right, so hydrogen is a bit of an issue just because, like, it is very difficult to store.
But you don't store it. You generate it locally.
Okay, like how?
All right, so essentially you have a system, right, inside of, let's say, a vehicle. Like any application you're going to use essentially gas from. Like I've seen lawnmowers, cars, you know what I mean, wood chippers. You could have hydrogen, anything that uses gas. And essentially you do something to the, I don't know, the exact system, carburetor or whatever the fuck. You do something to where it will accept hydrogen fuel as the fuel. And then you have basically like these jars and shit that produce hydrogen through electrolysis at such a rate that it's what the vehicle or whatever machine needs.
Well, how do you get electrolysis without electric?
The issue there is that you need like energy pumping into the system to make that hydrogen.
He's talking about.
So listen, it's you got lithium ion batteries, right? You know what I mean? You got some solar electricity. And then
the problem is like where that energy comes from in the first place, right?
Well,
electricity is not a.
He's
electricity
basically saying, Mike, we don't have any power.
Electricity is a way of transmitting power. It's not a power source in and of itself.
We have to live like the Amish.
Like essentially, if you have a perfect system, right? You could have a panel on the joint that'll have enough power to start the machine, right? And then the machine itself produces power through an alternator. Right?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about Endgame here. Like they're cutting fucking power
because
off.
Like
you don't make no sense. You're talking about shit that we could do if we had all the
require
resources.
Oil to build.
All right, look, bro. At the end of the day, what do you want to say here? What are we trying to get at?
Well, we're trying to get at what do you do? So I say we live like the Amish. They don't need power.
Stop using this shit.
You know what? No power, right?
Well,
no computers, no iPhones, the world would be a better place.
Oh yeah, but
here's the problem. Here's the problem with living like the Amish. The Amish still import steel and raw materials to make goods. Right, that's the issue. It's not like the Amish are out here mining shit. You know what I mean, and like smelting out fucking metals and whatnot.
But Tom, even though there's no power because they're doing it intentionally, do you think they're gonna cut off their businesses from having power? I don't think so. I think they still want to make money. These greedy bastards.
It's not about that. It's all right. So like, it's really simple. So like, if oil becomes like extremely expensive, right, to the point where like it's
going to be crazy.
Like to move something across the United States goes from $3,000 to like $40,000 or $50,000.
Correct.
Right. You know what I mean? Like it no longer becomes like financially viable to be able to like trade goods the way that we're doing it right now.
Right.
That's kind of the mentality as a whole. Right. So if, you know, I mean, if the, like say, you know, like if you wanted to have like a plow to plow your land, right, it's going to cost you an extremely expensive, it's going to extremely large amount of money to be able to move that plow from like wherever the fuck it's smelted at and processed to here, because of the fact that you don't have like the transportation system and logistics to set it up. Like right now, all of our rails are set up for diesel, right? You know what I mean? Like I know we have like electric trains, but like it's basically a diesel generator that runs an electric motor that transports everything across the country.
But it can be done. I mean, the Amish, you could live like the 1800s. I mean, it ain't going to be the most comfortable life.
But not with the amount of people that we have now.
In the big cities, they're fucked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're talking about like little places like Tom, where you live. You say you live in a small area, right? And you just grow your own food over there. I mean, you'll survive. I'm not going to say be comfortable. They will, instead of buying new plows, they'll be repairing their old plows. When you know, there's got to be somebody there that's like knows how to work with metal.
Well, there's also the issue where like our society is completely not set up to produce things locally anymore.
You're right.
Which is the source of like 80% of the societal problems we have today, I'd say. The fact that like if the stuff that you need to survive is not produced where you're at, that means that you have no opportunity to get by producing the things that people need to survive.
It's going to be chaos. I mean, if they really want to, they could basically starve the shit out of everybody in this world, these elite globalists. And, you know, Tommy, now you're a business guy, right? Why would they do that? Because you always tell me it's always about the money. Has nothing to do with their evil. And
it's not. All right, look, it's a math question.
Why would you fucking destroy all your companies?
They're not destroying their shit. The fact of the matter is that they're running out of a fucking object, right? Like, did you know?
But why are they running out of object? We're not running out of oil. We're not running out of anything. We have plenty. It's they're not getting it. No?
No. Like, all right. So where do you think this oil is that they haven't tapped?
Oil's everywhere. We got it in the U.S. Where? We got what do you mean oil fields? They drilled offshore. I don't know where. They cut that pipeline from Canada.
You realize that like not all oil is the same as well.
So you're saying we really don't have oil? Is that what you're saying? Like we're running out of oil? I mean, I'm just trying to get to what you're saying.
Like, all right.
So like, running dry.
All right. Have you ever seen the Beverly Hillbillies?
Yeah.
All right. You remember like Jeb shot the ground and oil kind of just spilled out right onto the motherfucking floor?
Right.
All those have been tapped. They're gone. All that's gone. Right. They don't have any of that anymore. That doesn't exist. So like all the shit that was in Pittsburgh, that was in Texas, that's, you know, I mean, Saudi Arabia is like past their peak of production. Russia's on the same level. Venezuela's on the same level. Like all of these places, you know what I'm saying? Like have passed their level of being able to produce cheap oil, right? Now, once you go offshore, it costs you 50 to 100 times more energy to get that shit out of the fucking bottom of the ocean because you got to build a big platform. You know what I'm saying? You got to like fucking put a drill in, like, and it fucking waves and moves and like the amount of people involved and like all the technology, all that shit, right? And then you have fracking, which fracking is literally like they drill down 1.5 miles underneath of the ground, right? And then they go sideways, right? And then they split the fucking rock, right? With fucking explosions underneath, right? And then basically what they do is they pump water in and they with grit in it, and the grit leaves, the water comes back up. Right. And when the water comes back up, the oil follows it along with the natural gas, and the grit holds the rocks open. So as long as like there's oil there for a little while, they can get it. But the thing is, again, these are extremely expensive fucking ways of doing things.
So why aren't they updating everything, like going another route? If they're all about
that's
money.
what they're doing.
Where?
Well, that's what they're doing. But the thing is like, again, this shit is expensive. Like the more art, when you were in Pittsburgh, like back in like the fucking 1870s, 1880s, drilling for, kerosene oil and
They
shit,
use coal.
the oil was right at, it was right, no, like it was kerosene back then, right? What they did
It was
was
right
they
at the
just
top?
drilled down. Yeah, it was right at the top. It was like
They
fucking
drilled down
literally
100
like
feet, boom, and they hit.
bow, it was right the fuck there. It's not
got
like
you.
that anymore. All that's been plucked.
All right.
That shit doesn't exist anymore. This is the problem. So once you run out of that fucking cheap resource, right, and it becomes more and more and more and more expensive to do it, what happens?
Everything goes up like crazy.
And then what happens?
Like right.
Right,
And
fucks up the
crazy.
whole system. You're throwing, like, literally, like, you're
But
throwing
I don't
a
think
giant
we're running
X
out.
on-
See, I have a different opinion of it. I don't think we're running out.
Okay, go ahead.
I think they're intentionally doing this. I think we still have a lot of places that we haven't dug into. We haven't even gone to Antarctica and dug holes down there. Who knows what the fuck's under there, right?
Okay,
well, there's
I think there's still plenty of oil. Maybe you have to go a little deeper, though. I'm not going to argue that, but not like where it costs 100 times more. Maybe it costs 2-3 times
let's hit the reality though, yo.
But how about propane, natural
hold on,
gas,
hold
all
on.
this shit that
Yo,
they got?
there's been technology, right, that has been buried for like hundreds of years that could do away with oil, but they never wanted to do away with oil.
There's a
You know
guy
what I'm
that
saying?
invented a car that could run on water.
Well, yes and no. Like,
They-
here's the deal. Like,
They never needed oil.
it-
They wanted it. It was good.
no. We needed oil. Like, we
Nah.
could not have 9 billion human beings on this planet if we did not
Listen.
have, like, understand something. That
TK Mao, are you aware
let 'em
that the
fix- let 'em
ancient
talk, Mike.
civilizations had free energy? Are you aware of this?
I am aware that there are a number of people who believe such a thing, but until
Why do we see the
you
same,
can set
alright,
up something that can make it happen in front
Tesla
of me,
did it.
then I
But
Tesla
Mike,
did
it's
it,
here.
bro.
Let's just say we do have it. It don't
Yo.
fucking matter. It don't solve the problem.
Tesla
Right.
didn't invent it, all right? He discovered it, all right?
They're not
And
gonna
then
give
they
us free
killed
energy,
them
Mo.
and they hit it.
But
That's
they're not
the
going to
real-
give it to us.
I understand, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that it's possible.
Yes.
It's not free. It's not free. It's not free. They're harnessing, right? The energy, the electromagnetic fields and shit of the planet. It's not free. They're harnessing energy that's there, right?
But it's not happening.
No, it's possible, but they don't fucking want to do it. Because
okay,
free
so
energy means they can't
let's just
control you.
assume for half a fucking second that your insane idea that you can just pull energy out of the sky is real.
It's
okay?
not an insane idea. It's an idea that's
just
existed
moving
since the
past that for a
beginning
second. You
of
still have the
civilization.
issue of distribution, right? Specifically in that the distribution and storage.
Here's the
that's-
kicker: it was wireless, dog.
Okay.
The energy was wireless.
Oh, wait.
What do you
okay,
think
so,
they were
like,
building all these
again
fucking
But-
pyramids
until you
and
can
temples
build something and
pyramids?
show it to me?
but-
Look at the
You're just
pyramids.
talking
Yeah.
bullshit.
But Mike, it doesn't
Yeah, I mean-
fucking matter. This is what you
Why?
don't get because we're not getting it. These
Yeah, like-
motherfuckers will not, even if they had it.
That's my point. If they don't want to
So?
give you that, right, and
Does
they
you-
want to give you oil, right?
Yeah. And
And
they're
then they
running
wanna
out
take-
of oil. They're going to
the-
starve you.
So now
They
they
don't
want to
give
take
a fuck.
away oil, right?
Okay, so can we be real fucking precise here by what we mean when we say they?
Yeah.
When I say they, I mean globalists.
The
Alright.
people
People that
with
control
money,
all these big companies. Period.
them who have money, the 1%
Okay,
of
so
population.
everyone with money is on the same page, regardless if you have $1 or 10 trillion.
No,
Well,
the people with the 1% of the money. You know what I mean? Like the 99%
They have
of the
to
money.
be on the same page. Look at the whole world. The whole world is on the same page. Who runs the world?
Yo, Tatsuaki's over here in the chat, right? And like, yo, my man's over here trying to say like, yo, fracking causes fucking earthquakes, right? And that's
he
just
does.
simply like, yo, not true as a whole,
Who knows?
right? It does not
But
cause earthquakes.
What I'm trying to
Right.
say is,
Like, yo, look.
Yeah, you talk, Tom.
It doesn't cause that shit, right? Right, like yo, it doesn't cause that shit. Just as an thing, right? Like you understand, like the fracking process goes down like fucking like 1.5 miles underground, and it doesn't cause sinkholes either, right? That's not how that works because like it's far too far down. It's below the bedrock, right?
It ruins
literally,
groundwater.
that's not what's causing sinkholes. It doesn't ruin groundwater either. They use the brackish water that's like fucking like 3,500
No.
People that live near fracking get fucked up water in their wells and shit. They sue the companies.
They already had
all the time
fucked up water.
No,
they just didn't look until the fracking was there.
Stop, bro. Stop. The water turns different colors.
Like,
and it has chemicals in it, bro. It's fracking shit.
There are
they've upgraded their technology.
Yeah,
right.
There
like
are
now, like even the
places.
grit that they send down is food grade, right? And that's kind of the mentality. And like, here's the other thing too. Like, there's a lot of people don't understand. Like, so a lot of this fracking shit is done around places like where the Great Lakes are, and at the moment, the Great Lakes are actually like motherfucking like losing water, and the Earth is having what's known as rebound. Basically, as the weight leaves from the Great Lakes, the Earth crust rises back up. And it's causing motherfucking like the fucking sinkholes around the motherfucking areas. And they're trying to blame that shit on motherfucking oil. And it's just not goddamn true. Right. That's, that's kind of my mentality. And also when you start talking about things like drilling in Anwar, you know what I'm saying, or up in the Arctic Circle, problem is that like, if you drill a hole on a fucking goddamn ice sheet, it moves, it floats, right? So you can't drill a hole on Tuesday and expect it to still be there on Thursday. It'll be in a different fucking position. Right, this is a motherfucking giant ass issue. On top of that, there's no pipes laid into a place where like the tundra is turning into motherfucking mud due to global warming and motherfucking like the weighting of the or the fucking the mud, the earth. Defrosting and shit.
But if oil was the problem in the U.S., Tom, then why did the U.S. cut off that pipeline from Canada?
Oh, because we don't need it. That's garbage ass oil. Like the oil from Canada is a stuff called the tar sands oil, and it's really shitty oil. Right, it's very.
Could you
very,
make gasoline out of it?
No,
not
really.
We do. Hey, Tom, on this one, you are a little bit wrong. Like, we do need that oil to make gasoline because the sweet light crude that comes out of especially out of the fracking area, you actually do need to import some sour crude to cut it with to make it into gasoline and diesel.
Well, what about processing corn oil like Brazil does? Do you need more oil to process it, or you can do it without?
So they don't use corn; they use sugar, right? They use sugar cane in fucking
Brazil doesn't, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's because like they're able to grow things like sugar cane, and we just can't. Like sugar cane's ability to motherfucking like be transferred because corn isn't as high of a motherfucking. Well, corn's not as high of a caloric intake or caloric output as motherfucking.
But could it be done? Could you run the machinery
on
corn oil and make corn oil? The United States, man, we can grow a lot of fucking corn.
They use ethanol. It's like corn alcohol.
See, what I'm trying to say is I think we got enough oil. I think you guys, I really believe this, that yous are into this. Everything's about the money, and you don't see the evil. You don't see that these son of a bitches want to destroy the whole fucking planet. And these evil son of a bitches are the elite globalists. Yo, you look at the UN, what they want to do. I mean, you look at all this, what is it? The Club of Rome, all these fucking things. They ain't bullshit. These are real.
Agenda 2030,
these
bro.
Motherfuckers want to depopulate and destroy this shit.
They want to start putting people in simulations.
They got enough money. They don't even give a shit about, like, you're fucking Bezos. You don't care about money anymore. Now they care about fucking people up.
Yes and no, but then you have to ask, like, what the fuck do you mean by money, right? Like, yeah, you're not wrong in that they don't really give a shit about the number of, like, US dollars they have, and they probably don't even give a shit about the number of, like, ounces of gold or silver they have either. They, like, you start, and like, that starts to get really fucky when you think about the fact that the real currency that runs the whole system right now is trust. So when people are hoarding wealth in this type of system, that means they're trying to monopolize public trust, which is an interesting concept in general.
Well, they are definitely monopolizing and hoarding. They are fucking hoarding like bad.
I'd argue that they are profligately wasting. They're not hoarding.
Well, wasting would make more sense. But either way you look at it, I think you really got to realize that there's 220 countries that are almost doing the same thing throughout the world to their people. That isn't a coincidence. That's not about fucking oil, because there are a few countries that have oil, so they can hoard it for themselves and keep their countries nice, right?
Okay,
so,
who has oil?
Well, Saudi Arabia could keep just the oil they have for their country, and they'll be fine.
Okay, so if Saudi Arabia has all that
an
oil,
abundance of it,
why are they drilling out in the middle of the freaking ocean where it is a pain in the dick?
Well, they're looking for more. Their oil wells, they say, are going to run out, let's say 50 years from now. So they want to be ahead of the game.
Do you think it's 50 years from now?
I know it could be 10. It could be anything. But the point of the matter is,
here's the thing. Like, nobody actually knows. Like, these are all state secrets as of like how much
we
oil
don't know.
Left.
They may not have oil. You may be right, but you may be wrong. What I'm trying to say is, no matter what you tell me, there's a spiritual fucking war going on behind the curtain. And there is evil people, and they are controlling this planet. Let me ask you, TKM, did you get the magic potion? You know, did you get it?
The jab? Oh, yeah. Fuck no.
All right. You know, when you got 220 countries pressing people to get it, there's more to there's more than what you can see. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I mean, there's so much shit. There's another curtain they haven't pulled out yet.
I see. I understand the logic. I make the same connection when I see 109 countries doing something else too.
What are they doing?
You talking about the central banking thing? Is that where you're at?
No,
oh, wait, no.
There's way more than that. Who's the 109? What is it? Hit me with it, man. Come on, I gotta learn.
109 countries kicked the Jews out.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the central bank, really. Get rid of the central banks. But I don't see that happening.
Every country has a central bank, right?
Well, who controls all them central banks?
Well, technically, we don't really have a central bank. We have
a central bank. We have a central
No, we have a clearinghouse of last resort when it comes to government bonds. That's what we have.
Yeah, we have a central bank. In the end of the day, it's a central bank, bro. Like,
no, because like our central bank can't do what Russia's central bank does. It can't do what the Great Britain central bank does. It does all sorts of really fucky shit. Don't get me wrong, but they don't do what everyone accuses them of doing, which is printing.
Yeah,
money.
I know.
But no way 220 countries climbed on board and decided to lock every fucking body down, give them magic potions, and put pressure on them.
What do you guys think about Kazakhstan, bro?
What?
Kazakhstan.
Oh, TTM. What do you think? Do you think that just is a coincidence?
I think if you just follow, like, I guarantee you those same countries also have child support extradition treaties.
Yep.
What are you talking about? Now you're really fucking
I'm asking
crazy.
About Kazakhstan.
Wait a minute. This guy's talking child support. Like, half these countries don't even know what child support is. So
no.
But
all 209 of those countries.
What has that got to do with them being evil?
No. Here's the thing. So what you got to remember is they're all tied into a world order that is based on trade, right? So like all the countries that do trade have to act a certain way, right? And so like every country that like has a jab and has lockdowns are always the same countries who.
What do you mean every country? The whole world. What every country?
Yeah.
Name me
every country in the world has like a fucking standpoint with The Hague, where literally like they have if you have a child support extradition case in one country, they have to ship you back to the other ones.
What child support extradition? Where the fuck are you getting this craziness? What is it? Maybe a few European countries that do it. The rest of the world don't give a fuck about
every country in the world has an extradition treaty with The Hague for that. Right, these are liberal.
Who's The Hague?
The Hague is where The Hague's where they tried the Nazis.
That's only if they decide to extradite. In most cases, they will not.
Where is The Hague? What is this Hague? What does it stand for? I'm learning here. What is
it's a city. It's a city.
Where?
Right. The Hague's a city.
Brussels or some shit.
It's a city in Brussels.
Minke.
Yo,
so
you
got a city in Brussels that the whole world has an extradition treaty to get people. guys that don't pay their child support in the U.S., let's say in a few European countries.
No,
They
no, no.
literally,
on,
like,
man.
yo,
So,
they lack the
that
money to
has
enforce
no
that.
relevance in this fucking world at all. What you just made child
except
support
like
irrelevant.
except here's the thing, like all of those countries that you're talking about got on board with this same treaty the same way they're getting on board with these jabs.
Well, I just learned something. I
That's
didn't
the
even know there
point
was a
I'm
treaty
getting
that
at here, bud.
existed for child support.
Wait.
Yo, that's only because
could you
they're
let me
in
talk
bed
for
with
half a
them.
fucking second here?
Go ahead.
All right. So, like, the point is not that, like, any one of these countries are evil or anything like that. The point is that all of these countries are cooperating on a broad swath of issues because it's in their interest to do so. You see, what has happened is that with industrialization and telecommunications technologies, what has happened is that it has allowed the merchant classes of every single country in the world to effectively unionize together against the rest of the world.
Against the people.
Against no, like with each other against everybody else is the way it ends up working, because
who's with each other? Who does that represent?
The merchant class. Everybody who is doing international trade, corporations, the government, bureaucracies, NGOs, all of these things, they're a massive incestuous clusterfuck because they're all bureaucracies. And once you have one bureaucracy, the difference between a private bureaucracy and a public bureaucracy is academic.
It's very blurry. The lines are extremely blurry at that point. So when it comes down to it, right, like you have these like management individuals and all these companies and in all these governments all want to play by the same rules everywhere they go. So they all get on board for all the same bullshit everywhere. And anytime that they like have to like have a question about like what they're all supposed to do, they look towards like their higher union of institutions, which are universities, fucking central governments like the WHO, WTO, the Federal Trade or the World Trade Commission, right? Or motherfucking the United Nations. So it's basically, you know what I mean, like this group of middle managers all around the world who are running things in every country in the world. It's not the Jews. It's not these evil cabal of individuals. It's literally the merchant class of the entire world all gets on board in the same way on all the same goddamn issues. That's why we bring up things like child support, because like, yo, it's a really easy way to look and go, holy shit, why did every country sign this fucking treaty? Why?
I didn't even know
why the fuck would they do
I
that?
just learned that.
Yeah, I know. Like I had no idea either until I did the fucking research. Right. But like, again, the why is because of the fact that like, yo, this is all about, well, if you want to have these trade goods sent your way, or you want to be able to do business in the world, you have to be willing to stand here and, you know, I mean, play ball on all these other issues. It's the same reason why, like, we send as United States citizens.
Why would we care about it? Like the United States, why would they give a fuck about extraditing somebody for child support? Well, they want to put them in jail. I mean, that's the only thing I could say.
Yo, because of the fact that, so, all right. So the basic premise is this: the more individuals that you have into the system, the lower your pay is, right? And so like, you'll want to be able to liberate and protect women and homosexuals and transsexuals and everything and the like, right? You want to be able to have people act like fucking, you know what I mean, upstanding goddamn citizens everywhere you go is kind of the mentality. Right. So everybody has to play by the same rules everywhere. Right. And that way, like, it's when you allow your women to be able to work, what you're doing is you're supercharging your economy, because now you have like twice the amount of consumers and, you know what I'm saying, twice the amount of workforce, which lowers the cost of labor, you know what I mean, which ends up motherfucking having the, you know what I mean, the profit margins go the fuck up.
Yes.
Basic ass premise.
Everything you guys are explaining, let's just say everything is true and all of it. You still don't think that's fucking evil? That these people are evil motherfuckers that don't care about nobody?
So look, yeah,
ruthless, money-hungry motherfuckers.
This is liberalism at core,
right? And there is a distinction someone should make, or we should make in general.
I got a big problem
between like evil by design and like evil by consequence.
Yo, look.
I think it's
All right.
both.
Yo, Mike got some shit to say. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
Bro.
go for it, Mike.
Look, yo, at the end of the day, you gotta understand, right, that we got globally a force that's moving, and nobody really knows what is happening, right? Nobody really knows what's going on. There's probably a select few people who actually know what's going on, and then we got people who are investigating it, right? So out of the people who are investigating it, right, out of some scientists who have been, censored off into non-existence, and doctors who have been censored off into non-existence, what we see, if we have logical minds, there's a global takeover happening, right, by these fucking alphabet organizations, all right? And what we also know, and this is facts, is that within this global takeovers, some portion of it is a depopulation effort, and another portion is a literal mind control slavery program. And this is all laid out.
What up, Doku?
Hey,
I
Doku.
gotta invite my boy Doku, man. You're gonna love Doku, man. Doku's fucking awesome.
But like CTT, you and Tommy are saying it's it's more than just a few people out of control and everything, up to a point. But there are families, bloodlines, or whatever you want to call them, cabals, globalists, that control have a lot more control than the rest of these other guys that are below them. And if you can't see that, I mean, shit, man, where are you living?
All right, so here's a good
like the media
example to
here's a great
pick
example
out here, just because he's somebody that is in the
the
public
media
spot.
in the U.S.
All right, so let's pick out an example here.
Go ahead.
What do you think of Mark Zuckerberg?
I think Mark Zuckerberg ain't a powerful figure.
All right, so here's what I think.
Puppet.
Right. Here's what I think of Mark Zuckerberg. I think he was an upper to upper middle class nerd
middle class nerd. Yep.
Invented and created a dragon that he is now just white knuckling because he is terrified of what will happen if he stops being the person at the helm. Like, I think that Facebook has become such just a raw destructive force in society that even somebody that is completely honest and trying to do everything altruistically will fuck it up. I think that's where we're at with some of these tech things. And I think that's kind of emblematic of a lot of these systems that we've got going on here, where like it's a system that came into being because there were a lot of self-reinforcing cycles going on at the same time. And, even the people at the top, or ostensibly at the top, might have wanted to rein it in at some point and just can't. That is my view of the way everything is working right now. Just a massive system that is running off of duct tape and momentum. And it continues grinding further because it has no choice but to grind further. It can't do anything else but keep going. Pops, I'm not hearing you.
Said it has to keep pushing forward or it'll collapse.
No, not it's not that.
Not Facebook, but I mean,
no. There's no or here. Like it has to keep pushing forward because it can't do anything else, right? Like that.
Right.
That's what momentum is fundamentally.
Well, my point is, there are families. There's a French family. They're the ones that built the railroads in America. I think they're called the Persuarers or some shit. They're actually the richest family in the world. What they did, and you could go do your homework on this. I'll get you the name too of the family. They built railroads in the United States. They were the first guys to start doing it, and they built most of them. And what they did is they made a deal with America. They said, look, you want us to build these railroads? Well, here's the deal. We want to own 100 miles of the land, southwest, north, and east of every railroad we built. And they agreed. Then these guys started buying company after company, like DuPont. They just kept buying and buying. They say that they're worth like 350 trillion. We're talking not fucking billion here. $1 trillion. These guys like have more money than probably the planet, but that's how powerful this one family is. And they are a satanic bloodline from their history. They go back. You got to look at the history. So I really believe that you guys are right up to a point, but I think you don't see the big picture here. I don't think you see revolution coming. I don't think you see in the Bible it talks about the end times. Like this may not happen in 5 years. This could take 50 years to happen, but it's here. And until we recognize that there are evil people, to me, really pulling the strings of this planet. Now, that don't mean some of these other companies don't have any control. But like, let's give an example. The CEO of one of these pharmaceutical companies that are pushing this fucking magic potion know what it's doing, right? They know it's killing people. So they have to be evil. They don't care about how many people go. Like they don't, it used to be one of these things came out, 50 people died, they take it off the market. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying from this fucking thing.
I think we have to officially disavow that because of
right
YouTube
now they got
TOS.
proof of 25,000. They
Yeah.
the number.
Yo,
So
can I hit you up with some
died
knowledge?
of any other magic potion, they would have pulled it off the market already. So if you're a CEO of a company and you're allowing this, you can't tell me you're not evil because you're like Hitler. Hitler killed 5 million people. These guys killing people every day. So you got to be evil when you care about money and you don't care about people dying.
Well, remotely. I mean, because like let's keep this a buck, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, everything that they released, all right, kills people. You know what I mean? Whether it be aspirin, whether it be chemo drugs, whether it be, like fucking some like screening thing for blood clots. That's why, like, every time, like, you ever sit and watch, I know Pops has sat and watched like TV like 3 o'clock in the morning at the crib, and those commercials come on like, have you taken this drug? You know what I mean? Like, you and one of your family members suffered blah 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 blah, or even death or whatever it is, right? When it comes down to it, like, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're putting out of the equation of evil people. You really are. You think like this is just about the globalists. I
don't think it's evil. I think they just know that's the way. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they do business. Like, it's all on a fucking model.
Man, I know, but that's the difference between me and you. You don't see it. I do.
Well,
you know about this guy right here?
And you see the other end. You only see the business.
Yeah, I heard about this.
But
so look,
here's the thing, Pops. It's not that we don't think evil people exist. It's that we can see this working without the need for evil people to be doing things purely for the motives.
TK Mal, check this out for a second.
But you know what it is? It happened like, look, if we're running out of oil or whatever's going on and the globalists are getting together, if it was done on a normal level, it would have just gradually happened. This just happened like, bingo, everything's fucking upside down. Let me snap my fingers. I'm a fucking magician, and the whole planet's fucked now. That's what happened. It didn't like gradually happen. This shit happened like that. Boom, lockdown, fucking jab, this, boom, 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 boom. It didn't happen like it was like a domino. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, but like that's because you're like a third party spectator to this shit. You forget that like this is it's a dynamic system. So you didn't you were distracted by the fucking dog and pony show like everybody else, where they were like, "Oh, we're gonna be impeaching the."
Oh, fuck that! I've been watching it like it's a clown act, a show.
Yeah. But the fact is that like
most of America bought into it.
Well, it's not even just most of America. The fact that like it's on the TV and everybody's looking at that instead of talking about, hey, we're in a trade war with China. Why are we having our medicines manufactured there? That seems like a bad idea.
Right. So why is it that?
Hello?
We're doing it. Our government is allowing it because they're evil.
It's not that they're
evil.
allowing it. It's that they get money if that happens, so it happens.
I would like to bring some evidence to this debate.
Go ahead.
What would you like to bring in, my brother?
I would just like to show you
Most
Exhibit A, right? And if you read here, right, this guy right here, right? I'm not going to trigger the algorithms because they watch him. You know what I'm saying? And you can see what he was found guilty of, right?
Affiliation with the
but now it says, look, chemistry and chemical biological department, right? They're trying to say he's a chemist.
Yeah.
Right? And they were saying he was working with China, right?
Yeah.
But here's the reality. If we go back to 2019, right? And we want to look at what this guy is really working on. We see this guy working on live brain surgery, right? With China, right? And what they're really working on is mind control. So they accused him of double dipping, right? With China. But it was this is really a fucking American program, and they're saying it's used to treat Alzheimer's, right?
Oh yeah,
and control prosthetics and enhance cognitive abilities.
The Chinese are
cognitive abilities, Tom. They're
the Chinese are not clever enough to come up with this. Yeah.
What I'm trying to explain to you is this has already been put into everybody. This project,
Like,
here's how I know.
There was a dude who recently tweeted, right, for the first time. Because like he was like a paraplegic or brain dead or whatever the case is, right? You know what I mean? And that dude there, you know what I'm saying, was part of those type of testing things, right? You know what I mean? Like, this research has been like going on since like the fucking 1980s and shit.
But it's live now. I mean? They just damn fucking
TKM,
injected it into the whole fucking population.
Let me ask you a question, TKM.
Go for it, bud. Doku.
So, just to kind of get where you're at and where I'm at, because I think we're on two different pages.
This is an imposter. Doku's an Asian person.
So TKM,
fuck out of here with that bullshit.
So TKM, do you believe that those two planes took 9/11 down, the buildings? Do you believe that?
Like
yes.
Which buildings
7,
are we talking?
Not building 7.
All right, wait. The not building 7 that just fucking fell down because of vibration, supposedly. Go ahead. You believe?
Right.
Yeah. I'm not giving them building 7. That one doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Right, but do you
believe? Yeah. I was gonna say, like, if we're talking about,
do you believe those two planes took down the Twin Towers?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with yes. Now.
All right. Were you there when they went down?
No.
How about if I tell you that my friend? So now this ain't a conspiracy. This is a fucking fact. My friend was there. He's one of the chiefs of
Technically,
EMS.
this is hearsay.
No, this ain't hearsay. This is my friend.
No. Like, you are saying that you heard something. This is
I didn't hear. I spoke to my friend that was there.
Now,
well, you want to consider it hearsay, but here's what I'm trying to tell you.
One is you're talking to a steel worker and me, and he came out who is a metal worker and
fucking
physicist.
Plane. They show a building in Spain that was on fire all day, smaller than the Twin Towers, that didn't fall down. The engineers of the Twin Towers said we built it to take a plane impact. That building came down perfectly to begin with, okay? Like a demolition fucking squad hit it. My friend was there. This is hearsay. Well, what the fuck is it? I seen it on TV come down perfect. What are you talking about? It didn't tilt and fucking fall.
It tilted over. It tilted over to the motherfucking side.
All right,
shit.
you know what?
Like
let's end this conversation because you guys are out of your minds, both of you. You're both fucking out of your mind. I'm telling you, out of your mind. If you believe that these son of a bitches didn't bring those buildings down, you're really out of your mind. They've proven it. They're just nothing's happening.
Can we take the edge
off? Do you believe one guy killed Kennedy? Come fucking on now.
Can we take the edge off this a little bit? Because we came into this conversation straight up saying that Building 7 is obvious nonsense, and then you're acting like we're fucking sheeple here.
You are sheeple because if Building 7 is nonsense, the other two fucking buildings are nonsense. Don't you get it, man? What are you guys fucking brain dead?
It's not an all or nothing thing.
Yeah, it is.
Right. It's not an all.
What do you? They took Building 7 down because the other two fucking buildings came.
I don't know why they
come
took down
on.
buildings.
Well, they hit the
I don't
fucking
know why.
Pentagon. There's no plane fucking wings going through the Pentagon. It looked like a missile hit it. Come on now. Oh, they found the licenses.
Okay, so like,
but they can't find the black box. What are they hiding?
So Mike, if you're trying to talk to people, we can't hear you.
I don't
what
know.
I'm
You guys
saying
just
is,
get me so fucking crazy. My head's gonna
what
blow
I'm
up.
saying is, all right. Listen, George Bush
into
did
the
9/11,
system, Mo.
right?
You guys
That's all I'm saying.
are webbed into the system, Mo. You are like just this. This is where your brain thinks like this.
Look,
everything's
think about it
about
like
money.
Did they wait until terrorists attacked the Twin Towers before they decided to blow up Building 7 on their own?
Our Air Force couldn't protect us. You know, we're fucking incapable of.
So they didn't do the towers, but they did Building 7 at the same time.
Let me ask you, which politician in the United States do you think would have the balls within, the 10 minutes or whatever that they had to make that call to order the Air Force to shoot down a civilian plane?
After the first building got shot, every fucking politician should.
Can you tell me why the Air Force was sent on a training mission in the opposite direction at this specific time randomly?
Please
explain that.
So, I'm not defending the Air Force's actions. I am saying that there is not a single politician that would actually take it on the chin and sacrifice civilians for anything. Have you not seen what they've done for the last couple of years? They don't want to be seen as responsible for the death of a single goddamn senior citizen. There's no way that they're going to
all the people in the towers, bro. Are you blind?
Yeah, but
they are responsible.
But it's not on their head specifically.
Yeah, the politicians
so wait a minute. Are you talking about American citizens they only care about? Because that's basically...
No. They only care about getting blamed for shit.
Well,
they don't actually care.
Iraq and killed hundreds of civilians.
But that doesn't come back to them.
I got you. So you're saying they don't care about that?
They care as long as they're not getting blamed.
Right.
No, as long as they're not getting blamed, that's what they care about.
You don't...
they only care if it affects
you don't understand,
them.
They didn't want to go into Iraq.
Terrible.
There were really weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Okay, whatever.
No,
never let
a
tragedy go to waste.
Yeah,
it wasn't a tragedy, but the shit was. You don't believe this? You must believe the CIA really protects us.
You are going you are being completely unreasonable, my friend.
It's not unreasonable.
No, you are being completely unreasonable.
Because you believe that these people really give a fuck about us.
No, I think they give a fuck about being perceived as being good people. That's it. Because it is advantageous to be perceived as a good person.
Why? To be voted in?
Mechanically. Because if...
What, to get voted in? They don't give a fuck about
I'm saying if you think I am... Hey, shut the fuck up for a second. You asked me a
Go ahead. I did
I'm answering.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My brother.
Right. So it is advantageous for me to be perceived as a good person because that means people trust me and I have favorable terms on which to conduct myself. If people think I'm a good person, that means I can walk into a store and the store owner doesn't mistrust me or think I'm going to be shoplifting. It means if I am going to be doing something deceitful, it's easier to get that pulled off because people think well of me. They want to be thought well of because if you think well of them, it's easier for them to rip you the fuck off. They don't care about you. They care about your perception of them because your perception of them is part of the fucking con.
And you're fucking wrong. First of all, you're using, you're like these young kids. You try to use 3 fucking fancy words, advantageous, and I'm supposed to think you're fucking smart. Well, here's where you're fucking wrong because they don't give a shit. They're robbing us right fucking now.
Dude on this
the whole fucking government is robbing. You're 100%. Smart in your own fucking mind. You don't got no common sense. Don't use your fancy fucking words. Talk like a normal human being. Advantageous. What the fuck are you talking? Who are you talking to? Like some fucking scientist? You gotta use advantageous? Use a fucking real word. You moron.
I am factually
You're a
scientist.
fucking moron. This is what you are. You're
Yo,
a moron because you fucking believe. I don't give a fuck if his IQ is 170. He's a fucking dumb moron because he don't see the real deal. They don't care about what you think about them. It's all fucking rigged. Pelosi's fucking robbing you blind, inside trading. She makes $500,000 a year. She's worth $350 million, and you think she gives a fuck about what you think about her? You stupid fucking idiot.
Yes. Okay.
No,
all right. So
you're a fucking idiot. No, Mo, I'm off this show because you're a fucking idiot, and I can't handle idiots that try to use fancy words to make themselves sound intelligent. Talk fucking regular English, okay? Stop trying to make yourself an intellectual because you're not. You're not. You're an idiot because you believe you're an engineer. Well, you're an idiot because those buildings couldn't have went down from one plane. You should fucking know that. I don't give a fuck if he's
a physicist.
He's a physicist. He shouldn't be on this fucking show wasting his time with somebody like me. But obviously, you're so fucking intelligent that you're wasting your life on YouTube. See, because I'm bored sitting in my fucking house because there's nothing to do. You're a fucking genius that should be making money, and you're in this stupid show.
Want to clear the stale air for a second? The scientist,
fucking advantageous.
The scientist who did the report on the plane hitting the building retracted their statement that it was possible.
So, my friend was fucking there. He heard the fucking building. Cheney's fucking son-in-law took over security 6 months before they blew the buildings up. The guy that owned the fucking buildings doubled his fucking insurance on it. But this is all coincidences. This is all fucking coincidence. You probably think the Earth is round. You're putting words
in my mouth. Sir.
You probably think the Earth is round, and we're spinning 6,000 fucking miles an hour when they landed on the moon.
This guy's a flat earther?
Flat earther? I'm way beyond flat earther. I'm telling you, fuck flat Earth. You're an idiot if you don't believe it's flat because it doesn't make sense, Mr. fucking scientist, that we could be spinning around 6 fucking million miles an hour chasing the sun. And everything's okay. And there's curvature in the planet. And yet engineers that build railroads don't make up for any curvature on the fucking ground. And planes don't make up for any curvature. But yet the Earth is fucking round. And we landed on the moon.
You realize that there is no perfectly flat surface on the Earth. There's always a slope, right?
Always a slope.
Yeah, there's always some and obviously there's mountains and shit. So it's up
when
and
I'm
down
60 miles away from the fucking Statue of Liberty and I could see it with binoculars, the Earth is round.
Yeah, because it's got a very, very large curve, sir.
Every mile it curves. The curvature is like 8 inches every mile. It's a mathematical formula. Would you say numbers don't lie? Because 1 + 1 is 2.
Well. Yes and no, because
no,
no.
Wait. 1 + 1 ain't fucking 2.
Wait.
1 + 1 ain't 2.
No.
1 + 1 ain't 2.
Let me tell you where you're
got
getting
Bob
wrong.
Started.
Because math doesn't lie, but you can lie to math, right? So I can write 1 = 2, and that hasn't broken anything. So here's the problem with math. Is that if you start from an incorrect, if you start from a falsehood, you can prove anything. So if you start from 1 = 2, then you can prove anything from there. So if you start from a false premise in math, you can prove anything. And so that ends up being a situation where your math looks right. You can even get the right answer, but it's not actually right. Just for example here.
I understand that 100%.
Right. One example would be if you're doing division of 16 divided by 64. If you cancel out the 6's, then you get 1/4. And that's not the right way to do division at all. But that does give you the right answer in that particular case.
Well, gravity is a perfect example of it.
Depending.
Gravity from a mathematical formula, which doesn't exist.
Math doesn't exist in general. It's an abstraction.
Did they land on the moon?
Probably.
I mean, believe that fucking tape is the moon landing. Come on now.
Like,
proven it's fake. All right. You ever go on NASA? Photos of the Earth?
okay,
Yo.
so we're gonna go back to the whole
How did-
CGI thing.
what is it?
Somebody
We're
go get
lying
Joshua
about it?
Demers. Somebody go find Joshua Demers right now.
So obviously
need
you
that
got to
nigga
be
at
you
this
got to
moment.
be an atheist. Let's get to the point now. You got to be an atheist.
No, fuck no.
No, you can't believe
I'm
in
a
a
Christian.
creator. No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
Impossible.
I'm Orthodox.
I don't believe you. Because you're too out there to even believe in there's a creator.
No. Fucking almost died a few years back. Some Orthodox people helped me through it and been with them ever since.
So you believe in NASA then? You believe that they actually fucking fly up there? That you believe that? How about this?
Pops,
you believe we
Pops,
got a rover
Pops,
on Mars
here's the problem.
and we're controlling
Here's-
it from the
Here's the
from
problem.
Earth.
Yo, here's the
60
problem.
million
Here's the
miles
problem
away,
we
and I
have
can't
right
get
now,
good
right?
internet.
Yo, me and Mike actually discussed this the one day, right? Like, and Mike was kind of like, his brain got exploded by this, and you know what I mean? Like, we've all kind of been like wrestling with this problem. Our government is no longer capable of doing things because back in the day, like, they had Nazis, right? And Nazis would literally just strap motherfuckers to a tin can and shoot them towards the motherfucking thing in the sky, and they didn't care. Like, legitimately, they just gave no fucks whatsoever. Right. And that's literally what happened. And today they won't do that anymore because, like, they care about health and safety and, you know,
Who
what I mean, like,
cares
whether
about
or not
health and
the
safety,
astronaut,
Tommy? Who?
and
Insurance
NASA does.
companies.
NASA does. NASA cares. now.
Nobody cares about fucking health and security.
Yes, they do. They care because they don't want to be responsible for you dying. They don't actually give a shit about you. They just don't want you dying and costing them money.
And on top of that, they don't want you dying and then, like, people going, oh, look, you killed astronauts and good pilots and you know, so they care about again, it's back to that goodwill ideology, right? Like, the government they literally lost the plans to, like, build the fucking rockets that took us into outer space.
They lost.
Our government lost a fucking demon core.
Wait a minute. Our government lost the technology.
Wait, what?
To go into outer space. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean a demon core?
I bet if we never got.
Are you not aware of what the demon core is, Mike?
Break it down. Break it down.
Okay, so the demon core is a fantastic little project that we did here in the U.S. as part of the Manhattan Project, where what we did was we took a couple, like, balls of barely subcritical plutonium, and we just basically fucked around with them for a while. And I think we made something like 5 of them, and one of them just went missing, and nobody knows what happened to it. So, like, there's
it's just a missing,
massive
super powerful
ball
atomic bomb.
Yeah, barely
Barely stable.
subcritical plutonium just rolling around in somebody's fucking basement. Our government lost one of those.
They didn't lose it.
Our government is government is really, really incompetent.
You really
no.
really
okay, so
they're really corrupt.
Let me tell you how
you really believe
incompetent.
They lost it, bro.
Okay, let me tell you how incompetent our government is, and this is a story that I picked up from a relative recently. Apparently, there is something that is very commonly decorated outside a lot of, like, Civil War memorials and that type of thing. Is a lot of places they have, like, these stacks of these unfired cannonballs, right? Civil War cannonballs. And what not a lot of people realize is that most of those cannonballs actually aren't just, like, solid. They're like hollow, and they're filled with, like, explosives that detonate on impact, right? So if you have, like, if you pick up, like, an old Civil War cannonball, you actually need to go get it decommissioned so it will be inert. And it turns out that there are a lot of cannonballs that we thought were inert that are not inert at all. And we found out after somebody put one in an oven to make a wax casting of it because they thought it was inert. So apparently, at basically every single Civil War memorial, there is just like a pile of live ammunition just waiting to kill some firefighter.
So, Mike, we should go steal some cannonballs. But
yeah, like that.
Actually, there's
that is
actually a
how
story. There was
you
actually a
guys
story here
believe that
recently
these
where
people are
they
idiots
left.
that are running
You know,
our
they
country.
left. They're fucking morons. All right, literally,
No, they're
there was
not.
literally a story
They're
here
corrupt,
recently where
evil
there was
motherfuckers
no,
that
no,
are
no, no.
hiding
Listen,
everything.
listen. There was
They're
a
all
nuclear
lawyers.
warhead just left on a fucking airfield, and nobody even knew what the fuck it was for like 6 weeks. Just left there. They had no idea
Come
what was
on.
going on.
Yeah, all right.
I swear to
Oh,
God.
man. This is hearsay, Mo. Show me the article of that.
No.
Yo.
A guy, a general got fired over this shit because like he literally wasn't paying attention to our fucking nuclear. They're fucking incompetent, completely
One
and
time my
utterly
boy
incompetent.
found
They're
a
incompetent,
trailer.
but not when it comes to fucking doing all kinds of stupid shit, right? They're not
Yo,
incompetent
no.
when it comes to
Like
dividing us.
here's the thing: like you're mistaking effectiveness with competence, because like you should know this as a cop. Like you can take out a lot of people even if you're incompetent if you got the right tool. That's what's going on here. These are retards at the helm of the most powerful government ever created by man.
Now, how do you consider them retards when half of them are like Harvard fucking graduates?
Uh,
I don't see. I think
Harvard
they're playing.
graduates
I think
are
they're playing
midwits.
dumb.
yeah,
No,
because
they're
like
midwits.
They're playing dumb.
no,
They-
no,
you
no.
think
They're
they're
Harvard
not
graduates
actually
of political
does.
science.
Right. So like here's the deal. It selects for people who are in like the middle upper part of the curve, because if you're too smart, then you start stepping on people's toes.
I don't know. I mean, yes, we got the. I mean, we do have smarter people that we could put in the positions to run this country, and it would make it run a lot better. I mean, this is a
No.
fucking
I'm talking about like in Harvard, Yale, these types of institutions. Like
listen,
you go for it.
you're in the Matrix, okay?
At the end
All
of the
the,
day,
all
they're
the
fucking
shit,
evil.
no. All the shit you read, right? All these facts, these things that you're basing your ideas on, you're basing your
lies.
life on these opinions of people and who you look up to as scholarly. This is all bullshit, right? It's witchcraft, and it
All
only
right, so
works if you believe it.
You believe in the spear earth. Just for an
Nonsense.
example, I'm going to teach you a lesson, Mr. Genius over there. So up until 1920, they taught flat earth. We're using common sense here. Now, you're telling me all these captains of ships that traveled throughout the world, and they did in 1920. In 1910, they had ships going around. They had planes. They had all kinds of shit.
Yeah, the
right?
Vikings was sailing across the ocean.
So you're
way
telling
back.
me that these people taught flat earth to their children. Nobody ever said it wasn't true, that there was no documentation, and then out of nowhere, the earth became round, a ball. Out of nowhere. And now here's the biggest proof. You are a smart guy. Go find me one, prove me wrong. Find me one fucking flight, because it only affects a certain part of the world. You know that with the flat earth. Find me one flight that goes from Australia to either Santiago, Chile, or Argentina. And here's going to be the excuse. Well, the planes aren't full, so we got to go all the way to the United States and land in Atlanta or something. And we got to make it a 33-hour flight when it's only a 12-and-a-half-hour flight. Now, just on fuel and time, even if you had a half a plane, it'd probably be better off doing the 12-and-a-half hours instead of going 33. But
whoa.
What about when the world
you're
gains?
making a whole lot of assumptions here, bud. Like you
well, let's
I
go.
could
You
write
just go
several
find me.
books on the assumptions you just
Well,
laid
go
out
find me one
in your
flight.
hypothetical here.
All right, hypothetically, why wouldn't you go directly from Sydney, Australia?
Are you aware
Argentina?
that most passenger flights also carry cargo, right?
Okay, so why wouldn't? Yeah, because that's how they make their real money. The passengers
Right.
So why don't you go
just
direct to
explain
Argentina?
How much cargo?
So you just
how much cargo
explained-
do you think goes from Sydney to Chile?
Yeah, you just explained
What are
it
you
yourself
talking about?
there.
I bet you a ton of cargo. A ton of cargo goes from
Okay,
Chile to Australia That I could guarantee because
No.
Chile's one of the biggest.
No.
No.
Okay, so like
everything comes to the
Stop
U.S. They all want to sell their goods
fucking
here.
excuses for everything. Find
okay,
me one
what's the difference
fucking
between
flight,
an excuse and an explanation to you?
because the explanation doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
You're
how much-
over here
okay, how much
saying
cargo-
that
The
Australia
explanation doesn't prove you right.
export. They don't export shit to South America, and South America doesn't export shit to Australia, which is total fucking bullshit. Chile fucking sends America half their fruit, and they send it to Australia. Australia don't grow fucking grapes and all that shit. That shit's coming from Chile. You find me
does
one
it come
plate.
directly from Chile though? Like
Chile grows their own shit. Yes.
Yeah, but is it packaged there?
I don't know if they put all the grapes in a box and let them package it
exactly.
in Australia.
Like here's the thing. Like
You're
you got to
making
understand
excuses.
that. No.
right,
Like
all right,
you
okay,
understand that
all right.
to make skateboards for Americans, we take Canadian lumber, ship it to China, and then ship the skateboard back here.
Well, what's this got to do with Australia not having a direct flight?
Okay, all right. Let me explain how Australia works. I'll explain it to you because I'm a logistics guy. I actually do these shipments, right? I used to ship shit around here all the
And
fucking
even
time.
Africa.
Right here's how this works. So
Whoa,
there's
whoa,
far
whoa,
more
whoa.
freight.
Go ahead. I'll get into
Okay.
this later.
There's far more freight that goes from Sydney, Australia to the United States and from Chile to the United States, right? Then goes from Chile to motherfucking Australia or Australia to Chile.
How much
Australia
shit you think they
imports
could fit
most
in a
of its
plane?
fruit. A bunch,
boats
right? But it's
no,
mostly all right.
bullshit. Come
Okay.
on, Mo. Now,
All right.
yo,
All right.
they do a little bit. They do a little bit of transport in a plane. Okay, a little bit.
A lot.
You're making it sound like they're
vast
putting
majority.
fucking containers of fucking shit in planes. They're not.
You just said 5
Well, no,
fucking
like, you know
minutes
how they
ago
put it in?
the
You
way
know
they
how they-
make their
wait.
money is off the
Yeah,
fucking.
know
they
how
make
they
it
put it
with
in?
their cargo, but
Do
that's
you
but
know?
it's not a lot. It
Do
doesn't
you
make
know?
a dent.
Do you actually know how they load it? Like, 'cause I
Not
can tell
everybody
you exactly how
is
they
ready to
actually
be
load. Like,
unplugged from the matrix.
Wait a minute. What kind
All
of
right,
fucking
so
planes
check
are we
this out.
talking about? We're talking about. I think they do
Oh,
more the
I-
mail part than they do your kind of
no,
shit.
no. All right,
electronic
all right.
shit.
Listen,
A
Pop.
plane
Listen,
can't fit
Pops,
that
I'll
much
explain
shit
to
in
you.
it.
I've loaded these things into the fucking planes myself.
How much
All right,
shit
so
could
let
you
me
fit in
explain
a
this to
fucking
you.
plane?
Okay, a lot. And I'm going to tell you how. All right, so like, have you ever seen a plane itself? You ever seen a plane, like a giant Boeing 747? You ever seen one?
Of course.
Have you seen one? Pops?
Yes.
Okay, so the whole nose of that plane lifts up, okay, and they have what's known as huts, all right, and they're giant dome things with a flat bottom, and they go the whole way around the edge of the inside of the plane, all right, and they have a flat bottom so that when you go into the plane, you're sitting underneath or above the freight, whichever way it's going to fucking go, whichever way it's going to be loaded, and literally these things roll on rollers into the plane, and they pack the plane from the nose back with these fucking huts that are the width and length of the cabin of the motherfucking plane.
How many can you fit? 2, 3
Probably
containers?
you're going to be sending probably as much freight, if not more, than you would in a fucking tractor trailer.
Well, what's 1, 2 tractor trailers fucking a fruit? It's nothing. It doesn't even put a dent in what we
That's
need.
80,000 pounds moving through the fucking air.
80,000.
That's a lot of weight.
What is
That's a
80,000
lot of
pounds of
weight.
fucking grapes? Nothing. It's nothing. What are you talking about? It doesn't even feed a little city. It's nothing.
Well, no,
You're talking about such a little bit. First of all, air transport. I know because I imported coffee from the Dominican Republic. It's 3 times the price than going on a cargo ship. So why would anybody ship? They do ship shit on a plane, and that's how they make the money. But it's not the amount that you're making. I think it's more mail and electronic bullshit. But yeah, there's no way they're going to pay 3 times the amount of money to ship grapes from fucking Chile to Australia. That shit's going on a boat.
Yeah.
There's
it's
no
139.
You guys should be lawyers for the fucking cabal.
Yo,
That's what you guys should be lawyers.
It's 139
No,
tons.
there's not one flight that's ever gone, ever, from fucking Australia to Chile, even private jets.
What does it matter?
Okay? There's no documentation of this shit.
Why does it matter?
Zero.
Why would you?
What does it matter?
Like you just gave
because if it wasn't a flat earth,
None of this
Why would
matters.
no? What
It
like,
matters.
for
It's
what
proof
purpose?
that they're
But
lying.
this doesn't matter.
They're
We know
fucking
this.
lying to us, and these guys don't think they're lying.
We know it's bullshit.
Why
They
has
don't
there
believe
never been
There
a
it is.
flight
I mean-
from Ontario to fucking, I don't know, Morocco?
I don't know either, because I don't think you're talking facts.
No, like I just named 2 random places. It's because
But
like there
you
has
go
to
find
be
me a flight that goes from all right during the World Cup, fucking full plane packed. They
like,
didn't fly direct.
Here's my point. Okay?
What, they fly to the U.S. to
Like
drop off
there's
the grapes?
there's no reason to establish a route. So like there's
Of
no
course it is.
reason to
33 hours,
establish.
of course, for convenience of the customer. Would you want to sit in a plane
Okay,
for
so
33
what
hours
is
or 12 hours?
all right? So hold up for a second. Let's just talk about the things you have mentioned so far, right?
Go ahead.
You have mentioned that that Chile mostly exports a lot of fruit, right?
Absolutely.
And
Wine, everything.
Right. You have mentioned that most of that's probably going on a boat because it's too
Absolutely.
expensive to go on an airplane. So what would Chile be sending to Australia that would be worth the cost of having a direct flight to Sydney, Australia?
I believe it's the other way around.
No. I'm saying like
Well, according to
there is
Tommy, I'm
there is
saying
no
that
given reason to have that. It's like
if the plane is full.
No, like there.
I don't think there's a direct flight that should go from Chile to Australia, because I don't think there's enough people going
and there's
from Chile to Australia.
And there's not enough goods that are high margin enough for that to be worth
Not
it.
from Australia to Chile. Oh, and let's go Argentina, like
What
for
up, Ad-Hoc?
vacation. See, Chile isn't a vacation place. Argentina is. So let's switch it now and go to Argentina.
Yeah, Buenos Aires.
If you're going from Australia, you can't tell me there's not a plane packed that wants to go on vacation.
Well,
30 million people in Australia. It's not like there's 3 million.
Well, the thing is that like you need regular and you need the cargo as well, and you need it to be enough to actually like make regular trips. Like understand that like the airline industry is not actually all that lucrative, and the reason why all these airlines are as shitty as they are is because it's a shitty business model in general. You can't really make money off of it the way that the government is up your ass these days.
You don't make money off of passengers. You make money off of cargo.
Right.
That's why most of the routes are scheduled.
The passengers probably cover their fuel cost, if that, and the cargo's their profit.
Right. And so there is no cargo that is worth the premium to be transported between Chile and Argentina, or between Chile and Australia directly. That is the reason why there is no flight between those two, because there is no profit
Australia
to be
makes
made.
a lot of shit. They make electronic stuff.
Bro, you got the whole planet being fucking exterminated, radiated, and experimented on. You guys want to argue about how much fucking cargo could fit in a plane from Chile to Australia?
I love logistics.
These guys,
it is fun.
This is
my. You ask for an explanation. You give an explanation and then call me a liar. I'm a little bit tired of you doing this, actually.
I'm just saying.
It's pissing me off when I give you an explanation, you just call me an idiot and then like just ramble for 10 fucking seconds. Like you're being
that?
I
didn't call you an idiot for that explanation. I didn't call you.
You have called me an idiot.
You are an idiot. You were an idiot.
Thank you.
Because you try to use fancy words. Stop trying to be some fucking smartass. Because you're not.
Those are words that I just fucking use because
go use them with your scientific fucking geeks that you hang out with.
I like to use big words because they make me sound more photosynthesis.
That's what you young people like to do. You're probably around. I would say you're probably around 30. And
yeah,
you think you're a real smart fucking guy, and you're not.
I'm saying who just showed up in the chat. Yo, we got a great channel.
I just told you. The funniest shit is you said Building 7. There's no explanation for Building 7, but yet they didn't fucking whack those 2 buildings with planes.
Oh, and in the top of chat, if y'all can go back up there, I don't know.
And they fell down by themselves.
In there, make sure you go.
Like you are putting a lot of words in my mouth there, bud.
Well, It's either they did it or they didn't do it. It's cut and fucking dry. There is no. It's not
that
true,
is
but it
literally
is
the
true.
definition of a false dichotomy.
Doku is here too.
1 plus
Doku,
1 is not 2. And let me give you the scenario. 1 plus 1 isn't
Doku
2.
because Doku's actually a small Asian man.
Yeah, Pops. Let's see what these other people have to say about this.
Yeah, you can see like my Asian beard and everything, dude. I'm definitely Asian.
It landed on the moon.
Conspiracy.
Looked like fucking Photoshop, but that's all right. Go ahead.
Yo, Doku, what up, man?
I'm
you enjoying
it? Chilling, dude. What? So I don't even know where
you enjoying it.
Oh, dude, I'm having fun. This is fucking great. I don't know where to begin. Where do you want me?
Saturday, buddy. It's the Rumble Room. It's open, free for all. Everybody can come on. You know how this works.
Just don't use fancy words like advantageous, and so you don't try to make yourself sound like you're above everybody. You know.
Don't you equeminize my
29-year-old wants to make himself feel small.
Am I allowed? Do I have to like fucking adjust my lexicon of words? Like
my lexicon. Look at this fucking guy. He's going in lexicon now.
Yo, man, I gotta come up with a whole new paradigm to deal with this individual.
Get me fucking started,
dude. Don't give me opportunities to make fucking shit posting jokes because I will take every advantage I can get because I love shit posting. Don't give me the opportunity because I will take advantage, man. No. So
did you catch my video about the person who said they were bun self? They said apparently they're a hamburger bun.
Wait.
Poor Tom here is just so broken about this.
What did you just say?
Yo, there was somebody. Yo, all right. So first off, you know, I mean, I saw motherfucking. Oh shit, you're down on the bottom. I'm sorry, my brother. I didn't even see you there. My boy Aircraft Sparky's here too. Hang on a minute, Aircraft. Give me 1 second. Let me finish my joint. Yeah, I made a video about. I saw somebody was talking about neo pronouns, right? And like they said, buns, what was it? Buns, and buns self. Right. Apparently now, like, yeah, apparently now they're hamburger buns.
Apparently we're all hot dogs. They're made of hamburgers.
Let me guess. This is a fucking TikTok video, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Of course.
I saw it on It's a Gundam. Right, so I had to like jump into this, you know what I mean? It's a Gundam's one of my favorite channels. You know how that works.
Even
poor Tom is so broken by this that he can no longer use the word Neo for any of his movements because it's broken him. He's so heartbroken he can't use it anymore.
Aircraft Sparky, what up, man? Yo, welcome back, my brother.
Yo, they ruined the Matrix.
You've been over here.
Well, dude, even upper echelon.
How you doing, man?
What's up,
you see where I am tonight. It's the fucking Rumble Room, my brother, and it never fails to disappoint.
I mean, flat Earth, man, low. That's low hanging fruit.
Flat Earth.
I have flown high enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. How many times do I need to bring up this argument that the Earth is fucking banana shaped? Get over it already.
Yo, Sid,
I mean. You can't launch artillery without adjusting for the curvature of the Earth. You gotta wait. When you navigate the globe, you actually, you travel in a curved manner to.
What if it's flat on the bottom?
Well, how come planes don't do it?
Planes do that.
Bullshit.
Bro, I have flown over the poles.
I have flown over the pilots in here right now. Times. Yo, ad hoc flew drones, and Aircraft Sparky is a fucking licensed pilot with the fucking military.
What if it just looks curved because of the lens?
There is no lens. Looking out of a flat window, there is no lens.
So they landed on the moon, you're saying?
No,
hold on, I didn't say that.
Why would
I'm saying the Earth is round.
It is round, but it's flat round.
Hey,
like a circle.
Round. It's not a sphere. It's a sphere. It's not a plate.
What if it's a circle?
What is flat? I'm sorry. So, what is flat round?
Well, here's my biggest question.
He's describing a dinner plate, is what he's.
Yo, what if it's like a snowcast?
Well, why is it the North Star never changes its location if we're traveling 1,000 miles an hour spinning? How come it never moves?
So we're talking like.
Have you never seen a pendulum go through a procession before?
So I'm curious then, if we're going with flat round, let's just use this as an example.
Yeah.
So we're flat round like this and we're spinning like
That's
this?
a cylinder. That's not
No,
flat.
we're not
I'm
spinning.
just
We're
talking-
not-
no,
we're
no,
not-
no. Hold on.
We're not spinning.
Hold on. I'm talking
We're
about
stable.
I'm talking about just this
Yeah,
top.
we're
So-
not spinning. The sun is actually going around us. We're not going around the sun.
So the sun would be, say, like this, going
It's
around
going
like
around.
this.
Yeah,
So that's what you believe.
So
100%.
how does
You read
night,
the Bible?
how does night
You
come
believe in?
into this?
Do you believe in the? Do you believe in the Almighty God?
All right, hold
'Cause
on.
if you do, then you'll know that we do.
I'll demonstrate. Hold on.
With they can't get out of the fucking atmosphere. NASA's admitted it. And if you want to tell me I'm lying, let's pull up the video of NASA admitting they can't get out of the Earth's atmosphere.
Bullshit.
before They admitted it. It's on fucking video.
Voyager 1 and 2 still transmitting
I
to
kind
this
of want to
day.
know when NASA added the W to the end of their name. That's just the question I had at the
Well,
moment.
they admit they can't get out of Earth's atmosphere, but yet we went to the
Bullshit.
moon. Yeah, and we got a
Well,
rover on
NASA
Mars that was controlling
specifically
60
because
miles away.
we don't have any rockets anymore because we decommissioned all of them.
So we're actually
we got plenty
controlling.
of rockets too.
We're controlling a
I
rover
thought
on Mars.
I thought
right?
we were all on Blue Origin by now.
So the U.S. military launches rockets. There's probably like 2 or 3 launched every month to
Really?
update satellites and things like that. Yeah, Vandenberg Air Force Base out of California is where they do the majority of those launches. They also
guys
do them
ready?
over at Palm Beach, over at Patrick Air Force Base. Yeah, man, I
So
I
where
don't know.
are all these satellites when they
you
take a
real-
picture of the
like,
planet?
are you
So-
saying that the sun is a spotlight?
The sun travels
No,
around the Earth.
Mike specifically. Like, are you saying that the sun is a spotlight with
No.
a shroud?
Indeed.
Okay, so
Is he? I ain't saying
All right,
anything.
that is-
It's a light bulb.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying
wanna
is
take
like
a
it's got a
shroud off the
shroud on it,
flashlight?
right?
You wanna
Because
take-
it
yeah.
specifically needs that shroud to do that effect that you did right there.
Yeah.
Because
am I-
if you had an
All right.
uncovered light bulb, like
Hold
if you
on.
just had a
Everyone's
raw
on-
light bulb
hold
without
on,
like
hold on.
a
Calm down.
shroud out. Oh,
Well, this
Calm
guy
your-
was in
calm
the
your
Air
balls.
Force. What was Operation Fishbowl? Was that a
Like-
coincidence they named it Fishbowl?
1 sec.
You know, was it? Everything is a coincidence, I guess. You know, you don't believe in the Almighty because there is a firmament that we
What
can't
up,
get
bruh?
out. God said He made the firmament, right? So what is the firmament? You really believe we go to outer space? You guys really believe that shit?
Yes.
We can control a rover on Mars, 60 million miles away. I
Yeah.
can't even get good fucking internet. You
Well-
guys should all go get a crack pipe and sit and hit it because you're
I
all
mean,
on some kind of. You
bro,
really
you don't
think we got
understand-
technology?
If you don't
to do this
understand how
shit?
radio technology works, if you don't understand how radio waves work, man, that's
Oh,
probably
shit.
not a me problem.
We couldn't reach Mars, even with all our bullshit. It would take years to get there,
Okay,
not
man,
minutes.
All right, bro. You guys ready?
You guys are on some planet zero. You'll
got-
see when all this shit pops up. You're
we
gonna
got
go,
the
holy
light-
shit, I am
We
an
got the
idiot. I
light
believe
bulb,
it."
and-
bro, right?
And so here,
You
here's
ain't
the
no
deal with
pilot. You're full of shit.
Bro.
Okay,
You ain't
so
no
like,
pilot.
Here-
You're
here's
just
the
telling
problem
people
there,
you're
Mike.
a pilot. Prove you're a pilot because you're full of shit
Amazing.
that you're a pilot. And you didn't see the curvature because you probably don't even know how to fly a
All
plane.
right, here we go.
I
here we
can
go.
sit there and tell you I'm an astronaut. And I went to the moon and
All
I
right,
seen it
so
was flat. I mean,
here's the problem.
you were a
there,
pilot,
Mike.
you wouldn't be
Like,
on
there's
this show.
nothing-
There's no
Sparky.
shroud.
You asked,
but-
bro. You
you
asked.
guys are
Sparky.
telling me they're pilots,
There's
fucking
no
engineers.
shroud, you see?
You
Look.
are all
Yeah, and you're
knuckleheads.
Still
lighting
lights
the
up a-
entire thing.
Wait.
But it
I have a
lights up-
question.
no, I'm
I have a
not.
question,
Look, it
Mike.
lights
Yeah,
up a
you're lighting
spot.
up the entire thing.
Fucking pilot,
Look,
my
there's a
ass.
spot, bro.
Mike.
I mean, look, I'm
Mike,
There's
I
a
have a
spot
question,
where
Mike.
it's not as bright
There's a
because
spot.
yeah, there's a
Get
spot
all
where
over
it's
this damn
not
world,
as
like-
bright.
You guys are on
There's a
planet
damn
Zero.
spot.
The Twin
Oh,
Towers fucking
Okay,
came down.
Pops,
by
could you
two
shut the
planes.
fuck up for 1
No,
second so
fuck
I
you.
can
I'll
talk
get
to
the
Mike?
damn. I'll get the damn
Yeah,
evidence.
yo, pops, chill out. I have a question to Mike. Right. Why is it like light for 6 months out of the year and dark for 6 months out of the year near the poles?
And
Why is it light and dark at the poles?
Why
Yeah,
is
it's
it
light for
nothing
6
but
months and then dark
continuous
for
light?
6 months.
There is a reason they call Alaska.
I
the
don't.
land
I
of the
don't
midnight
actually
sun.
know, but I'm sure I could explain it if I looked into it.
Well, I mean, it's because the
and-
world is a sphere, and as it tilts on its axis during different times of the year, like up in Alaska, you can go out of the bar at 2 a.m. and have to put on fucking sunshades.
Why is it
bright as
winter
hell.
now, but it's summer in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And-
why is it right now? It is bright and fucking shiny in Japan, and it's dark here in the United States.
So what are you saying? Right now, it's up. I'm standing upside down in Australia. Is that what you're saying?
To Australia's point of view, sure, they may
relatively
think
speaking,
that,
yes.
just like we think they're
So,
standing upside down. But have you
they're
ever
gonna-
ridden in the car and not felt the movements?
Are you telling me that everything in this book is wrong?
Who fucking design of who?
I have evidence to
Geosynchronous
present,
spe-
bro, to the congregation over
I
here.
don't.
bro.
I
have
don't.
some
I don't even
evidence.
know what that book's about. Show me one fucking real picture of the Earth. Show it to me. That ain't
Would you
CGI.
guys like to see this evidence I have here on this?
That ain't no real
I mean,
picture.
go for it, Mike.
The land grows, it shrinks.
The land grows.
Yeah, because in Nassau they show you the Earth. The United States is bigger. It's smaller. It's bigger. What are all these CGI fucking pictures of the Earth for? Why? If they got nothing to hide and nothing to lie about, why don't they show us real pictures? You believe that? That's a cartoon right there. I can make that shit in a video. I've seen video games that got better graphics.
Are you telling me?
Okay, I
are
will
you
call
telling me
you
that
out
this-
on that. You personally, Pops, make a better fucking graphic than that.
Yeah, I really want to see this.
Are you telling me that this is
I'd
listen,
be interested in watching
this-
that because
3D rendering is fucking hard.
Oh, and you don't think they could do it? I
Hang
said
on,
I
Goku,
play
hang on,
video.
No, you said
Can you guys
I
hear this
said
video?
You
I
said
play
you could.
video
you said
games
that
that got
you
better
can make
graphics.
graphics better than that.
Hello?
Can you guys
Hey,
hear this?
listen, you
No,
nerd.
I can't
If I
hear
seen
shit.
you in person,
hold
I'd
on,
probably
that's
have
the
to
problem.
slap you in your head for that comment because you got a big mouth, but you probably can't back it because you don't even want to show your face. At least Aircraft Sparky's sitting there like a man. Go hide behind your little avatar. You're probably half a homo anyway, but that's beside the point. There you go. Now,
how is someone
now
half
we
a
got
homo?
him.
I mean, how can you be half a homo? Is that like you just suck on the balls and not the dick? I mean,
Yep. Actually, how'd you know that? How did you know that? How did you know that?
I don't know, man. It was just a good guess.
It was just a funny thing to
Yo,
say.
he's savage.
What do you
Okay,
think
look
of
at
him?
him. Like he's sitting there in an empty room. Like he looked like he about to just like go grab his
He
fucking
got no.
stash.
It looked like he
Yo,
got no.
Willie,
Yeah,
what up, man? Nice
What's
to
up
see
with
you right
that? Anyway, who cares about that shit? I like this guy's background over here, Aircrafts. He's got the crate. Is that
Space
like,
Marine.
Yeah,
did you put that on there? Like, is that a green screen or that's your wall in your house?
I got it, Tom
What's
Bear.
green
Try this
screen?
one.
Wait, which one? Are you talking to me?
And I don't really
No,
give a
I was
fuck
saying,
if
Tom,
the
I
Earth
got the
is flat
video.
around, but
I
here's
think
my
Alex
biggest
back
question.
in over 45 years. And the fact that NASA has repeatedly admitted that we can't go past low Earth orbit.
This next generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Isn't the slightest bit worth worrying about. And by
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is
What I thought I saw a leak.
Yeah, because you can see. Yeah.
It depends on the viewing angle.
Oh.
Those you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the
Yeah,
Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just went to Magellan
there's a large
clouds. I
one
didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Those are amazing. Right before
The lights of
sunrise.
the zodiac.
The lights of the zodiac, the zodiacal lights. Okay.
Wow.
Which are
and then
what?
you can
Explain
see
those
the
to
upper.
us.
Oh, these.
So can lunar space. On both say yes, you can see the pinpoints of starlight from space. Who's next?
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
All right, that's Leroy. He's a no.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the
Well,
optic.
of course you wouldn't be able to see it from the daylight
Yeah,
side.
because you have the brighter light.
Deep
knocking-
black when viewed from the moon as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
The sky, of course, was black, but it had sort of a velvet sheen to it.
The biggest visual surprise was just how black the sky was. You have a brilliant sun, brighter than any sun you normally would see, even here in New Mexico. You have these extraordinarily high mountains. We were in a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. But then you have this black sky, a sky blacker than black.
When you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Just the inherent beauty of it, the velvet, bottomless bucket of the universe.
If you're there in the daytime in the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well. You don't see stars in the daytime on Earth, not because they're not there, but because the atmosphere is aglow with scattered light from the sun. If you take away the atmosphere, the sun will still be there, but the sky goes dark. That's what the folks get when they go to the edge of the atmosphere, and they're calling that the edge of space. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere is no longer between you and the rest of the universe, and the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. So everyone knew this. So you see these photos.
I've often tried to explain it differently.
No, he's right.
Yo, Neil deGrasse Tyson is like, yo, he's a piece of shit.
Listen, I call a spade, Mo.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fucking
You guys want to come on the show and say you're all these different things. So, like, let's get the
certainly
aircraft
looks like these
talking.
guys have no
You're a pilot,
clue.
Mo? If I was a pilot, I would have hundreds of pictures that I was a pilot. Show me a picture of you fucking in a plane.
Protected from
And you're the pilot.
fast-moving
Guys,
killer electrons by an invisible
show me a
plasma
picture, Mo,
shield
that you're flying. I'll shut my
located
mouth.
thousands of miles above the planet's surface.
I believe
According to
people are
researchers at the
bullshit on
Massachusetts
it. How's
Institute
that?
of Technology, MIT, and the University of Colorado.
I don't think you're a pilot.
Boulder.
So if you want to tell me you're a pilot, show me you're a pilot.
Yeah,
I don't think you're a dude.
Band of the Van Allen radiation belt travel at nearly the speed of light, pelting everything in their path.
I'm a fucking astronaut.
Exposure to such high energy radiation can harm satellite.
Nah, you're a bitch. I'm an astronaut, and I went to the moon, baby. How you like my? I mean, show me
here's the
some
deal,
pictures.
guy.
If you want to know what you're talking about,
Penoid actually.
You're talking about this.
Penoid
I'm just like
actually
bullshit artist.
Told
You're talking
you,
about
told
the
you a little
intensity.
bit wrong. He misinformed you a little bit. I am not a pilot. I'm an aircraft mechanic.
I know. I don't know, but now I know.
Yeah,
just like Tommy tells
I
me
train
all this
people. I train people to rebuild jet engines, and I have a background in avionics.
All right, so
and
you're not Tommy misunderstood you. Got you.
Okay, so
but didn't you tell me you flew planes and you were up there?
No,
You said
I say
that.
I have flown in
A plane.
I have flown in tons
Military
of planes,
plane,
yes.
you said you flew.
Yes, military plane, yes.
How could you fly a military plane if you're not a pilot?
You don't have to be a pilot to sit in a seat. It's really not that hard, man. I'm sure you're doing it right now.
What are you
I mean,
talking
he's
about?
not wrong.
I would
There is the
assume-
radar operator.
I would.
You're not
assume
flying
that,
the
like,
plane,
yo,
then,
like,
you're
he
saying.
would have to like. I would assume that like he would have to like know what like planes are supposed to sound like.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
be
yeah,
able to
yeah.
diagnose
Look,
them as they're flying.
I
and
can
things of this nature.
run engines on the plane. I know how to operate all the flight controls. I have with instructor pilots in another seat taking control over a plane, but that doesn't make me a pilot. I'm just some asshole sitting around playing with the sticks and the
This is
throttles.
best NASA fails.
All right,
But-
so you're an aircraft guy, right?
Oh yeah.
You
Yo,
got
hold
a
up,
picture
man.
of you.
Hold up,
You
hold
got
up.
one picture of you in a plane?
I've got lots of pictures of me
Oh, all right.
doing stuff in planes, yes.
Okay.
So I mean,
Next time, show me one. So
I mean,
can
like, yo, we got drone operators here. We got motherfucking guys who like,
Hello.
I know aircraft Sparky legit. Like, yo, if you're not a
Well, we
pilot,
got
you're
the,
like one step below it. Like,
I'm
legit,
sure,
'cause you work
Tommy,
on
that
fucking
these are your
avionics
friends and they
for a
kind
living.
of you know who they are, but you know, I have been on a lot of shows, man. People
Yeah,
tell me
like-
they're all kinds of shit.
okay.
and they're not.
See, I'll tell you, I can tell you all kinds of things about airplanes. I can tell you things like, you know, the B-52 can carry 170,000 pounds of bombs by itself. I'll tell you that the general weight in just fuel for the AWACS for your ramp load, your standard ramp load, is about 130,000 pounds of fuel.
Yeah, where
now,
do
if
they-
you want to figure out how
Got
many
that.
gallons that is, you're gonna have to
It's just pool.
you're gonna have to divide that
by 13.
by 6.8 because it's about 6.8 pounds per gallon of fuel for JP8.
Now is that cruising speed or is that takeoff and landing?
No, that's just ramp. That's just ramp.
So
weight.
where does
So
all
that's
this?
when you
Where does
when
all
the
this
plane
fuel
lands,
go into
you
a plane?
refuel it to that weight.
How do we fit all this fuel in that plane and all this cargo and all these people? And that plane
Well,
ain't that big, man.
The wings are fucking hollow.
So they put up fuel in the wings?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yeah, and the so really an aircraft is nothing more than a big fucking hollow metal tube, and most of your aircraft have multiple decks.
Yeah, I know that.
Cargo is usually in the bottom deck.
You would be surprised how
I
little
just think you
space
can't
the
fit all that-
passenger
that-
compartment.
Yeah,
I
takes
believe
up.
that, but I just don't think you can fit all that fuel in.
Yeah, you can fit all that fuel in.
And if you need
more
extra,
than
that's
that.
why you have drop tanks. But
I'm
the
telling
majority,
you standard. I'm just telling you standard ramp load. That isn't the max. The 707, the AWACS, the E3 AWACS, which is a converted 707 Boeing aircraft, tops off at 240,000 pounds of fuel.
yeah, the AWACS is a gigantic. It's a scaled up version of this.
It's just a giant radar dome.
Yeah, it's just it's a 707 that has 6 feet added to it, so you can put titanium struts on.
Idea
so
if
you
you
put
took-
a big skunk flavored M&M on top of it.
Idea if we took all that fuel you're talking about,
The
and
AWACS
you're
is a
telling me
scaled-up
they
version
pull
of
up
this
with
thing.
those
This
little
is an
fucking
E2
trucks
Hawkeye.
and filled the whole plane up with fuel in 5 minutes.
No,
I think
not
to
in
pump
5
that-
minutes.
Not in 5 minutes.
How do you pump thousands of gallons?
Not
How
in
many
5 minutes.
Wait,
Not in 5 minutes.
tell me that
So
weight again. What was the weight?
AWACS,
So
the AWACS that he's talking about-
130,000 pounds
the
of
AWACS that he's
fuel
talking
would
about
take
is
three
a large-
aircraft-
is
would
it
take
looks like a
three
large commercial
trucks.
airplane. Put a dome on the back of this thing.
Yeah.
This is an E2 Hawkeye. This is
Yes.
a carrier-based radar electronic
All right.
warfare
And that carries about
airplane.
45,000 pounds of
AWACS
fuel.
is a scaled-up version of this
So
airplane.
130,000 gallons. That's
in
about
simple-
it.
130,000
It can hold
pounds.
that amount of fuel.
All right, so that's
fairly
like
easily without
25,000
problem.
gallons, basically.
Yeah.
25
In simple terms, the
Divided by
AWACS
6.
is just basically a giant
How do you pump
737 with an eyeball.
25,000 fucking gallons of gas into a plane in 10 minutes, 15 minutes? You can't do it.
No,
Not
you
with that-
can't.
not
It
with that
takes
little
longer.
No,
hole.
you don't do
It
it in
takes
10
longer.
minutes. Who claimed it was 10 minutes? You.
How
No one
long do you
said
do
that.
it? In a half hour? How long does
No,
it
it
take?
actually would take us about an hour because you'd have to go through 3 full trucks to get to that fuel load normally.
You want it done in 10 minutes, you're looking at a smaller drone craft operator.
I don't even know if
that's
you wanna
gonna
pump it
take
that
about
fast.
15.
If you want to refuel something in minutes, then you need to do that in the air where you can do it at higher pressures because the refuel manifold for ground is usually only about 3 inches.
And I'm not arguing that you're wrong. in that.
Diameter.
I'm just saying, like, how can you pump that much fuel in a plane even in an hour? That's a lot of fuel to pump in an
No,
hour.
it isn't.
You'd be surprised at how much high pressure the pumps are with stuff on
Yeah,
the ground
I mean,
these
look
days.
when you're pumping at 35
Like
psi,
this is you're
and
talking
you've
like
got a hose that big
industrial.
around.
You're talking industrial grade fire hose pumps.
Yeah,
Like this shit doesn't just trickle out. This is stuff that comes
Yo,
out with the
it's,
same
yo,
force
it's
from
about
the fire hose.
It's 20,634 fucking gallons of gas.
I said 25,000. It's a shot, but I got you.
But
A lot
no,
of
there's so look, when you've got a plane that has 4 engines, each engine is burning, 800 pounds of fuel an hour. Now,
But when they get
multiply
up
that by
there, they
4,
gotta
that's
use
3,200 pounds of fuel per hour is burned.
But when they get up there, they got to use all that fuel to keep going. There's no
Well, I mean, if you
aerodynamics
don't
involved
have,
and shit.
if the engine isn't turning and throwing out, hot air out the back end, it's called thrust. If it's not producing thrust and to
You sink.
propel the plane forward, you won't get enough airspeed going over the wing to help create lift.
Power,
So, yes.
drag, lift, and gravity. The 4 fundamental forces of avionics.
So there's I could break down Bernoulli's principle for you if you'd like. I mean, if that make you feel better.
That's
But
all right. I wouldn't understand what you're saying anyway, unless I looked on the internet and broke it down a little better.
well, I mean,
No, it's pretty easy to understand.
it's pretty simple. So you have an airfoil, which basically is fat and tapers at the end, right? You got wind going across it. Okay, well, when you're going through wind is when you go through something, it's going to travel at the same speed, but the top is usually because of the curve of the wing, is going to be a little bit longer than it will on the bottom. Because of that, the air will actually speed up going over the wing, creating a low pressure on top of the wing, and there'll be a higher pressure on top, and that's how lift is generated.
This creates lift.
But
yes,
the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, correct?
Yes, and you are on it right now, and you cannot feel that.
You are moving at the exact same
It's
speed.
not accelerating or decelerating, so you
All
can't
right, so when
even
a
tell the
plane's going
difference.
500 miles an hour against the 1,000, the opposite way.
Well, you're not going against the 1,000. The way the Earth is spinning has no relevancy to as you're traveling through the air. You're stuck in the air bubble. So if you want to generate lift as you're moving through the atmosphere, you're generating a low pressure at the top, high pressure at the bottom. You're still moving relative to the Earth.
But the Earth is, why would you be moving relative? That
Because
makes no
as
sense.
the Earth, so that is an interesting. That's an interesting point to bring up. Because
An easy answer is atmospheric pressure.
It is atmospheric pressure. Yes,
That's
you're
also
moving.
gravity.
You're moving
You know
through.
that, right? It makes no
essentially,
sense.
no, it does make sense because
Yo,
you're moving
TK.
through the same way you would be moving
Yo,
through
TK,
the air.
check your
You're moving
DMs, bro. I need you
through-
to play a video for me.
As you're moving through the air, you're essentially moving through a fluid the same way that a submarine is moving through the water. The
Right.
way that the Earth is spinning doesn't have any relevancy to the fact that you are moving through, like the curvature of the Earth, the spinning, how fast the Earth is spinning.
But you
has
know this
no
is bullshit
relevancy.
that you're trying to say.
No, it
that
doesn't.
there's an air bubble.
No,
bullshit.
no, it's
It's
not
not
bullshit.
bullshit.
It's not
It's
bullshit.
not
The
bullshit.
only
You can't
now
prove
what?
it,
Now
man.
what
Yes,
you're
we can.
In the
we
water,
we
you
can prove it.
can't prove it.
we
Yes, we
can.
can.
How do
we-
you prove
yes,
it in the water?
We can.
Explosive
We can.
decompression.
Well, we can
Now
prove
we
it in
got
the one area,
decompression.
the one area that does prove what you're saying and proves our point is if you actually move at a fast enough speed against the curvature of the Earth spinning. If you move fast enough against the curvature of the Earth, the way that it's spinning, if you go in the opposite direction and you have a clock, a watch,
Right.
it will actually lose time because it's relative to the curvature of the Earth and the way that the Earth is spinning. These gears and my watch, because this is an analog watch,
Yeah.
these gears will actually move slower because they are affected by gravity. So yes, it is affected by the curvature of the Earth, but you're moving fast enough that is such a minuscule thing, it doesn't matter. Because we're moving so fast, we're generating lift, it's not important. It still generates lift. You're still able to move in flight because you're basically the same way that a ship moves through water. You're an airplane moving through a fluid.
Wait a minute.
Air is still technically a
Air
fluid.
is a fluid.
Yeah. You know what? You learned this in school. All
Oh,
this
dude,
stuff.
I've been flying too. I
I
only
know, but you learned.
I only
but you-
have
but
10
you
hours
learned
of
this-
flight time.
But you learned this in school. Let's go to boats. Let's get to the ocean. It's even better, to be honest, because you can't.
Well, you're
use
just
your air
moving
bubble.
through a thick. You're just moving through a thicker liquid.
You're
But the
moving through
principle's
water.
the same.
Sensor fluid.
You're moving
Yeah.
through water.
Mhm.
Okay, and the Earth is traveling at certain spinning around.
And
but
as long as you're
it
able
has-
to move through that
it has
fluid,
no
you're still
effect
able
on
to,
anything.
Well, you're still able to move through that fluid because you're pushing that the same way a propeller works as a boat. That's the same way a prop works on an airplane. You're moving through the fluid. You just have to spin the propeller faster. And you also, as if you want to generate lift, you have to have a wing to it. There's even a reason that submarines, if you look at a submarine, they have those when you see the
On the sail,
foils,
you have the.
They have foils. That's what they
Yeah.
are.
I got a
it's
heavy
the
one for you,
same.
bro.
It's the same principle. You're
Are
moving
you
through
ready?
You've
a
been
fluid.
taught this shit with the atmosphere bubble. You've been taught gravity. Gravity doesn't even fucking exist.
Well, gravity's gravity's
Jump off the
pulling you
building and
towards-
prove me wrong.
Gravity
That's
is
not
pulling
gravity.
you-
Gravity
Gravity is going to pull you to the center of the Earth.
So I get a helium balloon, it goes up, but
All right,
gravity.
yo. I've
but
been
gravity
real
puts a
quiet.
plane on the ground.
Let me drop one bar in here, right? All right, look. Let me just, for example, say you stood out in the street in total darkness, right? And then we stood on top of buildings and held like lasers or flashlights at you, right? Let's say we had lights. So now you are gonna spin around, right? The lights, are they not gonna make light trails? Or are they gonna look like pinpoint lights? All right, so here's my evidence. We look up at the stars. We're supposed to be spinning really fast, but they're solid pinpoints. They're not trailing. Therefore, we're not moving.
But the
Because if
They are
If
trailing.
you do a
They are
prolonged
trailing.
exposure, you will actually see that you'll actually see light
North
trails.
Star never
That's
moves.
because they are moving slowly. Yeah, they move slow. The heavens rotates
So
around.
so now you're saying the heavens rotate around the earth.
Yeah, they're inside of a bubble, right? Like imagine a dome over the earth, right? And there's little lights stuck in it, and that dome rotates. You understand? We don't
My
move.
guy, are you about to give me the pinpoints and the paper theory?
I'm just saying, why don't they make trails, bro? You can't break.
They
You
do.
can't.
They do
don't.
make trails.
When you
You
do
just
do
can't see
a time
them
lapse,
just
they
sitting.
will
Look
make
at 'em.
trails.
But go look at them right now.
They
But
do
we're
make trails,
spinning
but
at
you-
thousands of
Yeah,
fucking
because
miles an hour. Go tell me
because-
why we can't see the fucking trail of the lights.
Because of the human eye.
Spinning.
The human eye cannot track things at that rate.
Cannot process
Sure it
things
can.
at that speed. No,
It
you really
depends. It
can't.
depends on. It depends
Spin
on. What you're,
around.
it depends on the wavelength of the light that you're
spin
looking
around.
at, and what you're. What it depends on the wavelength.
Just turn a
of the light.
fucking light on and
it de-
spin around,
You
bro.
go by me with a plane
Go
at
ahead.
1,000 miles an hour, I'm gonna see it with
Put
my
a
eyes.
put a light bulb on in one
Stop.
room of your house. Turn the rest of the lights out. Right. Stand
know-
far away from it and spin around.
You guys
Okay.
are so smart, you're stupid. That's
All
how
right,
smart
fine.
these are.
If you really want to go down this, if you really want to go down.
Oh,
this
I want to go
logic
down
train.
it because you're
All
whatever.
right,
Eyes can
all right.
see
So
it,
then
'cause I've
this-
seen
so
light
then-
trails.
Where did this
so then
gravity come
so
from?
then do this for me. Stand outside for an hour.
Yeah.
Watch a star. See where it is relative in the night sky.
Yeah.
And then watch. It will move because the Earth is rotating.
No, because the stars
Compare
are
where you
moving.
saw it 1 hour
the
to
Earth
8
is
hours
rotating.
later.
It's very
The Earth is-
slowly in the
we're-
sky. If
we're
we're
the
moving at
ones
thousands
moving.
of miles an hour, this has to move.
The North Star.
Yeah, and the
This
Earth is
can't
the Earth is
possibly
large.
move so
Yeah,
slow.
But if
the Earth,
we're
the Earth has a
moving
large.
1,000,
Exactly. And what do we know
Wait, I
about
have a-
spinning
I
objects?
have
If
a
you're on
question.
the edge of
1,000
a
miles an
spinning
hour.
object,
Do you know the
the
diameter
effect
of
of
the
the
Earth?
movement
And do you
is
know
greater.
Yeah,
Hold
if you,
on.
Do you know
I
the
have-
diameter?
I have a
Do you
question.
know how large
Greater.
the Earth is?
I
And you
can
know
look
the
at the
speed that the
North-
Earth is tilting out?
yeah, but I can look at the North
The
Star for 10
larger the
hours and never
object, the greater the force experienced by the observer.
If you look at the night sky and you
Okay,
look
I
at,
have,
if
I
you
have a
look at the
question.
stars,
I
it
have a
will
question.
turn.
Yo, Doku, I have a question. I have a question for my boy Mike. Right, I'm gonna mute y'all motherfuckers. Keep you. Let me ask my question. Right, yo, what about the rest of the planets? Are they motherfucking spheres? And like, yo, is the fact that they're spinning like not affecting what we're doing, like us spinning? Like, why are we separate from the rest of the planets?
television.
Ben-
I'm gonna mute y'all motherfuckers. Let's
There-
rock.
there
Go ahead,
ain't-
go ahead. I want to hear.
You
I
got
wanna
a
hear these
telescope that you
explanations.
could see?
Look, what I'm saying is these other planets are just lights, all right? And they ain't spinning. They ain't doing no other shit other than being lights.
Yo,
You know what I'm saying?
wait. We do actually have pictures of these other planets.
I
Like,
understand,
we
but
do
What
have
pictures?
real pictures.
Who took
They're
these
not real.
fucking pictures? They're fake. What
They're
are you
bullshit.
talking about? Yo, I could sell all of you guys the
No.
Brooklyn Bridge.
Like I have had.
You
like,
come buy a car from
Not-
me.
They
not
have
real.
been
I make you pay
seen
sticker.
by the naked eye through a
not real, though.
telescope as early as the Italian Renaissance.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are lights.
Nothing,
bro. I'm not
nothing
saying
more,
that the lights
nothing
are-
more
You
than
can
using a
actually
lens.
see the storm on Jupiter move.
Yeah, it's light, bro.
Okay, so
It's a
question.
luminary.
What,
You know what I mean?
So define lights then. What
It's
are
a
they?
it's a luminary, dog.
Yeah, they're reflecting light.
They're
Where does that light come
reflecting
from?
light.
It's not a place like you could go
They're
and
not
like hang
well,
out
they're
over
not.
there.
Those planets aren't giving off light. They're reflecting light
Like,
that's
yo,
coming
do
from
they
the sun.
not say that there's planets made out of gas? The whole
Yeah,
planet?
it's reflecting light that's coming from the sun.
It's
They're not
fucking-
giving off
it's
light. They're not.
gas.
Yeah,
So
no,
a
but they're
helium
not
balloon goes up.
luminescent. The energy that they're getting, the light that they're reflecting is coming from the sun. These planets themselves are not
People-
luminescent by themselves.
People
They're
try to
reflecting the light from the sun.
Yeah, that's what I just said. They're luminaries. You know what I
What
mean?
is gra-
They're,
does
they're
gravity
lights.
have
In
a
that
weight?
case, yes, that's
Signs.
correct. They're
Does gravity
reflecting
have
light
weight?
from the sun.
No,
Does
gravity
gravity have
causes
weight?
weight.
No, gravity is a separate
So
force.
why does helium balloons go straight up?
Because
lighter
it's
than air.
Because they're
air.
lighter. Yeah.
So if they're lighter than air, gravity can't keep it down on the ground.
No,
correct?
it's
no, it
not about
can if-
keeping it on the ground.
It will
It's
try.
about keeping it within the orbit of the Earth.
Yeah, once it goes to a certain level, the atmosphere where the air itself actually becomes equal to the density of whatever the air inside of the balloon is, it will stop rising.
You
And
guys must believe in aliens then, right?
Of course,
I don't-
by then,
Oh,
No,
we're
we
not
just
going down
believe in
that rabbit hole.
atmospheric pressure.
Gravity is
It's-
misunderstood. It's more like buoyancy and magnetism.
No, buoyancy is a good way to
Pops,
look at
you keep
it.
doing
actually.
this
Buoyancy is a good
Kathy
way to look at
Newman
it.
fucking. So you're
Because
saying
I'm trying
you
to
must
bring up
also,
100 points because everything
you
you're
must
saying
also
is
believe
what you've
in
been
da, da,
told,
da,
not
da,
what you
da,
can
da.
prove. I don't know a pilot that's ever said he could see the curvature, but aircraft Sparky.
Okay, so when you
And
fly,
I know a few pilots. I got
when
a
you
few
fly
friends.
over 60,000 feet, you can actually start to see the curvature of the Earth.
All right. I wish I could get up there.
There's
and
a
see myself.
reason why when you're at altitude, you can see a further distance than you can when you're flat on the ground. You do realize that even pirates, with a peg leg, a fucking bird, and one fucking eye, realize that if they stayed just off the coast, a certain distance, usually about 12 to 13 miles, they could be on top of their sails and they could see the land, but the land
I got the
couldn't
Boeing
see
video.
them.
That goes all the way back to if you really want to go down into people understanding that there is a curvature, go all the way back to Troy. There's a reason that the Greek fleet stayed a certain amount of distance out of sea, because they knew from on the land, Troy, they couldn't see them. It's not because they were so far out that the human eye couldn't see them. It's because of the curvature. And once they came over, yes, you could see them. Technically, if the Earth was flat,
It would
the
definitely
human
be
eye.
because of the human eye. Come on now.
No,
No,
because
you can't see them because of the curvature.
The curvature is only 8 inches every mile. How many miles do you think your human eye could see?
Yeah,
I could look it up for you if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
You can see
I know
the
you can see
sun.
like 15 miles of visibility at 30,000 feet.
I know. I can see at least 4 miles. I personally measured it once.
You can see the sun.
Yo, how come when you sit there, right, on like
We're
the
talking about
beach,
a
you can
boat.
see
We're
a
not talking
ship,
about the
right,
sun.
disappear into the horizon? It disappears, but then you get binoculars and you can see it again.
What
the
you're talking
curvature.
about is viewing arc, basically. What happens is as something gets further away from you, it takes up a smaller amount of your field of view, and so even if you can even if your eyes can still pick up the light, eventually it gets to be like a small enough dot that you can't really resolve it.
The furthest the human eye
looks like it's floating.
Just
right,
to
in
answer
the
your
sky.
question, if the surface of the Earth was flat, the furthest you could see would be 3 miles away if you had 20/20 vision.
I can see 4. I measured it once.
All right. And if it's curved, how far can you see? You can tell me you can see further.
Depends on
No,
your
you would be seeing less.
You'd be seeing less unless you got higher up.
Yeah,
No,
altitude.
it's only 8
altitude
inches
can
every
affect
mile.
how far you can see. So if you go to
3
Lookout
miles.
Mountain in Tennessee, you can see a lot further than what you would down in the valley.
Yeah, so if we're saying at sea level without any curvature, you would be able to see 3 miles away.
Right. I'm not arguing that. What's that got to do with it?
Now, if you get binoculars and you can see further,
Of course you can.
does that mean
Well, yeah,
that the world
because you're condensing light into a smaller point, so you could actually see further out.
Do you believe in that mathematical formula with the curvature to begin with? Because if it drops 8 inches every mile, then at a certain point,
Well,
you were
with
certain
binoculars, that's what we're talking about. We're just talking about condensing
But I
something
understand.
large into something small.
So if you look at the Statue of Liberty and you went 60 miles out, you shouldn't be able to see it with binoculars because the curvature would make it disappear, but yet you could still see it.
Oh, I got a good question. If the
This is the
curve, if the
argument.
Earth is curved, right? Why does water level flat indefinitely?
It's called sea level on top of it.
The water level's not flat though.
It's flat.
No, the water level is not flat.
It is though.
And on the ground, oh wait, how about on the ground? There's no curvature for like you're building a railroad, and you can look. Railroad engineers put track down on the planet, and they never make anything about curvature like to use extra metal because you have to use extra metal. Look, if you got a hill like this,
That's because you level the fucking ground as you build on top of it.
they don't level the ground all the time.
Yeah, though they do have to level it some because the rail can only bend so much.
This is true. If you want to really look up that information, you can look up North Carolina's famous can opener bridge.
You also have to level the ground for when you make a road.
That's what I'm saying, bro. If they have to level the ground, right, then it's not curved.
That made no fucking sense.
Yeah.
Actually, they do have to level it if it's curved. If
Right.
it was flat, they wouldn't have. Well, even if it's flat, you're going to have hills that you have to level. Well, even a flat Earth, you would have to level a certain.
I'm just saying, if
the
they don't
planet
want
may
to
be
accept
flat,
my
but that don't mean
opinion,
the
bro.
whole planet's perfectly level. So let's get, there's mountains and everything.
Yeah, how does that happen?
You guys don't believe in the Bible, then, so you are atheist, even though you're going to tell me you're Christian. Because if you've read the Bible, it tells you that we live in a planet with a firmament over us, like a dome.
How about you stop telling us
seriously,
what we
people
believe in?
4,000 years
If
ago
you read
were
the Bible
fucking retarded.
and you understand the Bible, you will know that we live in a firmament.
Firmament.
And you'll know.
Okay, here's my question to that then. If that's the case, and yet, how is it that I can start at one point of the Earth, go in a straight line, and end up right where I started if I just keep walking?
Have you done this?
Who's done
There are
this?
people that have done this, yes.
I don't know.
I don't know them. You bring me a person on this panel, bro, that has went all the way around the Earth by going in a straight line, and I'll agree with you.
You bring me a person who's seen the edge of the world and the underside of beneath it, and I'll agree that it's flat.
I'll agree that
Fair
it's
enough.
round if you could show me one picture from space that it's a real picture. How's that? And where are all the satellites?
okay,
They
like-
disappear?
It doesn't
What
matter.
are you
because
wanting
you would do
exactly?
that
Are you wanting
like
like
a
a
computer
fucking
generator.
plural?
What I'm telling you is you're being lied to about everything. Even the shit you learned in school is
Lied
bullshit.
to.
And they're teaching you this stuff, and they think it's real. Your professors believe it's real because they've been taught that. Okay? You've been lied to, and you've been had, and you've been conned, and your egos will not let you let it go. See, you don't want to believe that the Earth ain't round because that's because you would feel conned and dumb. There is
Okay,
no
so
proof
here-
at all.
here's a question.
There
Here's
is
a question
no
then.
proof at all that the Earth is round.
Sorry,
Zero.
So here's a question. Then.
Not one picture from space. Not one.
So do you believe in gravity or not?
I don't know what gravity actually is. I don't believe that gravity holds the ocean.
Gravity is simply that dense mass will be attracted to mass. The denser
Two
the mass,
objects
it's
just
closer.
acting on each other.
Gravity's a
the denser-
mathematical formula,
The
isn't
problem with gravity is it can't be observed in a vacuum or in any other
I don't believe
experiment.
that. Yo, I'll be
Can't
real. I
prove-
don't believe that gravity is based on mass as
Yeah.
a whole.
Well, but density.
I believe in Einstein's theory that
buoyancy.
Like there's
Einstein
actual
was a Mason,
substance
so let's
to
get into that part
motherfucking
next.
to
Well, no,
like
the
Einstein
more-
was a
to,
Mason?
the
the more-
motherfucking
Really?
space.
Einstein was a Jew.
gravity-
I didn't know they allowed
He's a
Jews.
Jesuit.
Hold the fuck
The
on real quick.
Masons are
Goddamn.
Jews.
Jesus Christ. Hold the fuck on. Gravity is the attraction of mass to other mass. The denser that mass is, that's the reason the core of the Earth is always going to be more dense as opposed to the crust. The denser the matter, the more it's going to be attracted to the
How do
And
you
there
know
also
what's in the-
has to
how
be
do
a
you know what's in the
rotational
core?
force in order for
That's
the,
what we can
We
observe.
never dug that deep. How do we know what's in it?
Because we can observe that heavier metals always are found deeper in the Earth's crust, whereas things that are lighter are always towards the surface. We
Yeah,
know
but
the
that
more
doesn't
dense
mean
matter,
anything.
but we know the more dense matter is,
As we
the
dig, it gets
closer it is.
heavier. All right.
But that doesn't
I'll
mean
agree with that.
gravity. That's just that heavier
that's-
shit goes down.
But
That's all
that's
that
gravity.
proves.
That's gravity.
That's not what gravity is, though.
No,
It's
the denser something
you
is,
gotta
the
understand.
more gravitational attraction it has. The
But
more
listen,
dense
Doku.
the molecular structure is,
Doku.
the more heavy or the more powerful the attraction is going to be.
Doku, you got to understand that's just the theory of heavy shit goes down.
It's not the theory. We can dig a hole in the ground and find iron,
Yeah,
but you're
but
not
then
gonna
you have
find
to
it.
define where is down, and you can't have a
Listen,
fucking
Down
reality
is
where there's
down.
a million
Down
downs,
is
bro.
down. Down is not on the surface. Down is down.
I want to believe
Yeah,
the Earth is
exactly. There's
round.
only one
Show me the
down,
picture. Show
which
me
means
one
that there's
picture.
no space.
You're
there's no
Define what a
planets, there's no
picture is. Do you want a
gravity.
fucking
isn't
There's
Polaroid?
one down.
I want a
All
photo from
cameras now
fucking
are-
space that ain't CGI. That's
You
what I
gotta
want.
understand.
All
Do I have to
cameras
complicate
now are
things?
fucking digital, you goddamn boomer.
The creation
What's the boomer
started
got to
here.
do with a fucking digital camera? Still going to show me a real photo.
You know,
I want to
find-
see a photo
find
with
me
all these
iron-
fucking satellites that ain't there.
Find me fucking iron floating above my head and find me hydrogen floating below my feet, and then
Well,
we
your
can start arguing
theory,
about
your
gravity.
theory supports that because you say that there's planets flying above your head that's made out of iron.
They're not
they have
within the
their own
gravitational
gravity.
field of the Earth.
No, you're saying they have their own gravity, but they're still
They
above your
do.
head.
Yes,
Show me a video of an astronaut doing a
Your theory
360
is
with his
garbage.
camera in space.
It's just down is
They don't.
down.
Find
There's
me,
only one
find
down.
me, find me iron. Find me iron that's floating above my head. You want?
I'm telling you, they lied to you. I'm not. I don't have
What
to
do you
prove
think
shit. I don't know what
meteorites are
gravity
made
is.
out of?
To me, it's just a word.
Here.
Is this?
I got something for you there, Pops.
Does this?
Do you believe in GPS?
Does this bottle cap? Does it? Hold on. Sorry, aircraft. Does this bottle
We have
cap
satellites,
weigh less?
but they're
Does
below.
Does this bottle cap?
They're
weigh
below the Earth's
less?
atmosphere. So
Does this
GPS
bottle
is
hold the fuck, Pops? Hold on.
Good.
Does this bottle cap weigh less than fucking hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen?
Doku, your theory supports what you just argued against, and your fucking bottle cap autism isn't going to change my opinion.
Flat Earth could have gravity
you
anyway,
sure?
so it wouldn't matter.
Well, this bottle cap is clearly has a stronger gravitational field, stronger gravitational pull. It's clearly more dense than any of the air I'm breathing right now, which is why it falls every time I fucking drop.
Yeah, because heavy shit goes down.
Yeah, that's gravity.
Heavy shit goes down. It's not gravity.
Why is that called gravity?
Gravity.
It's buoyancy.
That's a piece of metal going through the air. That's all it fucking
There's only
is.
one direction of down, though.
And
You know what I'm
why
saying?
is it
Gravity
going-
supports
what goes up
multiple
must come
theories
down.
of directions of down just floating around in nothing. This is ridiculous.
No, down.
You think that's buoyancy and not
You
gravity?
can't, you can't have an
down-
infinity of shit fucking with infinite downs and then shit just attracted to those downs because those downs are heavier than your downs that you've like that
And you
doesn't even
think
make
that's-
fucking sense.
And you think that's buoyancy and not gravity?
Yeah, it's very simple. Buoyancy, right?
That's not buoyancy
You're
at all.
heavier than what's around you, you go down. If you're not, you go up.
The balloon doesn't start floating.
The balloon is less dense than the water, it goes up. It's less dense than the air, it goes
Yo,
up, right?
TK. Yo, TK,
You're not.
you there?
You go down.
Yeah, I've been trying to say
Yo,
something,
bro,
but people have been stepping
Discord,
on me.
Discord video, bruh. Put it up, share it with the motherfucking group. Yo, we got like, yo, look, Pops wants to see astronauts.
I
spinning
put
in
it for
space.
you,
We're gonna
bro.
show him.
I want to see a 360.
We will show him spinning in space. Which joint?
Which
You
joint?
sent me a video to put up on the thing, Tom.
360.
Is that, you put it to a minute 10? We're gonna do Mike's first.
I don't know. You got it. This is your shit.
I want Pops.
I got a different video though.
Yeah. I know. I got you. Right? But I'm gonna show you motherfucking Pops so you understand exactly what's going on. Is that a minute 10?
I love those pallets.
That ain't a passenger plane.
No, that's
cargo.
I want you to understand how planes work.
That's a cargo plane. That ain't a passenger plane.
Okay. But you do realize that.
What are you showing me a cargo fucking plane? Show me a passenger airline that puts that much shit in it.
I don't put that much shit.
You guys are just biting your own selves. You guys just talk shit. It's a cargo plane.
Well, no,
It's not a passenger airline.
I just wanted you to understand, like, yo, how planes get loaded.
Mo, I seen them put tanks in airplanes. I know how big. What do you guys like? Listen to me. You guys think because I talk like this, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Because you demonstrate repeatedly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And actually, no,
Who
it's
is
not
that?
because of your accent, it's because of what you say.
Who is that? Mr. fucking genius Einstein over there? Use some more fancy
Compared to
words.
you, yes. Although compared to you, a rabbit is a goddamn genius.
Yo, here's the bottom line, dummy. If I was you making big fucking money engineer and 30 years old, I would have a bitch sucking my shit right now instead of being on YouTube. Except you got nothing better to do with your life than come on YouTube. See?
Because I'm the fucking co-host.
You know why?
here.
You don't even get pussy. You look at porno. Who knows if it's gay porno anyway? But you're looking at porno, you little homo, and get some fucking furniture in your house that you're a fucking engineer and you look like you're living in a fucking crack den with no furniture. So you can lick the bottom of my balls. Okay?
I'm young and you're not.
And I fuck more women than you ever will. Period. End of story.
Citations needed.
Yeah,
I mean, you were asking for receipts on fucking
You wanna know
everybody
what?
else, and you're talking all sorts of big bullshit. I can call bullshit on you too.
Bullshit. It's a cargo fucking plane. You said a passenger plane, you fucking knucklehead. Show me a passenger plane and
Show me that you're not getting your ass fucked down the street right now.
Well,
you
doesn't
said
matter.
you,
You got
I'm
no
in a crack
proof.
house. You look like you're in a cracked out
You
den.
live in a crack den. I don't.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yo.
Post proof.
By the way,
Go ahead.
Primal,
Prove
man,
it
what
to
up?
me.
How you doing, man?
What up, yo?
So anyway,
What up?
How
to
you
get
doing?
away from this knucklehead,
All is
you
well.
show me a cargo plane, and you're telling me a
got all
passenger
cargo
airline can fit that shit inside of it. So again, you're wrong again.
Where did
You're
we
wrong.
say
You don't
that?
listen to
anybody wanna
anything
look it up
anyone
and post it
says,
up,
and
you
then you
can.
expect other people to listen to you.
Well, what are
Yo,
we
TK.
talking about? A passenger airline
Go for
fitting
it.
tons of shit inside
Discord
of it.
DMs, bro. You a video, right? You want to play it so like he can see an astronaut
Play
spinning
me a
without gravity.
fucking astronaut spinning around out there. That ain't CGI. Go ahead. That he's not in a
I
fish
don't
tank.
see the video.
Oh, there you
inside.
go.
Oh shit! I sent it to Mike.
doesn't exist.
God damn it.
That's why.
Hang on, man.
Just like
I'll
your
send it to you.
CGI NASA fucking planets that they make every 5 years, they change.
There we go, buddy.
So,
Yo, here,
the
put
Earth,
it up, bro.
all of a sudden,
Bucket,
the
yo.
United States got bigger out of nowhere. You know, it grew. You know, land grows now. This is what you.
It
knuckleheads
does,
wanna
believe it or
believe.
not.
Your ass, it grows. If anything,
does
it
grow.
would shrink, not grow.
Nope, it grows.
Oh, the water level's getting lower, so now the Earth is getting bigger. The United States actually gains land. When did this ever
Surprisingly,
happen? I want to buy
yeah.
some of that real estate.
You'd actually be
Surprisingly
surprised what's going on right now. Believe it or not, the Pacific Ocean is shrinking. The Atlantic Ocean is growing.
Oh.
You will soon be able to walk to Japan from San Francisco.
Okay, so we got land growing now.
Not soon.
Indeed.
Not anytime.
In 5 years, the
Not soon.
continent
He's
doubled
actually
in
talking
size.
about
It's going to be a couple million years, but it's happening.
He's
You're
talking about the shifting of tectonic plates. It's a
He's
little
talking about
different.
millimeter inches. Here we go. Let's go.
Millimeter inches. That's
That's just an expression. What do you think? Millimeters and inches are two different categories. We know. this.
yeah. There are two different measurements of distance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'd love to see a millimeter inch. So that'd be kind of interesting.
Well, we should use the metric. The inch. We should use the metric system anyway, but we don't. Well,
I don't think you were sharing sound, dude, because I can't hear anything.
What is this guy doing? That he's spinning
all right.
around on the planet. Fast forward this shit. Who wants to see
Hang
this
on.
knucklehead talk?
Hang on, man.
He's on a harness anyway, probably.
All right, hang on. Hold up. Right, we got this one. I mean, like his feet ain't touching the fucking. I mean, that's something that you can do just naturally. You know what I mean?
Well,
Check
I
my
mean, you can
video,
do
dog.
that with a
On
plane
Earth.
that's sending.
I could
check
put a
my video,
harness
bro.
in back of him and fucking
The
get it
vomit
easier.
comet. The vomit comet.
My video is undeniable proof. Smoking gun. Undeniable.
But yet they want to
All right,
believe.
here, watch.
Look,
Watch this
he don't
dude.
got a
Watch
harness
this dude.
right there in the
He's
back
actually-
of him. Look at that thing, holding him up almost. You can see his shirt.
Where? Where's the harness
Well,
at?
where is the guy doing
Where?
a 360? I'm not talking about a guy floating in a ship. They can make this. They can do this shit in a thing,
Where?
an air tank or some shit.
You
I don't
just
know.
said there was a harness attached. I'm not seeing any harness popped, and he
There's
is
a harness
spinning
on him.
360 by 360.
There was probably a harness on him before.
It's
Who knows?
because he's
Okay, then where
out.
is
He's
it?
outside of the gravitational
He's-
pull. He's outside. He's outside.
No,
of,
it's because he's in free fall. He is falling towards the Earth. Like the thing with gravity is that it doesn't fall off nearly as quickly as people think it does.
So you're telling me they can't do this? They can't
if you
do
get
this.
outside of if you get outside of the range of the gravitational pull of the Earth, you
No.
could do this as well.
Is this Doku?
Yeah.
Is this in a tank?
Yeah. That's not how that works. What happens is when you're in orbit, you're just moving sideways fast enough that you're dropping in as fast as you're moving.
So I
sideways.
have to believe this
still-
video.
Hey,
one my son
Pop,
showed you,
shut
you
the
don't have to
fuck up
believe.
for a second. I'm talking to Doku. But anyhow, you're basically falling towards the Earth as fast as you're going sideways, and so you're actually still very much inside the gravitational pull of the Earth. That's a common misconception.
We
And
call
actually,
this
yeah,
thing
you
orbit.
Hey,
are correct. You are
TKM,
correct. I
stop
forgot
fucking
about.
interrupting me when I'm interrupting
How
you.
about you stop talking over fucking everyone like it's
Stop
your goddamn
interrupting
show?
me when I'm interrupting you. You get
And
it?
actually, to be fair, TK,
You're not even laughing because
TK
you're still a
TK
fucking donkey. That was
TK,
funny.
you are correct because I did forget about something. If he was completely outside of the Earth's gravitational pull, he would be attracted to the walls of the spacecraft themselves because even if it's minuscule, that would have a gravitational pull because they have mass.
Bullshit, that thing. Where are they? They're in a fucking tank somewhere in Nassau. Where are they?
Where are you, some fucking crackhead in Brooklyn?
They're not in space. Where is the video of an astronaut in fucking space?
Okay, find a video. Find a video of an astronaut pulling out a liquid, liquid, and watch the liquid actually.
So the videos my son just showed you are a lie, and that video's true. Is that what you're saying?
Pull this one up. Pull this one up.
Well, the videos he showed you.
Mike, I'm sorry, my brother. I was trying to move the video, and like you were right next to it. Like yo, like.
But what about the videos we watched before this? They're lies.
I did not mean to move you.
So what are we CGIing that it's fake? Is that what you're saying?
Find a video of somebody squeezing out liquid inside of a quote unquote zero G environment, and watch the liquid be attracted to the side of it.
Yo, Pops is unreasonable.
I play video games that got better graphics,
bro. This video right here will settle the debate. It's right here, bro.
No, your videos aren't true.
No,
Only
this is a different video.
This video will settle the debate.
It'll settle the debate.
Hold on, hang on, man. I'm putting it on. Hang on a second. Come on, add a stream. There we go. All right, there you go.
How'd they film them leaving, dog? I just want to know who filmed them leaving.
I'm in second grade. Could you throw a somersault right now?
No, that looks like a natural reaction to not having anything to brace against to me.
And remember that these guys are nerds. They're not going to be the most athletic.
Low Earth orbit is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away.
That is, low Earth orbit is something that
The moon is claimed to be 238,000 miles away. That's a big
people
difference.
define it differently.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today.
Yo, I'm
these
saying,
guys are
right?
saying they can't
you
leave
gotta
lower
remember, like
Earth
all the
orbit,
stuff that's like CGI'd. Well, like yo, all the stuff they have that like they say is CGI, and or like you say is CGI and it's cheesy. You have to remember, like the vast majority of it is they're trying to sell it to like the American Congress to get funding, right? So like that's how they put out the shit. It's the same way they sell like, you know, I mean, all the garbage that they do. Like Elon Musk sells tons of shit with like fake ass CGI bullshit, but like
who filmed them leaving, dog?
And the motherfucking the
So
Hyperloop.
who filmed the ship leaving the moon?
Who filmed them leaving, dog?
They landed
The
in a
rover.
ship that looks like it was made
The
out of
rover
aluminum
filmed it
foil.
leaving.
But how?
The rover, they say, with the delay of 3 seconds from
Yo,
Earth to the rover, you couldn't even film it. If it was only a 3-second delay to the rover.
What about the joint where the light fell down, bro?
Instantaneously filmed.
The
as it was going up.
WikiLeaks. What about the WikiLeaks where the light fell down and the camera crew came out?
Yeah, I don't think we landed on
And
the
the
moon,
scuba
man.
tank.
Yo, listen.
I believe
The problem-
gravity is real, but we didn't land on
Well,
it.
there's
water
no proof
bubble.
of gravity.
The harness dudes. I mean, if we continue, you know what I mean? There's a lot more fails
Well,
at this point.
when they're saying
I
they can't leave
think
low
a
Earth
better
orbit,
question would be, what would be the standard that would actually like satisfy either of you? Because I don't think there is one that is reasonably possible.
How many
show
times
me a
do I gotta show
video
you
of
they're
an
lying
astronaut
for you to
in
believe they're
space.
lying?
In space, you know when there are astronauts
You know
in
what I mean?
space and he's filming. Show me one that he does a 360. Show
Okay,
me
all right.
one.
Like here's the question, right? Here's the question. Here's what it is. Okay,
They can't do it.
so are they lying about everything or just some things? Is the
They're
question?
lying about
I
that
believe
we
they're
can go
lying
into
about
space
just some things.
because
They're
they don't
lying
want you to
about all,
know this
They're lying
planet was
about-
made.
They're
by
lying
the
about
creator.
most things.
I mean, I'll be honest. It wouldn't
I
surprise
want to say they're
me if
lying
they
about
lied
some
to-
things, but they're not lying about everything.
Just like the Egyptians built the pyramids, right?
Can't lie about everything.
No, the Jews built
Tell me,
pyramids.
Well,
That's
you know, it
documented.
wouldn't surprise me if we lied about the first moon landing just because we wanted to defeat the Soviet Union and just demoralize them. The first moon landing, if we lied about that, I really wouldn't be shocked. And I also don't think that we lack the technology to get there. I just think we probably would have lied first just to prove that we got there first. And that wouldn't surprise me.
And
That wouldn't
let's
shock me.
let's also be real. Even if we did land on the moon, and I'm just saying if, so we can sidestep the fucking issue for half a second. All right. Even if we did, right, you got to understand that we would also fake it.
Well, and the reason I say it wouldn't surprise me if we lied about the moon landing at the time that we did, because we need to beat the Soviet Union. You have to remember at the same time, we're still dumping a shit ton of money to actually get to the moon. So yeah, let's say we lied about the moon landing for the sake of getting there first. We've dumped so much money into it. It wouldn't surprise me if we got there after the fact. But yeah,
And also let's be real here. Like, what if it is like the dumbest, most banal explanation of we did it, but the footage was so bad that we just used the fake footage?
well, and that's the thing with when you see the flag and everybody's like bitching about like, oh, the flag doesn't have this and that. It's like, dude, you realize that's a freaking foil flag, right? Like,
Yo, I'm telling
What
you
if
that
the
this
creator
video
made the
breaks
planet
it
with a
down,
firmament and you can't leave Earth because we're in a fishbowl.
Why are you
and
guys
it
so scared of the
proves
truth?
That the Almighty made
Because
this
you
place.
have,
Bro,
See?
I could yell at you like Pops all
no
night,
actual
and we ain't gonna get
empirical
nowhere. So I bring
evidence
you
for
the
You got no
facts.
evidence either. You
I
just
bring
got
you
theories.
literally
Gravity's
footage
a theory.
of the evidence.
No
I mean,
I mean, yeah, because evidence is not self-proven.
I'm trying to show you
1 equals 1 does not prove that 1 equals 1.
exactly. I'm
unfortunately.
letting you base your own opinion with what I'm presenting you. This is the facts. They're lying. If you
Okay.
don't believe
Yeah,
it, that's on
all
you.
right, all right,
No,
all right.
you
all right.
present
Look,
wild
as much
conjecture
as
strung together.
as much
Well,
as much as I enjoy like conversating about like nonsense that, and I mean, like, you know, you're never going to convince anybody about like their fucking point that they've dug in their heels on. I want to say hi to Doler and Mountain. These are new
guys.
fellas in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
And you know what I'm
How's
saying?
it
He has a
going?
podcast that has been, you know what I mean, put into my Discord. You know what I mean? And I believe it or not, I think it's well worth watching. I thoroughly enjoyed, you know what I mean, like listening to his shit. It's fucking awesome.
Hey, thanks, bro. I liked
I
your,
appreciate it, man.
You put one in ours also. I watched it with the 2.5 hours with Snake. I thought it was cool. I watched the whole thing.
Word? Yeah, yo, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's appreciated.
Yeah, well, Snake and I
right.
spent a lot
But
of
shit,
time
like so
talking about the same shit.
Huh?
I believe the Earth was round my whole life. So for me to figure
Yo,
it, it's
Pops,
not
hang
round.
on, man.
I
Yo,
did a lot of
Pops,
homework.
Pops.
Yeah, I got a couple of
Pops,
questions. We were watching your podcast
up.
for a minute. So here's just a thought experiment, because you know I'm kind of like I believe what I see kind of guy, and this is fun. You know. All right, so here's a thought experiment, right? If we're all going to take a glass of water right now and pour it out, it would all go like down from the opening of the container, right? Like for each of us, wherever we are. So if we were to all draw a straight line from the source of where the liquid comes from and just draw it in perpetuity, draw it up and down, I guess if we were to map that out, it would be inconclusive if it would be parallel lines in a series, right? Or if they would eventually point to a common center. Like that's the whole argument right there. But what I was thinking on top of that is if we kind of just state our general location, like I'm in Jersey, right? And if we had enough guys in here from around the world or, you know, across the world, whichever way we want to look at it, the question is, if those lines that we drew would converge around a center, then like let's say you're in California and I'm in Jersey, I'd say, okay, well, to reach you, I have to go left. It wouldn't be a matter of efficiency. Like, well, why would you go right? It's a question is, can I go right and get to you? And that's my thought experiment.
I feel where you are, but like, yeah, actually, like I kind of want to discuss your video a little bit, right?
All right, word.
You know what I'm saying? The one you dropped earlier today about like fucking parenting and shit, right? Because it was super interesting to me, right? And what you came up with the conclusion like about like a third of the way into your video where you said like people should have permits to have kids, right? And like the government should tell you whether or not you're allowed to have kids. Right. And
wait, that's a jump. I never said that. I was just kind of making a point, like, you know, some kind of class where my thought, I was just riffing. My thoughts on it really is that government should really have nothing to do with it because that's just not their fucking place. But in the absence of something more prevalent in the zeitgeist, right? We need I feel the same way, by the way, about the lack of shit in education. You got kids coming out of high school. They're not allowed to be talked to by the trades. Their guidance counselors are all like, what college are you going to? And the whole social norm, the prevalent attitude is, you know, what school are you going to? Like, what do you mean? And then you look down upon if you're going to fucking turn a screwdriver, God forbid, pull some wire or something like that. And at the same time, they don't know how to do credit. They don't understand like half the shit they're about to jump into. You know, they're already being prospected by credit companies and they're getting cards in the mail with limits and shit. And, you know, the best advice they get is, oh, it's good to establish credit. Yeah, but how does it work? And so at the same time, there's no education. It can be supplemented outside of that realm. I think it would be better to be all inclusive because then no one can say I was never told. Right now, it's the Wild West, man. It's like you consume information that you seek. the shit that they're giving to us through formal education, through the state, they don't even know why they're teaching us the shit they're teaching us. You know what I mean? So when I defer to the state, I'm talking more of like, you know, being more socially responsible with the shit that they tell us we should be learning. But I'm not advocating for more government because, like, I believe in an old saying. Sorry, I know you want to jump in, but like, I really strongly believe there's no problem so bad the government won't make it worse.
You and me can be friends.
Well, all right. So, all right, man. I wanted to put this up, right? You know what I mean? Because I think it's kind of important if you can look at your screen and shit, right? We've come up with this idea. Yeah, we've come up with this ideology of that the United States should be more geographically centered towards, you know what I mean, like where you live, right? And some of this ain't right. You know what I mean? Like Louisiana and Mississippi, I fucked up on. I should have like added that to the South or something like that, right? But it's an in general thing of like where like your geographical location should, you know what I mean, like play a bigger role in, you know what I'm saying, like what your government is and how you're governed and look at people who are governing you. And this mentality comes from an ideology that I think that like we don't have a culture as Americans, right? Our culture is kind of like dictated by like consumer advertising, right? It's, you know what I mean, like, you know, like fucking Ford versus Chevy. It's, you know what I mean, NFL and MLB, you know, it's, you know what I mean, it's internet and fucking, you know, corporatists. Are you a fucking nerd? Are you into Star Trek or fucking Star Wars or whatever the fuck it is, right? It's all these terrible things that's nothing more than fucking advertising. And I think really that's more of the problem that we're facing. You know what I mean? That the fact that like the truth is that you don't have like these, you're not tied to a community. You know what I'm saying? You're looked at as like this super individual where you have no help. You know what I mean? Like your community doesn't welcome new children into it. You know what I mean? Like you don't, you know what I mean, have like a center of like families and fucking communities and shit. And I think that's a fact of culture at the moment. And I think this part of the problem will we have when we're talking about like raising kids and having kids and making them members of our society is the fact that like literally we don't have cultures that make up our society as a whole.
I mean, you look at it today, you're fucking looking at all these people trying to murder their unborn children. It's not like they're going to welcome them in here anyway.
That's right. Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? So like, then this is kind of like the mentality that I get to. And I like your ideology, right? About like, you know, how like everybody should have like classes or something like this. But I think maybe, just maybe, like the problem is the fact that we're all trying to fit into this corporate structure that probably isn't very conducive to you being a human being as a whole.
Yeah, there's something spiritually off. Well, I have a few thoughts if I may.
Go for it.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Cool.
Go ahead, man. You're newbie in the neighborhood, man. You know what I'm saying?
One,
like, we welcome motherfuckers in our community.
I like where that's at. I don't think it's. I mean, yes, there's definitely swinging cultural differences by latitude and longitude, but I think the major factor in separating camps and schools of thought and, you know, how you would subdivide rules for citizens is by, are you in a city or are you rural? I think that's where the first lowest common denominator divide is. You can't, that's why communism fucking fails and sucks, is because they have these city fucks. You know, people in ivory towers, they think everyone who doesn't live in a city is a knuckle dragging Neanderthal, and they shouldn't have a right to decide how to make their own food. I mean, there's evidence for this right now. You've got Indian farmers that are being forced onto the Monsanto program, killing themselves. There's a huge fight in Mexico where farmers who have been growing all these hundreds of variants of corn for thousands of years are now being told, nah, you don't know what you're doing. Buy the Monsanto shit that you have to buy every year and then spray it with, you know, Roundup. Like so that speaks to your corpo state of things. But you can't have people making rules for people they don't understand.
Now, when you're talking about Indian farmers, you talk about Feather or Red Dot?
Over in Asia.
Oh, okay.
The farming caste.
Dude, it's a real tragic fucking thing. These guys, they don't know how to deal with it. The laws are being handed down to them by corrupt politicians. Like, hey, you have to buy Monsanto seed. And they're literally like, how sad is that? Someone's killing themselves. And what do? They grow food for a living, and they're fucking.
You know
dying.
what's crazy about that seed too, bro? They own the seeds, right? And they try to sue people that ain't growing their shit because it pollinates it, and they own the fucking patent to the seed. And then they got all kinds of crazy shit where it needs certain kinds of fertilizers, but those fertilizers destroy the land, and so nothing will ever grow there anyway. After like 10 years, they've been noticing. This is why they're throwing out, you know what I mean? I don't want to say the dude's name, you know what I mean? Microsoft founder and all that. They're throwing them out of fucking India because they noticed that even when they buy the seeds and use them and grow them with their pesticides, they destroy the land and they can't grow shit there anymore. It's actually designed to fuck them.
Sure. Well, the health of the food is determined by the health of the topsoil.
It's not just money, though. You got what I'm saying? They
Well,
get them
it's
on the
control,
money for
it's all
10
sorts of shit.
years, and then their property worth shit can't grow nothing on it. They're really there to put them out of business.
Yeah, I think it's
Well,
gentrification
no.
of the farmlands.
Well, no. What they want to do is they want
a fucking
to.
tech. It's a fucking tech
they
guy
wanna-
who doesn't understand agriculture. Is the case? He had made a business. He put out a whole bunch of seeds. He wants everybody to use the seed.
Understands it completely, and he pays people that
he
understand it
doesn't.
better than the people he employs understand it better than you can imagine. All right,
I
that's
doubt
number one.
it.
Number two, he just bought up a fuck ton of farmland in the U.S. and plans on creating a techno farm industry with drone farmers and shit. Look into that. All GMOs.
What Mike is talking about is, does he himself personally understand it? Nah, probably not for jack shit. But he doesn't need to. He has enough money to hire someone to do it for him.
I would doubt that the people that he would hire would actually understand it either.
Well, they probably understand it, but they probably have a different. Let's just say they probably have a different.
Here's
doubt.
Why would
Well,
you
like,
hire
here's
somebody that
here's
don't
what it is.
understand? That would be stupid.
Well, here's what it is. So, all right. Here's because it's the American model, right? So, like back in the 1920s and 30s with like a Dust Bowl and shit in America, FDR sat here and brought colleges, which used to actually like be the places where we would get our seed from. And I mean, like actual universities would stand here and develop different forms of grain, different forms of corn, different forms of wheat and soybeans and shit. And that was like the natural farming technology. Like what they did was they brought those in the government, and then they took them out and they put them into places, or like they were like the fucking land was really destroyed and shit. And like instead of like going to your county for help, when like your fucking farm was failing and like your soil was all fucked up, what you did was the federal government came in with all these bureaucrats and they sat here and like tried to tell you how to do your shit, which at that point, believe it or not, was like probably a good thing because motherfuckers were really like starving and things were really bad all across this country. And what happened was the government ended up being taken over by places like fucking Monsanto's, and they sat here and like forced everybody into this ideology of where, okay, you can grow our seeds, use our pesticides, and then use our fertilizer, and like everything will be fine in perpetuity. But they're taking that system and they're trying to spread it throughout the world, where like now you're going to have like Monsanto fertilizer and fucking pesticides and fucking seeds. But that doesn't work in places that don't allow for the pesticides or the fertilizers to grow. And on top of that, it's very, very expensive to do it in other places because their soil is not as rich as ours is, because they've been fucking planting and sowing seeds and pulling nutrients out of that soil for the past 2,000 years, as compared to us who have only been here for 200 and doing mass farming.
And on top of that, the soil here in the U.S. is vastly different than even just the soil in Mexico, let alone the soil in India. Like, it's that radically different that you can actually tell just by looking at the soil under a microscope where it came from on the planet.
Yeah,
that's how different it is.
That brings me back to my point. Why you can't have city slickers or technocrats making rules for people who grow food for generations. They have a different understanding of it. And it's really the politicization and it's lawyers, man. They all lawyered up. They're doing it through the law system, and law means people, and that means politics, right?
Is it the lawyers or is it the insurance companies?
Well, to touch on
both, a little bit of both.
Well, to touch on what Peter was saying, if I was going, I'm not saying I'm doing this because I'm not, so don't hate me for saying what I'm about to say. But from an investor standpoint, if I was really going to, if I had enough money and I was in an advantageous position, this is what I would do. I would look at how American farmland is, and knowing that I can selectively breed certain plants, especially when it comes to grain, that's what I would focus on primarily. And I can breed them where they flourish in certain types of environments, specifically high nitrogen levels of soil. Well, I'm going to selectively breed, whether it's rice, wheat, any form of grain, which is essentially what Bill Gates did. So soybeans as well. Central soya is one of them. If you really want to really start digging into it, central soya is a big one. But these are plants that corn is the other big one. These are plants that require a high amount of nitrogen, and in order to keep these types of plants sustainable and growing at a healthy rate year over year, you need to have high nitrogen levels in your fertilizer. So you're looking at things like terra nitrogen, potash. Those are the fertilizer companies you're looking at. So if it was up to me, I'm not saying I'm doing this, but if I was going to, not only would I buy the farmland, but I would also buy stock in the company that is producing high-level nitrogen fertilizer companies, so that the only way you can even be competitive is you either A, buy my fertilizer, or B, you're buying my crop, because my crop is a higher yield because I'm using the high nitrogen level fertilizer that feeds my crops and gives me a higher yield, which is going to yield me more money, which means I'm going to turn around and buy your farmland because I have more money to spend, and give me 10, 20 years. I'm going to be essentially a farm tycoon. And that's it. That's game over. And it's not that you're really selling that grain to US based consumers. You're mostly selling it to China.
And probably want to toss in there real quick that now that China's having these problems getting enough energy, like, it has basically stopped all production of fertilizer.
Well, let's keep this. Let's keep this a buck about what this really is, right? So, like, we got started off in this conversation tonight talking about evil, and you know what I'm saying, like how the world works in political paradigms, right? And this is kind of where I wanted to introduce, you know what I'm saying, the new guys to our fucking ideologies. We believe in what's known as the cathedral. Right. And the cathedral is really simply put, it's academia plus the media, you know what I'm saying, is breeding government bureaucrats and managers throughout the world. And these government bureaucrats and managers all look back to academia for what they're supposed to do. And it's the same thing everywhere. That's why, like, you got, you know what I'm saying, like the rollout of lockdowns and the jab and fucking all the shit that happened is basically because of the fact that when it really comes to power centers in the world, there's nothing more powerful than the cathedral, right? The cathedral is literally like it's basically the one part of our society that we don't understand as a whole. It's like basically, so when we went through the Industrial Revolution, like the individuals who owned land, who were the aristocrats originally in our country, could no longer like run their businesses because they didn't have the technical expertise. So they hired these managers to run the companies. And this management class in America has grown to the point of where it's now like a decentralized oligarchy. And it makes it look like the media, the corporations, the government, and every government across the world is all moving left. Well, the truth is that they're all coming from the same institutions, or institutions that get their curriculum from those institutions, like Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Georgetown, fucking NYU, whatever it is. And that's kind of where the mentality is. And this is why this shit keeps happening. It's not just the jab. It's everything is like this. They all have the same ideas, and they came from the same fucking places. You know,
Standardized
that's kind of how the
education.
hell shit works. It's a merchant class mentality.
Yeah, I can see that. You know,
Where
it's
is
no
standardized-
small wonder that all of these programs in response to the coup happened across multiple nations with different political structures and different languages all at the same time, pretty much in unison. It's almost as if they all got visited by the same salespeople.
I mean, the dogmatic ideology being pushed on Western society is pretty apparent in my opinion, and to deny what's currently going on with them essentially trying to remove any dissenters is insanity. Because if you can remove dissent, then you can remove the opposition, and if you have no opposition, obviously you can rise to power like they've done and completely control a population.
That's the thing. Every person who claims to be a philanthropist has millions of dollars behind them, And every person who donates millions of dollars towards philanthropy will ultimately breed someone who is worth millions that will continue to carry on their legacy and continue to consolidate power. It is, as Pinoid said, it is an oligarchy and it feeds itself. You make a shit ton of money, you consolidate power, you feed that money back into the system, and it feeds itself. Anybody that's outside of that,
it all comes out of the universities, right?
well, and that's
It's all
exactly
academic.
why well, and that's the reason the quote philanthropists, they feed money back into the university system or the nonprofits or whatever organization they want to, but that money flow, the way it's churning back and forth in and out of the system, it stays right within that, center eye of the storm, but it never flows out. It doesn't go to people like you and me. And that money system
obviously.
that money system churns back and forth, but unless you manage to be one of the lucky few that break into that system, guess what? You're never going to actually be able to, for lack of a better term, you're never going to be an oligarch. You're never going to be in a position where you can make decisions. You're just going to, at best, you'll stay afloat. At worst, there's going to be more money sucked out of you and put back into the system than you can ever hope to actually really achieve. And that's really the goal, is to build up that sort of proverbial wall.
Ted Kaczynski actually had like a really good piece on this. He said he called it the system's neatest trick. And basically what it is that corporations and, like companies as a whole and governments want individuals to be more welcome, because like the more people you have, in the system, the more profits you make, right? It's a really simple thing. So if you welcome gays, you welcome transsexuals, you welcome women, you welcome blacks, you welcome Puerto Ricans, whoever the fuck it is, it doesn't matter, right? The more of these people you put into the system, the larger your labor pool is, the larger your consumer base is, and the more your fucking system grows. And like the more you're able to like move away from things like racism or sexism or homophobia or transphobia.
Except they don't want to.
Well, it's actually slightly more nefarious than that. And Pinoid, I know you've brought this up before, but I'd just like to touch on this aspect. As soon as you start to get disposable income, like let's say you get past the debt and you have the ability to actually save a little bit of money, and you can break past the inflationary threshold and you start saving money, that's when you actually start paying more and more taxes. And you'll probably look at areas where it's like, okay, and this is the reason they want to keep you dumbed down. When you do have that disposable income, you'll look at someone like, hey, I want someone to invest my money for me. They don't want you to know how to do it for yourself. If you do it for yourself, they'll, I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty details of investing in shorts and how fucked that system is. But as soon as you start ending up with disposable income that is outside of just the general, I earned a little bit of disposable income, I'm going to spend it. Once you break past that threshold, that's when you actually really start losing money, because they will suck that money out of you dry, because they don't want you to break past that threshold. If you do, you actually become a threat to the already established system that is what we call the cathedral, the oligarchy. If you break past that, you become a threat. They do not want that to happen. And that's the kind of dirty little secret. Hey, drop your money into a Citadel. Even Michael Jordan is a good example of this. Go look at how much money Michael Jordan lost just by putting his money into Citadel. It doesn't matter if you're worth millions and billions. It doesn't matter if you're worth only 10 or 20,000.
Nigga, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about at this point. I have no clue what you're talking about at this point, bro.
Okay, Pino, I'll put it to you this. No, okay, I'll put it to you this way.
No. Yo, look, I'm talking about the structures of power. I'm not talking about like, how to make money. I'm talking about the structures.
No,
of power.
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Stop giving stock advice, nigga.
No, I'm not. Oh, dude, if I was gonna give you stock advice, you'd know it. You know that. Dude.
Yo, look, I'm saying, like, yo, look, no, I'm just breaking down like how this whole system works as a whole. Just as an in general thing. Just period, just all together. That's all it is.
That's
like, yo, it's really simple. Like, yo, academia
has the system been like this, Tommy?
Pino, that's what I'm trying to say. Is
since the 1940s.
All right, so how come since 1940 we haven't been in anything like this that we're going through right now.
You have
because like we've hit the point of where infinite growth meets up with motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, finite fucking resources.
Welcome to critical mass.
You've
Right,
also
like, yo, look.
you're at a time where communication is so damn quick.
Well,
And-
Pops, you have been at this point. We've been at this.
Well, no.
threshold all the
Like, yo,
time.
we put
We've never been in
everything
a
to the
global
side. Like all
lockdown.
like last night, you and that female were talking about like why is racism more prevalent now than it's ever been? That's not the case. What the truth is that we put everything aside, like all the fucking like tendencies to be like in group preference and I mean be with our own and all these type of things. We put all that to the side because we had the opportunity to make money and be more stable and secure. And we've reached a point in like history where that's no longer the case, where the system no longer works for the average person. And like the average person now can no longer afford to like own land or like, you know what I mean, like really grow. And like the prospects are so low that now all this shit's coming to the surface that we kind of just push to the side and shoved in the closet.
Right.
That's
Well, the
really
answer is
what's
low
going
income
on right now.
Their answer is low income housing,
Go ahead,
and
Mom.
they foisted upon all of the areas. So I agree with you. The median income has gotten to a dangerously low level, and those people who do put enough scratch together have shitty priorities a lot of the time. There are still success stories. Like there's no better place than here. Probably there are a few places on earth where you really can make it if you really are disciplined enough. You'll make enough money and start
Not
something. And it's not, you're not supposed to be able to do it by yourself in one generation. You know, it should be generational wealth.
Well, and that's the issue. And I wanted to, Mountain, you're correct. And Peanut, I wanted to touch on what you were saying as well. It's not that anything has changed other than the fact that things have accelerated enough to the point where we actually notice it. It's supposed to take 2 or 3 generations for things to get to this point. But now we can actually see how I've saved up this much money and I'm losing more money than I'm actually saving. And it happens in one generation. Again, it's accelerated to the point where now it's noticeable. And people are actually saying like, well, wait a second.
So
what the hell is actually going on? Now we're aware of it.
I agree with what you're saying, but I feel like one fundamental key thing that we have that our forefathers didn't is obviously the internet and our ability to instantly communicate the way we're communicating now. I mean, hell, you know, Pinoid's channel, my podcast, and all these other like right wing or, you know, red pill ideas are being pushed by, you know, the laymen like us, you know, and that's what's really starting to get people to be more aware and realize this kind of shit that's going on. It's not because, you know, it's necessarily degenerating, because, I mean, let's be honest, there are people that live in their own delusional matrix when it comes to the degeneration of society, because they're so stuck in their little fucking shithole or going to their job and then they go home and pass out, man. They don't notice.
Well, they've already started censoring us, and I mean, this is kind of like the only renaissance we're ever gonna have for truth, and then we're gonna have the boot back on our face. So
I
get
agree.
ready to buy land and get in the woods.
Me and Doler were talking about this in DMs earlier. You know what I'm saying? When we were talking about like the pencil thing. Well, nah. Doler, you want to explain the pencil thing? You know what I'm saying? From like Friedman, but like from the governmental sense.
So the idea of the pencil. So I only know the Mildred Friedman version of that idea. You're going to have to explain what you were talking about a little bit.
All right. So like if you took a pencil, right, and made it the size of like a telephone pole and you put it on its point and stood it straight up in the air, like you could hold it up with one finger, right? Because like it's balanced at that point. It's good to go. But like as you start sliding it to the side, right, and you start falling down, you require more and more strength and power to try to push that bitch back the fuck up, right? And that's where we are with the government. It's trying to keep that fucking pencil off the fucking ground. And the longer it stays that way, the more power they're going to take away from us to try to hold up that fucking pencil. And that's where we are right now.
I've done that
You know what I mean?
experiment.
So
That's
like,
kind of fun.
Bitch is gonna,
Well,
if this bitch is gonna collapse, like it needs to happen now. Like because the longer this lasts, the worse this is gonna get. Like legit.
You know, I think a societal collapse is definitely inevitable, especially now. I think we're to the point of no return. But I think that a societal collapse, if we could perhaps, build some systems that will last the next 200 years, kind of like our forefathers did, I feel like the collapse would be more beneficial than detrimental. Well, especially if it forces us to go back into smaller communities and have to band together as humans.
You guys are ignoring one big factor, though. You're ignoring it. All of you, every single one of you are ignoring it because you don't want to face the reality.
Which is
the end. This is the end game. This is revelation. It's biblical. Don't believe it, but it's coming. And you don't have to believe it because I see it and you guys don't. You just think this is one big fucking business and all this shit, and you're overthinking it. The Bible said this is going to happen, and it's going to happen. It's coming.
Pops, I mean, no disrespect, but I feel like that's poor argumentation.
There are evil fucking forces at work right now.
Well, I can't disagree with evil forces at work. I think it's poor argumentation to say I know and you don't. That's
I'm telling you, I do know one thing. It's coming. Maybe not my life.
It's the Rumble Room. Everybody's welcome. You know what I mean? It's like it is what it is. You know.
Yo, you read the Bible.
People are spiritually blind.
You read the Bible. It gives you a time frame. We're in that time frame. You just don't see it. And the Almighty Son, Jesus, told people, most people are not going to see the signs. Only some. And this, you could think I'm crazy now, but 5 years from now, when you can't get a loaf of bread in the store, because it's going to happen. They're setting you up right now. This is like just the beginning. You're going to have food shortages, prices, inflation, dollar collapsing, world catastrophe, earthquakes, fucking floods. This is all birth pains. And then you're going to see, when the shit hits the fan and they let these demons come. And when they come, go hide in a cave. They'll still find you. It's coming. Stop. You guys are ignoring everything but one thing. Him, the big guy. He made this shit, and he's going to take care of this shit. He's going to destroy this shit. He did it once. He'll do it again. You know why? Because I'm no better than anybody on this show. We're all fucking sinners. We're all pieces of shit. We sin like crazy. We fornicate. We watch porn. We're Sodom and Gomorrah, Mo. And
I would stop projecting there, bud.
I'm not projecting. You read the Bible.
Yeah, you are. You are. You are using the royal we there on your own.
You're a sinner. I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. We're all bad. We live in Sodom and Gomorrah. We let pedophiles walk the streets. We let them put up Baal statues. Not us, these 9 guys in here. This community, this country, these people, let them put statues of Baal on court.
To be fair,
all right. Look, man, I'm gonna mute him out real quick. Hang on a second. Hang on a minute. Let me put this way, right? Let me put this. This is highly important. The problem is that the rest of us are standing here going, Brad. Like I muted you out for a second because it's important for you to have one basic concept. Even if you're right that this is the end times and revelations are coming and Jesus is returning and all this bad stuff's going to happen, right? The question is, do you want your grandkids to live? Right? Do you want my kids to live? Do we want, you know what I'm saying, like everybody's family and children to be okay? Do we want everybody in this live stream to be all right? And if we do, then we need to have some basic motherfucking ideologies to go, what's a better way of doing things? How should we handle ourselves? And can we keep ourselves safe in the meantime when everything's coming through? Because either way it goes, a societal collapse or revelations, we would like ourselves to be safe and happy and move forward. That's the mentality. This is love, son.
Yeah.
This is
It's the same question that I have to ask anybody who claims to be a revolutionary. What comes after?
And I think that's kind of the point where that's kind of why I say I think Pops actually does have a point, because if you look at the societal state, and I know I've said this before, I've said this before, and I hate to repeat myself, but it's kind of that liberal mindset of, we're just going to accept everyone, because if I accept everyone, then that means I'm a good person and this and that and everything. It's like, no, if you're blindly accepting of everyone, you're going to inevitably, given enough time, accept in those who seek to destroy you. And we have hit that kind of point where we're such a prosperous civilization and
tolerance paradox.
Yeah, we have invited in those people who seek to destroy us because we think, oh, we're being tolerant, we're being nice, and this and that, even though we are accepting that which will ultimately destroy us as a society. And that's kind of the point we're at, because
okay, but we're more than tolerant, okay? Because tolerant means that I just agreed to allow you to exist. This whole idea of everything is acceptable, that means nothing is unacceptable. Okay, look, what is happening in society is the fact that we have actually we've gotten rid of our own morals and shit. When we think that it's completely natural for two dudes to fuck each other in the ass, like bunch of fucking aged Pez dispensers and shit, and we're like, oh, it's so brave and beautiful. No, call the shit for what it is. It's fucking immoral, and it's fucking disgusting.
Well,
hey, don't knock it till you tried it.
It's not natural. It's not natural.
That's exactly my point, though. Is like, where do we actually start to say, like, look, this has gotten so widespread and so accepted, and
well, it went from tolerance to promotion. In fact, and we're feeling the pain of that.
And do you know who's behind it?
Hold on. Let me just make my point real quick. So
I explained who's behind it. Behind it is corporate structures who wants homosexuals money and then to be safe in the fucking office to work.
Mike, to be fair, fairies will work anywhere, just as long as you don't throw them off.
Are you there, Mike?
Can I make my point real quick? Sorry.
Tell him who's behind it.
The devil.
Yeah, so my point is there comes a certain point in time where you have to start asking yourself, is this tolerance and acceptance, or are we propagating something and accepting it to the point where it becomes destructive to the point where it's actually breaking down society and it's actually harmful to society?
See, but we've seen this happen. This is a pattern.
Can't go backwards.
That has happened throughout history. Rome fell because they were they fell into the same hedonistic bullshit we're seeing going on now.
The devil.
But now it's the whole world.
I mean, technically,
no, it isn't
Rome
the whole
fell
world
because they stopped having kids.
The whole world is upside down. What country doesn't accept it?
So there
Listen, they worship the beast, bro.
There are certain places in the world where a lot of the shit that we in the enlightened world, in the enlightened universe that is America,
first world,
a lot of the shit that what we call, brave, progressive, and all this other shit will get I mean, look, I could take. What's really funny is in the Middle East queers don't call themselves fairies because they'll put that to the test, motherfucker.
They will.
Oh, you think
there's a reason? There's a reason the free helicopter meme exists.
Yes.
Because in the Middle East, if you come out as homosexual, you're not going to live long.
Yo, why do they encourage homosexuality then? Like 50% of them is homos.
It's a very weird ideology because the truth is,
explain that. Because
Yeah,
they don't have enough
really
women
weird.
because they're all married into like mad wives on one dude. So there's like really not enough women, and then you got all these dudes being homo.
No. See, okay, now here's the really fucked up weird shit about Islam. They believe that women are for procreation only,
and men are for pleasure.
So they have decided that boys are for pleasure. So while they're young,
Well, they're not wrong.
before they turn men, hey, if you want to cornhole them, I guess that's okay, or whatever. But it's a fucking
But that's
death
mad.
cult.
That's mad gay.
But that's even worse
No
than
shit.
That's even more gay.
But
it's not our problem over here in the West.
But
I mean,
it's okay because their fucking prophet is a child molester.
But all of Western civilization is Sodom and Gomorrah right now.
Yeah, the degeneracy has become a
It's
thing.
everywhere.
But can I riff for a few minutes, guys? Do you mind?
Go for your thing, man. Handle your business. Yo,
Do
look,
it.
man, you are here to promote your shit.
I like this discussion. This is kind of shit
I
we talk about.
I want you to promote your shit and shine. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what
I appreciate that, but we joined this out of the idea of contributing to what you got going, man, because we appreciate it. And of course, we got our podcast, the Quantum Connection podcast. You can check it out, but I'm not going to get on your shit and just be like, oh, you should check out my stuff. It's so great.
Yo, bullshit. Be a shameless shit.
Fuck you out of some alpha male vitality pills here shortly. You just
I don't
want
wanna-
to know,
yo,
man.
I don't want to take away from what you guys.
My man
already discussing.
sells freedom soap and shit. Like, yo, go.
Well, fair enough, but I think what you got going is very interesting, man. Like, I love these kind of discussions. Ours is more about philosophy, to be honest, versus more political like this is. But it's this is some good shit.
I like the politics stuff because I have to cut my teeth before I take over the world.
There you go.
Get it done, bro. Get it done.
The thing with the Bible, right? If you pay very close attention, you don't really have to start panicking as someone that has to live through this shit until you see Israel change hands. That's when the seals are starting to get broken to the point where, well, here it comes.
Yo, just out of just out of curiosity, how many of you guys have gotten the jab?
Yeah, I ended up getting it, and I had a bad reaction.
Same.
All right.
Not a fan of, but at the time I was doing it to get back to work, and it was before there was all this information out there. Ever since I've become really anti being told what to do. I don't think anyone should be told what to do.
What would you do if hypothetically something didn't tell you what to do? It just straight up took over your mind. How would you feel then?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
that'd suck, wouldn't it?
It would.
I think that we're now I'm getting away from what I wanted to actually get on. But since you're on the subject, we're already there, depending on your lifestyle and habits. We've come a long way, understanding some basic physiology and some basic biology, and so they at least understand hormones to the point where they know if they can keep guys at high estrogen levels and highly stressed, they can pretty much manipulate them with messaging. And I think this ties into what you guys are going into with the, was it NRX?
Right? Nope. I'm going straight into the nano.
I'm an NRX individual.
Well, what I mean is as far as controlling people, as far as wiring people, wiring, exactly. Coding, hard coding people to be, easily controlled with messaging. Like, why would you want to take any spare money that you save up to buy fucking Jordans? It's like, where does that come from? What's that notion? Why wouldn't you want to survive and invest in yourself and your family? And I think there's different mentalities between people who live in congested cities.
I think you're confusing suggestive marketing with literal mind control takeover of your neural system on a physical level.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're halfway there. We're
AI computer.
That is, to be seen, but for now they're halfway there with keeping us all emotional. They have the destruction of the family unit, so you have here's a stat that freaked me the fuck out. 18% of U.S. households is the nuclear family now.
It's actually 22%. I fact checked that.
Okay,
I agree with you on one point, bro. You are halfway there.
Right, so they're programming us as best they can with the available tools. You're talking about some next gen tools, we'll see, but I don't see.
TK, what's that stat? What's that stat about single females?
22%.
Oh, yeah. That.
I'm sorry.
Check this out.
I think it's that. It's been a while, but I think it's that single females spend something like 70% more than a family.
Jesus.
On consumer goods.
Tommy,
Yeah.
this is the difference.
That's not surprising.
But Tom,
and I got a real important question for Dollar and Mountain.
Yeah,
and
what's up?
I mean this in all seriousness. Which one of you is Pinky and which one is the brain?
Pinky and he's the brain. He's the one that comes up with the ideas. I'm the one that slaves away for 72 hours working on the animations. But I think that our us working on what we're doing right now is I consider our contributions relatively equal because Mountain comes up with the research. We got our buddy D who's doing the editing for the audio on the next few podcasts, which makes my life so much easier. And I'm doing all the animations, because it's a fully computer animated podcast.
Wait. You're doing animations, bro? Because I'll be real. We have a cartoon we make, right? And we need help. We need
I specialize in 3D animation. I don't know anything about 2D animation at all. Literally,
you can make it 3D if you want. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, hit the link. Check out our stuff. We got 2 videos out. The third is on the way.
Tom,
and we posted it somewhere up in the Discord.
Yeah, we posted it in your Discord. I would check it out, man. All that animation takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and it's all custom. I learned how to do all this on my own. All the models and stuff I designed from scratch.
Which program you use?
How much time does it take to animate a 20-minute episode?
The second episode, which was about 28 minutes, took me about 72 hours total.
Yeah, it took me 36. Took me 36 hours to animate my 8-minute cartoon.
Oh, you got one? What is it?
Yeah, well, I'm using a method that most people don't realize, right? So essentially, what I'm doing instead of trying to render out all the frames and do all that shit, because that would take weeks. Well, not weeks, but take days. I essentially built a video game that runs my podcast and plays all the animations.
Wow.
So
Pretty
it's
cool.
a little bit. It's not quite as detailed as it would be if I were to go not real time rendering. But since it's real time rendering, I can literally go from animations to video in 30 minutes, depending on how long the video is.
Okay, so I'm currently working right now on getting everything set up because I do 2D animations. I'm working on setting up a talk show that'll be live and it'll be animated.
What the fuck,
live.
Tom? You got all these animating friends, bro? What the fuck?
Yo, Sparky refused to help. All right.
Well, I got Naviston.
You asked me. You asked
he gave me Naviston, bro.
So
you asked me to do a script, part of a script, and I asked you for what did you want me to say and when did you want it, and you never told me when, so I didn't do it.
So really quick, not
I'm
to
saying,
interrupt you.
I
My
told you,
apologies.
I'm making a cartoon, right? And I needed help. And you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? You're like, yeah.
I
And
was
then
just
you
waiting
never
for you to
talked
ask
me
me for
again.
what you needed.
Unfortunately,
Yo, man,
as far as
we
you're
need
asked for
help
help
animating.
Yo, Tom, you should show him the
Unfortunately,
sneak peek, bro.
Yeah, we're swamped with our own stuff.
We're pretty swamped at the moment because, for example, right now I'm working 40 hours at my job, right? And on top of that, I'm doing 72 hours on my podcast to the point where there's been a few nights where I'll get 3 hours of sleep. I'll go to work a 12-hour shift and I'll get back, take 2-hour nap, and then continue working on it.
What's the name of your podcast?
Quantum Connections.
The Quantum Connection Podcast.
What is it?
Tom,
I didn't hear you.
you show me
Quantum
yours,
Connection.
and I'll show you
Quantum?
mine. How about you play us your cartoon, and then you play these guys a few minutes of our thing that we just posted, our 28-minute.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Let's do your cartoon. I would love that.
Yeah, let's check
Hey,
it out.
Dollar, what do you use
why don't we combine
when
it,
you
bro?
animate?
So when I animate, really quick, what I use is I do something that nobody else has attempted to do in my, well, at least what I've noticed. No one else has attempted to do what I'm doing currently, which is
I got that part. I was wondering what program you were using.
I'm using a mix between
Unreal?
Blender, Substance
Grinder.
Painter, and Unity.
Okay.
It's a trifecta
I'm
programs.
I'm
You
using
took a
Grinder.
video game engine. That's
That's
crazy.
interesting.
It's a video game. That's literally what it is.
Right.
A lot of the things I've set up to where I can control on the fly. So yes, it's a video game. And my goal eventually is to set up where we can do live podcasts because essentially everyone will have the video game, right? And they'll join the server and be able to control their character either in VR, which isn't that difficult. I just need a coder to help me out with that, or just by button presses.
So what's the name of it?
essentially?
What's the name?
The Quantum Connection Podcast.
So it'll be the
is
world
your
of
first-
Quantum Connection podcast. Like the
My
World
first,
of
okay,
Warcraft.
so the first video
Is
was.
it?
Oh, go ahead.
Is your first video on nihilism?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
play
is.
the
It's
second
on
one.
nihilism.
Play the second one.
Our
though.
first,
Play the second one.
the second one's better in my opinion. The first one was an experiment,
Play
right?
it.
Because we were trying to get into our groove, and so we had a structured conversation. And in my opinion, it failed in quite a few aspects. And I got the best 8 minutes out of it. But if you go to the second one, it was a completely off the cusp topic that me and Mountain had because essentially I set up a bot in my server to where we can record at any time. And I feel like the second conversation is far more interesting because we make some interesting points, and not only that, but you can tell it's like a genuine conversation versus something that's pre-recorded.
Go ahead.
On top of that, the animations and stuff are just set dressing. It's kind of the whole idea of the conversation is a nice juicy steak, right? And the animations and everything I put on top of it is more like the A1 sauce to make the steak far better.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Look, he's putting it up right
what
now.
it is,
We're
man.
gonna. Yeah, let's check this out.
Natural inclination is for parents to or people to reject things from their childhood and provide the option better for their own children, right? So in the case of well, I don't believe in that all that discipline. I'm going to be different with my kid. Like there was a huge swath of that. It was so common for people raised in the 50s, maybe late 40s, 50s, that one of the parents was a strict disciplinarian and, was very dogmatic, religious or otherwise, and maybe the only punishment that the parent understood to pull out was, the beating or the physical punishment. They only understood negative punishment. I'm sorry, positive punishment. That is, in order to get their child's behavior to decrease, they introduced physical pain. Like it's all they knew. That works. You know, that's as old as fucking. It's old as dirt.
It's pretty effective. So
it isn't. It
So,
isn't. It has an unintended consequence.
This is kind of
Child
cool.
to grow up
This
and
type
not
of
wanna
animation is
put that on their
actually pretty
child,
cool.
right? So I use the paper plate analogy.
I appreciate it, man.
When paper plates
You're gonna like this next part that's coming
as a
up.
household thing. You know, obviously there was a profit incentive for the makers of them. You know, the Kimberly Clarks and Dixies of the world. So even though there was
getting up tending the fire.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of stuff like that. You'll see, man.
garbage
There's
that
a
was
lot
being
of
created,
detail
you
and
know,
depth that
filling
goes into the
landfills is bad for the
animation.
planet. Everyone was like, "Yeah, fuck you, hippie. It's convenient, so I don't mind." And the reason
So,
that it was,
are these puppets?
easy for the people who
They're
were making
avatars.
the purchasing decisions at that time to just reject anything disparaging is because they remember having to wash dishes when they were kids and they hated it. And they're thinking, you know, as a bonus, I'm saving my kids from having to do things I didn't like as a kid. And they're going to like me more because now they don't have to wash dishes. So there's a big difference between something being a convenience and an entitlement. Those kids now know nothing about washing dishes. Everything's disposable. And we now have a disposable generation. And the proof for that is how in the 80s, the top car you could get is a Cadillac, right? And there was a new Japanese import. You can call it a crisis. But people bought durable goods and believed in quality. Disposable wasn't really a thing yet. There were very few disposable things. Everyone was still from that post-depression era mindset of, if I'm going to spend money on something, it needs to be quality and it needs to last. That's gone now. It didn't take long. All it took was for a generation to die out and the kids raised with paper plates to say, well, of course everything's disposable. It was always disposable since I was a kid. Right?
Absolutely. So they lose the teaching. Yeah. See, this is our sense of humor. Right? Later in the video, we were shit like, and that's the joke. And this is the kind of stuff we have. The environment has a lot of those kind of details. If you notice, it's a fun little joke.
Is that a picture?
You know, like I'm saying,
I designed that from scratch. The gamer girl bathwater. Yeah.
My kids
The fireside chat.
Wait. Is that Fauci right there?
No.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Biden.
That's
We
Friedman.
should. That's Friedman. People like Biden.
So what the way we have it set up is those little picture frames. There's one of Thomas Sowell and Mildred Friedman next to me because those are the two people that influenced my ideas the most. You know, and then we have Jordan Peterson because obviously he's influenced us. You know, that kind of stuff. If you go all the way to let me see what part. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, this thing's like 30 minutes. We're not going to play the whole thing.
No. Yeah, it's a bit too long to do, and it goes into a little more depth. And,
that was. I'm sorry, but that just had me rolling there.
Mike,
go all the way to like very end, like the end segment, and play that part.
Tom?
Just the like very end part.
Yo,
Go
Mike,
a little bit more. It's
what
like
do you want to
28.
show? You want to show like the new joint?
Go to like
let's show 'em
20.
the
Let's
episode
keep going a
2
little bit to
supercut,
see the
bro.
disclaimer, because I feel like the outro animation really shows off.
I mean, they ain't seen the original joint.
Go. I think it's 28 even.
Well, these like I don't know. Aircraft. Did you watch the original joint I sent you?
Yeah, I watched it.
Because what they want to naturally do is not delay
I mean, like, yo, I cut it up a little bit so it's a little bit better.
I want it now. Well, okay. Well, I mean, you can. I'm not saying you can't have it, but you got to
I
wait.
just want to know who does your scripting, man.
Oh shit! It's really that easy.
Yeah, so obviously we got the little disclaimer going, but like I feel like this is one of my favorite parts is like the outro. I feel like it's been the part I've been showing people the most, right?
And I like how you guys set it up where it's like it's a fireside chat because that's what it feels like.
Yeah,
right.
Fulfill.
So
Yeah,
with this
yeah,
outro animation, you see that weird looking zombie thing attacking my guy and the demon looking thing attacking Mountain's guy, right? So the zombie has the Twitter logo on its forehead because we're trying to fight the mob, right? And then the zombie has the demon has a YouTube logo on it because we're trying to also fight their fucking algorithm. So that's what we do.
Nice.
Right.
Okay,
Yo, you guys should make a video explaining all the new ones.
Well, the new ones, I want to keep it like I'll explain it on like this kind of stuff. When we're on other people's podcasts. I want to
hang on, TK, hang on a minute. TK, hang on 1 second, bro. Like, yo, we're gonna do the second joint. Hold up, let me see if I can get this motherfucker to work.
Oh, go ahead. I'm excited to see what you're doing with animation, man.
Hang on, man.
Yeah,
You want episode 2?
We got some fucking awesome shit going on.
I got episode 2 loaded.
Oh hell yeah! We right now we're currently on
You
episode
have it
2. I'm
loaded?
gonna start
You got it
animating
loaded, bro?
episode
I got
3
fucking
probably
Youse
tomorrow
share
because tonight
that
I got a
shit
little
out.
too busy.
There's episode 2 right there.
Yep,
The
episode 2,
super
mate.
cut. It's just like a trailer.
All right, cool. Check
you
this
know
shit
what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, yo, this is how Mike.
These motherfuckers been trying to catch me slipping, man. Who? The goddamn sheriff. The fucking child support people put a warrant out on me.
That's what you get for having all them kids.
Man, listen, I like pussy, alright? I thought we were supposed to like pussy.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Have you had some of them? It's like going to McDonald's and trying to hit the Monopoly joint. Sometimes you get a free drink. One time you may hit the jackpot, but you always get a damn double cheeseburger.
You wildin'.
I be wildin' in that pussy, son.
You can be wildin' in that custody court. You keep fucking around.
Hey, y'all, see that?
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Nah, man. I saw a red thing moving in the woods.
Man, you always on some other shit. Ah, that was my fucking ear.
Come on, I think I hit it.
I like it, man.
Come on,
like
I hear it.
My ears are still ringing.
Tom?
Who the fuck is you?
It's Floyd. I buy shine off you all the time.
Yo, this nigga on that pack.
I see this. Nigga, why you sneaking around my property?
I wanted to buy some shine.
Y'all already got that Sudafed shit.
That shit's almost gone.
Almost gone, huh?
Yeah, there's like a couple weeks worth left.
Yo, you got money, you dirty fuck?
Yeah, I got money.
Alright, get up and go around back.
It's good, you've been quiet.
Nigga, get in the truck. We got some shit to do.
Alright. So what we doing?
We robbing the ship.
What? It's gonna be covered in them joints.
I got a plan.
So how you wanna do this?
Look in the back.
Oh,
What happened?
That it?
That all you got so far?
That's,
Yo,
that's the episode
trailer.
2.
We got a whole episode 1, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Well, hell yeah, man. You know, I like it, man. It looks almost like, you know, like an old school, like early 2000s, like satirical cartoon, and your humor is pretty fucking good on that, man. I would keep it up. I think you're doing a fantastic job with the animation. What'd you say?
Yeah, that's what we're going for, like a Squidbillies meets. Yeah, we're going for like Squidbillies meets Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It's kind of what we're going.
That's what it looks like, man. And you know, it looks good. I think it's awesome, man. Your humor, you know, is very like old school, you know, or like well, I guess early 2000s humor, man. And I feel like that's starting to come back into fashion, especially nowadays when people are trying to resist against all the bullshit.
Oh, for real, man. Look at the #1 show right now, Yellowstone. Fucking violence and masculinity. Like all this fucking woke shit is going down. It's stupid. It's not
Absolutely. You know, I like it, man. And I would continue animating it. What are you guys using to animate it?
I'm doing it on Hit Films and Adobe Character Animator and all kinds of shit.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah,
see, that's
like
the
the
realm of
talking
2D,
parts,
and like I
like-
said, I don't know any shit about that. Oh, go ahead, Pinoid. My bad.
The aircraft Sparky would be a big goddamn help if he chip in. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I know we got fucking some spare time to help the motherfucker out, and I would be willing to pay the motherfucker to help us out. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
look, I've been working for 4 months to get everything together for my talk show, which is going to be like Space Coast Coast to Coast, except Warhammer, motherfucker.
I'm saying,
Well,
like, yo, you could ride.
We could help you set something up like that in literally like 3 minutes. Like we could have
20
your whole
minutes,
shit like,
yeah.
yo, set up, done. We got the software, bro, on deck. We got everything for you.
Oh, I've got the software. It's just a matter of me drawing everything and then rigging all the puppets.
Oh,
I'm just saying,
aircraft.
we get it all done.
I just want to make sure you understand, aircraft. The Tyranids will win in the end.
You shut your fucking whore mouth.
I agree with Sparky on this, man. Sorry, as a religious man of the Omnissiah, I have to disagree.
Are you gonna pray to the Necrons?
Can I get it for the Emperor here?
Yes, for the Emperor, motherfucker.
For the Emperor.
Goddamn right.
Thank you.
Look, my chapter may have fallen, but yes, the Dark Angel shall rise.
Man, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Interrogate!
It's nerd shit.
It's some nerd
I
shit.
used to be I still am a big fan of Warhammer, man. I do all the painting and bullshit. I mean, like, literally my entire life, this is going to sound stupid, but it revolves around 3D modeling. You know, painting fucking Warhammer models, building 3D models for my podcast. You know, I spent the past 4 years learning how to use fucking, like, Blender and, you know, doing 3D animation and shit. And I couldn't really figure out how to use the Blender animation tools very well, so my retarded ass ended up making my own animation tools. So
as long as you guys aren't fans of those freaking blue-headed space communists.
No,
dude,
not
sorry,
I
praise the Omnissiah.
I mean, because the female Tau, they're not bad on the eyes. I mean, look, I'd fuck AOC.
And they're
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that was the dumbest thing I've heard all day. I appreciate the comment, man.
Hey, man, I don't think. Look, I don't think she would enjoy it much, but it's not about her enjoyment.
Oh,
no, seriously. Like, yo,
Fair enough.
I want to bang
liberal
out.
use of duct tape.
Yeah,
I feel like you'd be the most masculine man she'd ever slept with.
Well, she might not enjoy it, but it wouldn't take long.
Yeah, look, man. Be like,
I know, man. Looking at her, like, it'd be really hard to get off. Let's keep it a buck. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, dude. Look, you put a quarter behind her ear. Those big ass horse teeth, they fold back.
Fucking hell.
I don't know. Like,
I mean,
the
you
whole
got a foot
time,
fetish,
I'd
man.
be
You lick your
picturing
feet or some
Simple
shit.
Jack. You know.
Well, I mean, look, dude. If you want to think about Ben Stiller while you're fucking railing a commie bitch, I mean, that's you, man.
I'm saying, like, yo, I couldn't help it. She looks like Simple Jack. Like, it's not. There's nothing I can do about it.
Look, if Simple Jack had Milky's like her, I mean,
like, yo,
I did it.
But aircraft, seriously, dude, like, yo, like, man, listen, you should come, like, combine forces with us. We can most definitely help you with your talk show.
Yeah, we can combine
It'll
forces.
be like, yo, it would be really easy. Like, yo, Mike's a hell of a fucking drawer guy, like artist and shit. You know what I mean? Like, yo, he can do backgrounds like fucking crazy. Legit. And we can help you rig puppets. Like, yo, we got that shit on lock. Legit.
Yeah,
like, I'm working out like, go ahead.
like
Yo, it's so easy.
Well, like I need to learn how to do the I need to learn how to do like because that's one of my problems right now is trying to hook up because I'm wanting
Move
to do
the arms,
kinda
move
like
the arms
kill-
inward, bro, so you're not T-posing.
No,
Yo,
he should
Mike, move the
T-pose to
arms
assert
in.
his dominance. Praise the sun.
Yeah, like
my,
move the
oh
arms in
my.
so you're not T-posing. There we go. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
bro, like, yo, we can get you a puppet that'll work perfectly.
Well, I've already got the
Legit.
puppets drawn. It's just a matter of rigging them and taking the time to rig them all.
Again,
'cause-
I can,
like,
yo, I
wanna-
can help you with it.
all right, because I gotta make Voosh. I gotta turn Voosh into my fucking TV stand. Yeah, I made an orc version of Vosh, and he'll be my sidekick that I shoot in the face every now and then.
You have an orc version of Vosh.
Yes.
Oh,
I call
that,
it Voosh.
And the
that's
thing
no-
is, the
that's
fact that
how
you would just have the duct tape would literally get him back awake.
Yo, Mike, show him your rap video with your puppets.
And
it's
let's see,
on the
I've got a
channel. You can check
Necron
it out,
Nancy.
you know what I mean?
I like you, man.
Yeah.
I like it.
Did you just say Necron Nancy?
Yes.
Tom, show him Mike's
Oh,
video,
that's
his
funny.
rap
That's
song
good.
with his puppet.
I even have a Gay Che.
Show them the first
Che
episode,
Guevara,
bro.
in a dress.
If these dudes ain't seen the first episode, they don't even understand the show, bro. The show's amazing.
Yeah, like, yo, the first
what I'm saying?
episode's all about meth zombies and like fucking the
Fucking
jab
hell.
putting
Dude, I
motherfucking
couldn't
nanobots
follow
inside you.
whoever
Right.
whoever
You know-
scripted that shit needed a storyboard as well because it was disjointed.
You know, Mike,
It
really
was
quick,
funny,
you
don't
know,
get it
one
wrong.
animator
I
to another, man.
cleaned
I
it
fucking
up.
appreciate your style, dude. I love it, man. It looks good.
I like
bro,
the
you ain't
drawing
even
style,
seen nothing yet, bro. Hold on a second.
But for real, I really
bro.
I like it. I just don't like when you're walking, it like cuts out the body and then you go into the next scene.
No. That's done on purpose, and you want to do that because it's a lot of fucking work.
Yeah.
Animating if you want to go
legs.
through and draw the shit, man, you do it.
Like that, the animation that you saw earlier of my guy going up to the fire, man, that took me probably close to fucking 10 hours to make because, like, getting specific foot placements, making it look natural, it's difficult.
But I
Even
thought
then,
you're
like,
using
it still
a
looks a little
video
floaty in
game
certain
engine
parts.
to make your guys move.
Well, yeah, I am using a video game engine, but I'm still using the same concepts that he'd have to use to do.
What
like,
engine
2D
are you
animation.
using?
What's that?
What engine?
Unity.
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 I heard
yep.
I heard Unreal's engine's real good. That
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get it up.
Unreal is good, but
Unreal's
Unity has some specific quirks that I'm used to, and it's what I've studied over the past like 3 or 4 years. So it's what I'm used to, man. And I feel like I've been able to get some pretty good quality out of it. So I don't see a point in kind of changing it unless
I like your thing though. If everybody could pick like an avatar and log in on a podcast and hang out,
Yeah,
by a
that's
campfire,
essentially
that would
what we
be
have.
fucking real cool, man.
Well, we have some other podcasts that have already been recorded, and my editor's gone over them, right? And every single person that's a part of the podcast gets to choose, like, they're like, oh, I want my avatar to look like this. I want my avatar to be able to have this item. For example, in the next one, we have one of our Dominican buddies, and his guy's going to be smoking weed the entire time with a blunt in his mouth. And he looks like some sort of, like, mix between, like, a priest and, like, a monk. And he's chilling there just smoking weed the entire time, and that's how we've been doing it. Mountain's character was, he's like, oh, I want to look like a Spartan, so I designed it based off a Spartan.
Yeah, I like the Spartan.
My guy's based off of my ancestry, which is Nordic, Celtic, and Gaelic, so that's why he has the big horns and stuff, and he has a lot of symbols
more
on him.
demonized.
Yeah, and he does have the demon eyes, that's true.
Emphasis on the gay. Yeah.
Hey, yo. I appreciate it.
Yo,
man.
Tom, I got this joint moving. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you
I could
play
be like,
Warhammer?
yo, what's going on? Like, you know what I mean?
I play Warhammer 40K amongst other things.
But the question is, do you play Necromunda?
I play
Come
Warhammer.
on, man.
I play the video games though. I like the video games.
Are they even
Space
still
Marine.
doing Necromunda?
Dude, they are still doing Necromunda, man. I got my Necromunda fucking shit
I'm
painted up.
surprised
like
they
a
haven't
few months
made
ago.
like a real like a World of Warcraft or World of Warhammer. Surprised they never did it.
It's not.
I don't
big
know.
enough.
Games Workshop is really touchy about the.
Yeah, they're kind of assholes.
They
They're
are.
greedy
Yeah,
bastards. They really are.
They're kind of in the doghouse right now.
Games Workshop is not in.
So I would imagine all you guys used to play Magic.
No,
Gathering. I don't know what
My
the
son used to play professionally.
I don't never play that, but my son used to play that a lot.
I played it
The
when I was
only,
young.
the only good thing about Magic the Gathering is you have to understand math.
I wasn't cool enough to play Magic.
I wasn't
Not
either,
rich
man.
enough to
Don't
play
worry.
Magic.
I played
Cool.
fucking World of Darkness, dude. I didn't even play D&D.
I like World of Warcraft.
World
I
of
played that from
Warcraft
day
was
one.
fine back vanilla. Like
I just like it. I like the cartoony graphics, the way they move, the characters. Their engine is incredible.
I liked Evercrack a little bit more.
What team is that?
EverQuest.
Oh, EverQuest.
Tom,
I'm playing
you see
that
this
other.
shit, bro?
I've been in this new game now, the New
Yo, look at
World.
this shit, look at
New
this shit.
World. You ever seen New World out there?
Yeah.
I can blink.
Playing
I
that.
can blink.
It got
Yeah,
boring,
I ain't feeding Microsoft anymore than what I got to.
No, that's Amazon.
That's the Amazon game.
Oh,
called
yeah,
New
I ain't feeding
World.
them fuckers either more than I have to.
I don't want to feed them at all, but it's a video game, so.
Well, it's bad enough that they take like 40% of everything I earn on Twitch.
Yeah,
So,
they eat
Shit.
well, I mean, dude, it's still a better cut than what you get from fucking YouTube. YouTube takes 50.
Which is fucking nothing.
Well, you make
I
money
get
on
nothing
Twitch.
from fucking YouTube.
Not easy to make money on there no more.
What do you do on Twitch, bro?
I do art streams. I do debates. Yeah,
It's hard to make money on YouTube.
a lot of the shit I do setting up for the Space Ghost Coast to Coast thing is basically what I do on Twitch.
So you're into aircraft. You ever watch that guy Monkey Works?
That dude's a fucking joke.
Yeah? Why?
Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No?
No.
So what he's saying is bullshit? I'm glad you told me, but like how?
Well, so what he does is he looks at fucking radar, air traffic control radar pictures,
Right.
and he tracks where these planes go. He
Right.
doesn't even know what the fuck these planes do. So the other day he was making some big deal over RC-135s flying in the Caribbean.
Right.
Well, in December they do exercises there. Used to be a part of that fucking group, so I know.
Right.
And he's like, "Oh, they're flying in the Black Sea." No shit. When you have a Russian buildup over there at the
How about
Crimea
Chinese
bullshit,
buildup in Cuba?
they're
talking about the
fucking.
shit going
Of
on
course,
in,
they're gonna
Kazakhstan?
fucking.
Yeah, that's brand new.
But that guy's kicking ass as far as he's got a lot of
Yeah, because he's got a bunch of dumbasses following his dumbass, believing his dumbass, and they're paying him money. Look, I
don't believe anything.
Good on
period.
him,
huh?
You know, I'm happy he's found a grift. I mean, because he probably couldn't make it at any real job. So I mean, look, if he's pulling money out of suckers at YouTube, man, good for him.
I mean,
How
shit.
do they make money
If
on
Hassan
YouTube?
If Hassan Piker can do it,
How does a
anybody
guy
can
like
do
that
it.
make money on YouTube? Why?
It's real simple. You
advertising?
gotta look. All you gotta do is you gotta find the right suckers to fucking follow you and throw all their fucking free money at you.
Oh, you mean they buy shit from you and stuff like that? You mean?
No, super chat, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
it is costing money because
as a person that wants to be able to potentially go full time into YouTube,
yeah,
I don't know, man. Quite a
Look,
roast. You know?
So, like, I got a good friend. I got a good friend on YouTube. Let's be frank. I happen to I am a manager on his channel.
Right.
I can post shit. He asked me one day to look at his analytics and shit.
Okay.
During election years, that man makes bank. And I like his work. I really do. He's a great guy. There's ways to make money. You have to find the algorithm that fits your style, and you have got to hit it. You got to hit it. You got to hit it. So the way he does it is he does short videos around 3 to 5 minutes, and he puts out 5 a day.
Mm-hmm.
You put that out, you have the right messaging, people will follow you. You'll hit the algorithm, you'll show up in searches and
but
stuff.
he talks
and-
to dummies.
But
Yes,
what
he
I'm
does.
saying is, how do
And
you
that's
get?
what MonkeyWorks does.
But how do
so
you make money?
MonkeyWorks talks to idiots.
But how do you make money?
Yo, I
You do that.
Dumb.
Yo,
He
look,
asks
but
I
who
don't-
pays
for
you?
the
You
money. It's simple. It's great math, bro. You tell dumb people shit, they believe it, they give you money.
Oh, the people just send
Yeah,
you money.
if-
That's
yo,
what I'm
I'm
asking.
We're not giving them money.
You're not making money though. But you're not
I mean-
making money from YouTube then.
Yes, he's making money from YouTube too, because
I mean,
on
technically,
top
if
of
you-
that,
What are
you
they
know,
saying?
he's getting ad revenue.
Yeah, that's
so-
what I'm asking. That's what I was trying to get to. There's
So
ad
for
revenue?
every 1,000 views, you get like $1.
It's about $2, I believe.
Yeah, about two to
depending on your
$3.
subscriber count. You know,
Yeah, $2 to
is
$3. It
affecting
really
you.
depends. So like he has over 200,000 subscribers.
Good shit.
So
man.
if he gets 15,000 views
Yeah.
on this one video, he's made
30
$30, $40. Well, if you do that 5 times a day, 7 days a week,
Right. You're making $200 a day.
so you're making $200 a day times 7. That's
Yeah.
$1,400.
Not
That's
bad,
one
man.
week. Multiply that by 4. Now you do
4.3.
streams on top of that where people are throwing free money at you called super chats,
Okay.
and
then you're selling
it
products.
snowballs.
And then
It
you're selling
snowballs. Then you
products.
sell products and everything else. I happen to design his T-shirts for him and stuff.
I got you now. I was curious how these
So-
guys are making money.
There's
Right,
ways to do
you
it,
gotta-
but
you
you
gotta
got to
know your
have a lot of
audience.
time. You got to know your
Yo, real
audience. You
talk.
got to sell your audience. So
I'm about to actually make these fucking cloaks that block EMF signals. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
I have
bro,
no
look,
clue what an
I mean,
EMF
like,
signal
yo,
is, man.
Yo,
I
you'll
hear you,
make
man,
money.
but-
I
So what do
know.
you think of that 5G,
You will make
man?
money.
I'm getting this cotton that's
I tell people
30%
they're dummies.
silver, right? It's made out of silver thread and it's made out of cotton, and I'm gonna sandwich that between cotton, and it blocks out radio frequencies from hitting your body.
And it'll also repel werewolves.
And if you keep, for example, your phone and your credit cards in the pockets, people can't steal your information because it's preventing them from accessing those chips and different things with radio signals.
Wait,
You
I
understand?
thought I could achieve that just by putting a paper bag over my head.
No, that's not how
So
it works.
you don't believe that 5G is bad?
5G is just it's a new
It's a
new-
frequency. That's all it
new
is.
technology for digital bandwidth.
That's
all it
actually
is.
wrong.
just another
5G is
G.
5G is the 5th generation of
Yes.
wireless transmissions. It's not a bandwidth They're releasing it different bandwidths. They just on I believe the 5th stepped it up to 60 gigahertz.
Yeah, they're
a new
higher frequency, so
technology.
they're less range. But
Yeah.
they needed more.
It's
They
just
needed
the
more
gigahertz.
channels.
So I would imagine you guys are the type of guys that believe you put a cell phone to your ear for 10 hours a day. There's no consequence.
I mean, that's a crazy assumption, Pops. All I'm saying is that if you
no,
live in
but
a city,
these guys are saying there's no problem with 5G, and I've read a million things about it.
No,
all I'm
look,
saying is,
anytime you expose yourself to any HF,
okay.
So your first generation cell phone was really fucking bad for you. The energy levels were way too fucking high.
Right.
Now with the digital technologies and everything, you have lower power requirements. So your HF, your RF fucking exposure is smaller.
Right.
But if you're sitting there with a fucking cell phone up to your ear 10 hours a day, I hope you're making some good money on something, because you're probably gonna, by the time you're 60 or so, you're probably gonna have a brain tumor.
I got you. So you do believe it does harm?
Well, no, I understand. I understand what radio frequencies do to the body.
So what's this 5G that they're saying is real fucking
5G
bad?
is just a new fucking technology that some QAnon fuck has sold you on some conspiracy theory that it's going to fucking sterilize you and
well, why is it the airlines are so concerned
that's
about
crazy.
The airlines don't give a fuck about it, dude. The whole
I didn't say
idea
nothing
that you
about
gotta. No, you didn't.
No.
But I know what he's alluding to.
Yo.
The airlines don't give a fuck
Yo,
about
this
it.
is why I have a problem with how Frank got his subs, right? Because like, yo, that motherfucker exploded when he started talking about Ruth Bader Ginsburg motherfucking dying, you know what I'm saying, and being a motherfucking corpse and shit, like long before she was fucking dead, right?
Well, I
And
was
like,
making
yo, I
jokes
was
about
just
her being a
standing
meat
here.
puppet for a long time, dude.
That makes a lot of
You've heard
sense.
him. You know, I just
feel you,
feel
I feel you,
sorry
but
for
he
the
was
fucker that had to
literally,
put
like,
her hand up
putting
her
videos
ass to
out.
make her talk. But
right, I mean, like,
no.
but he was putting videos out that it was like, yo, like she was already dead and shit, like, yo.
But
and
you
I was
know
standing
what?
here and I'm like, bro, there's no evidence for this.
You got it.
Like, there's literally nothing.
But look, the airlines
What
don't give a shit about that. The FAA don't care about that, because here's the deal:
They got the
over 10,000 feet, you don't get a fucking cell signal. You know
can't
why?
do that on my
Because
channel.
microwave is directional and they don't point up.
Well,
Okay.
here's the thing about like 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. You're talking about gigahertz as far as a radio frequency goes. You have a certain amount of energy going into a radio frequency. What you're talking about when it comes to the gigahertz is the distance between the peak and the crest. So you can transmit the same amount of energy. Now, a 1G will actually go further, but you're not going to be able to transmit as much energy because
It's like
the length.
AM versus FM.
Well, yeah, because the distance between the peak, each peak and the radio wave, you can only transmit so much energy between each peak.
I'm fully educated on it, bro.
Well-
I'm just saying that even when aircraft Sparky said, he said something about the planes don't care because it's directional.
Well, I'm not.
Are you aware that we got? Are you aware that we got satellites putting this shit out?
Oh yeah, we've had satellites putting out freaking 6 and 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Like we have we have 12G freaking satellite.
You got to understand though, the satellites is what they was talking about when the FAA was holding back the release of this new band of 5G up until January when the holdback expired.
The reason they keep certain wavelengths into basically is it's specifically isolated to either the Aviation Administration or DoD, things like that, is because those channels are specifically just for those purposes.
Yes.
So they don't want civilians moving on like a 10 or a 12G channel because
you gotta understand, your body is an electromagnetic machine, right? So at the end of the day, when they're saturating you with external, frequencies, and it's changing your own rhythms of your heart and all different things, you got to understand that for only $400, I got you on an EMF-proof blanket. You know what I'm saying? With a hood on it that can hold your cell phone.
Now that right there is
Good
one
spin
hell
of
of a
marketing,
marketing pitch.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
he's right. It's actually true. You know, the thing about 5G is what's a new technology. It's easy to bag on, but the truth is we're in a sea of radiation. It's just another layer of radiation.
Yes.
And really,
Oh yeah, we're getting
And if you
bombarded
think-
by that same type of radiation
But
from
look,
the sun
if
every
you
time.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
It's
a
non-ionizing, but it's still fucked up, and it.
if you
destroys-
have
it's gonna fuck
electricity
you
in your
up, but-
house,
and it
you're on
makes
a
you a
computer
pussy.
right now,
You know what I
you're
mean?
being exposed to radiation.
This is correct.
You
don't
are
know
being
if I have
exposed to
protection.
radiation every time you eat a banana.
You don't know
Yeah,
if I have a
that's true,
cloak
but
on
you're
that
not
prevents
suggesting
it
it's
from hitting my
radioactive.
body. You know what I'm saying? You know there's radiation around me, but do I or do I not have on an EMF-proof cloak?
Dude, the shill is strong with Mike. I
Yeah,
gotta
I know,
give credit.
right? Next he's gonna be selling personal Faraday cages.
You know, Mike.
I'm down with it.
Maybe you should look into metamaterials because we're looking at developing nanostructures that you could actually probably produce that fucking
Well,
cloak.
but let's face reality. I mean, everything that's going on, because the time that we live in, we're eating food that's poisoned. We're getting radiated. I mean, we are people 200 years ago weren't eating the shit that we're eating now. I mean, we are getting poisoned.
Yeah,
I
for
don't
sure.
know,
Whether or
man.
not we
I
like
talked
it
to
or
my
not.
grandma.
And yet
I
we
talked
live
to my
longer.
grandma the
There's
other
no
day. She's
vitamins in our
103.
Well, yeah, because
And her diet hadn't
antibiotics are
changed.
goddamn magic.
But my grandmother's a fucking vampire, so I mean, she's 103 years old, and she's still fucking kicking. She's just blind and.
And what's her diet? Did you ever ask her, like, what does she eat a lot of? Because whatever it is.
Is she single?
I assume she
drinking
doesn't.
wine. what is her, like, diet?
Well, what is her diet?
Like, what does she eat a lot of?
She actually eats
Or
a lot
drink.
of fresh fruits and vegetables, and she only eats meat once a day. Only
once a day.
Yeah, only once a day.
Is there anything else? Like, she drinks a lot of coffee, or she drinks wine? Like, is there something that you go, holy
The
shit,
woman-
maybe that's the trick?
Alcohol does not touch her lips, and she has never smoked a day in her life.
Oh, there you go.
She is the most pious woman you will ever meet. The Pope fucking calls her for goddamn advice. You know, the real Pope, not the fake fucking fag-loving Pope that exists now.
Right.
You're
right.
Aircraft. What about sugar?
Sugar? No, she doesn't really eat a lot of sugar. Like I said, most of her sugars come out of fresh fruits and vegetables.
There you go.
She doesn't.
My money would be on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I drink and smoke, so I'm fucked.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm fat and I smoke. So, yeah, I'm gonna die, and I mean, but you know what? I'm gonna die with a fucking smile.
That's pretty hot. You want to get married?
I already am.
All right, the download is finished.
You're already a slave? Oh boy, man.
Oh, dude,
So what's
I
up
am
with
the luckiest man in the
chemtrails?
world.
Aircraft, are there chemtrails? Does that
Huh?
exist? Is this all bullshit with these chemtrails or not?
You do understand? that
Chemtrails
when
or contrails?
I know planes let out fuel and they make, but there are.
Well, they do that when they have to, but no, when you see planes flying through the sky and you see like the billowy things,
Yeah.
that is called condensation, my
No, but I'm talking about there are chemtrails also
You
that
know-
linger.
Yeah, they're
long.
raining black goo
I don't
on
think
us
there's
that they're
anything worse than
harvesting out of
cleaning the chemtrails
CERN,
out of
bro.
my underwear.
Are you saying they never use chemtrails?
What was
You
that?
better get that jab so you don't lose your job at the chicken factory, you piece of shit.
You better get your jab, Charlene.
That would be good.
Fucking
For real.
Applebee's, dude.
For real.
You get $5 gift card for the
The thing
Completely safe
that you
vaccine,
missed
have a
here,
donut.
Mike, was that you needed people like with masks on and also smoking
Yeah,
cigarettes.
whatever. Feel
Weren't
free
you
to
here
help
this
us.
morning? I could have swore I seen you here this morning.
Who? Me? No, that was my brother.
Right in the head.
100101001.
Dude, don't say that too quick. You'll go back in time.
Wait, so where's which one's Arnold? Damn it, Arnold. Y'all motherfuckers thought you needed a grenade launcher.
There you go, Boomer.
Arnie, no. Arnie, no.
Oh, yes.
Arnie, no.
Do it.
Oh, my.
Yo, it's still funny. Like, yo, every time I watch it, it's still fucking funny.
Liquid metal won't save you now, bitch.
Why am I red? I turned red after I got the jab.
Is that all you did?
Well, I smoked a bunch of meth, as I do every day, and then ate $5 worth of chicken fingers at Applebee's.
You are the second guy who came in to say this today. There must be something wrong with the chicken fingers at Applebee's, since the government states the jab is completely safe and effective.
A new strain of the virus has emerged linked to the Applebee's chicken fingers. The virus has turned normal people into red zombie-like creatures with an insatiable urge for Sudafed. Shown here reading a local CVS in Richmond, Virginia.
28 days later, talking a little bit of...
Oh my.
Tom, you did a good job right there.
That's a liquor right there.
That's hot.
Yo, if I put something on my ass, you think you help me?
Thank you,
That's on hell later right there.
Look, January 6th.
My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream.
Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Come on, man. Is that a Duck.
Today in Washington,
the picture, your
D.C.,
picture of
Applebee's zombies
motherfucking
sacked
Joe
the White
Biden's
House
son
and
in the
demand a
background.
cargo ship of Sudafed for the release of the President Biden and his cabinet.
Fucking Metalopocalyptica.
Some beautiful
flashback
scenery.
there.
Metalocalypse.
Yeah, Metalocalypse.
Metalocalypse could not be made today.
Gorgeous.
A lot of things couldn't be made today.
That's a lot of meth.
It's all Sudafed.
The Applebee's zombies have been given their container ship of Sudafed and are now dragging it across the East Coast back to the Appalachians.
Yo, that wasn't no chicken fingers, son.
Nah, you know they smoking that pack.
Yeah, they smoking that glass. Them motherfuckers is productive as fuck.
I still don't see them making that much, though.
I seen a meth head one time, man, took 2 cars, cut them in half, and put them back together in one weekend.
You think that motherfucker run?
Nah, them motherfuckers put the 2 back halves together. That some bitch had no engine or fucking steering wheel. Yo, I said they productive, not smart.
We need these people to take responsibility for their actions. We the people demand answers from Applebee's. We want to know what they put in the chicken fingers that's turning us into zombies.
MRI of the fucking chicken finger.
That's funny.
Thank God they're using all the
Yo,
funds
this
we've
thing
given
was
them
super long
for
because I
useful
wanted to be
things like
told.
getting the chicken finger. Thank God.
That's some advanced science right there.
That's our tax money at work, baby.
Oh, it's in the
Oh,
bones.
finger bone. Nice.
It's in the bones. It's in the bones.
So it's like, we have no idea. It's like, we don't even know how to read this.
I can't read. I don't
The
have eyes.
jab is safe.
The chicken fingers have no knuckles. Why are we avoiding the elephant in the room?
When did America start negotiating with terrorists?
Nobody cares about knuckles, Jim. The people deserve answers.
I'm telling you, the jab is completely safe.
Elephants have no knuckles either.
Applebee's must be held accountable for this outbreak.
The jab saved 4 children from a burning building.
I want to know why we call them fingers when they have no knuckles.
The jab has the prettiest eyes I have ever seen.
Applebee's stock now worth less than a penny as CEO testifies in front of Congress.
In other news, Sudafed shortages nationwide as Applebee's zombie numbers continue to grow.
Jab gave me a rim job last night and held me for hours afterward, Bob.
Good to know, Bill.
Sir, we have no idea how chicken fingers caused any of this.
Are you telling me you have no idea how you caused all of this?
Sir, we have no idea how this happened.
So you admit this is all your fault and you have no idea how you did this or how to fix it?
Sir, we did not do this. Chicken fingers cannot cause zombies.
Last night I was staring into the eyes of the jab as we made love, and I am now pregnant with the jab's baby. Tell me, what will I tell our child when he asks why he cannot have chicken fingers because of what you created?
Ma'am, congratulations on your child, but I tell you, chicken fingers are not causing zombies.
You, sir, are causing this, and I blame you and your evil,
I love
rich,
it.
white friends for our current problems.
Sackintosh. That's fucking great.
Sackintosh is that's choice.
Those are some thick, hairy, bally chicken fingers.
Only the best. Hey, it's Appalachia. Nice, good job.
They're productive.
Bro, this shit's getting serious.
I fucking feel you. These motherfuckers ain't playing.
I told you there was something in that jab, son.
Nigga, don't start with that 5G bullshit again.
Nigga, I'm saying it making molecules rotate on their axis.
These niggas is methed out, and there ain't no 5G out here, son.
Yo, I'm saying they put that shit in that jab.
Now that shit I can get with. Ain't no way these meth heads that fucking productive.
Yo, son, what we gonna do?
Nigga, don't ask me. My bitch is pregnant again.
Which one?
All of them.
You know what all you gotta
Gets
do
me
is get
every
some
time.
nickel. Get some orange juice and some styrofoam. It'll be fine.
That's funny.
Yeah. See,
I think the second one's better though.
Well, yo, I was learning
I mean,
how to
the second-
animate as we made it.
No, man, I can understand liking the second one more than the first. You know,
Yeah.
I agree with you, man. Well, I like both of them, but what I
Now
mean
you
is, like, I
understand the
can agree
second
with
one
you,
way
you know,
more.
Feeling that, dude.
The second one, we took our animation game up to the next level. We was just kind of like learn. I didn't even know how to animate. You know what I mean? Shit was
Fuck yeah,
getting
man.
crazy.
On the fly.
We
Well,
was
still,
just
man,
drawing shit and doing all kinds of shit.
You know, for doing it on the fly, it's pretty good, man. I appreciate it. I respect it.
But how do you get the HSS Pooper Scooper up to the top of the mountain? I need to know the answer to this question.
Look,
Meth.
Well, meth is one answer, but I would say, you know, when in doubt, the butt plug goes in, you know, or even pull it out, man. I don't know.
Bro, they were
some
meth
judge, right?
zombies, bro.
It's
Meth
two things.
zombies.
Meth and
Yeah.
leverage. That's all you really need.
Oh, you soak the butt plug in meth. I got it now.
Exactly. Then you put it in their ass, then they'll fucking go nuts and lift it.
Here's
for
what
you, you know?
happened. I don't know if you caught it. They got the jab, right? And the nanobots went and took over their mind. But since they were meth heads, it broke the nano, and the meth heads got the nano got addicted to the meth, right? So instead of like going along with the programming of the mind control, they became meth zombies.
Yeah, because like the nanobots were craving the meth, not the actual people.
Exactly. They started a whole community inside the guy's body of like meth head nano hillbillies.
Yeah. That's why they were craving Sudafed directly, because like the meth head robots were turning the Sudafed into meth inside the body.
Wait, so what happens? What happens if you plug? Well, wait, hold. I'm curious then. What happens if you plug the butt plug into Skynet?
Yeah, we don't know. Right. We don't know yet. But like,
let's find out.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's why in
exactly.
the second. That's why in the second episode, what we're gonna do, like, is why we're like robbing the ship, right? Because like I'm gonna like turn fucking I'm gonna like combine Sudafed and moonshine, and like, you know what I mean, make these motherfuckers
combo.
Yeah, really make these motherfuckers lose their shit, right?
do
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, science.
Have you seen my first cartoon, Tom?
No, I have not.
Look at the look at private chat, the newest
Bruh, yo, fucking play it.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's right. I can just do that.
You could share your screen and play the
Oh.
I
Share the video file if you have it on the computer, because it won't give you audio if you share the browser unless
shit.
you run Google
You got to
Chrome.
click the little box on the bottom that says
Yeah.
share audio too.
Yeah, I know how to do that.
Like Google Chrome has the
Yeah,
audio. I use Firefox.
Yeah, hit that
so I don't got the
motherfucker.
thing.
Is it just me or did Mike go silent? What happened?
You don't fuck with that Brave?
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah,
All right.
No, I can't.
Nice intro. Did you make that yourself?
Welcome back, everybody.
No,
It's
someone
Boyer
made that
Fast
for
Break.
me. Another video. And today, I am going to debut my first animated video.
Don't need all that bullshit.
Today, I would like to come clean to the American people.
This was my
Throughout
first
this past year,
cartoon.
we in the federal government have told you countless of contradictory narratives in order to generate panic and ensure compliance. 15 days to slow the spread, we said. But halfway through that period, we noticed that a once proud and independent people were voluntarily forfeiting their freedoms. It's always been the goal of the American oligarchs to institute a basic monarchy within this great country.
Should I
And
use the same
finally
mouth models
found
you
the
do, bro?
means to accomplish that. Social media.
I don't think they're the same ones.
Due to the constant gaslighting,
You
Check
performed by
my
the
mouth
government,
models, bro. They're not the
a
same ones.
subservient new
Your
class
mouth
of people
models
within
is
big
no.
tech
You're using the
No,
have
quarter
developed the most
turn
remarkable
ones.
forms of mind control known to
Yours
man.
got like red tongues and shit.
Facebook,
Yeah.
YouTube, Twitter. Yes, these supposed platforms gave people.
I think I used
belief their
the
opinions
ones you're
could be
using
heard
for
by a
my
wider
bulldog
audience.
one.
Pinoid
tech
has custom
overlords
models that
would
he
not
had
stop
made.
them.
Nice.
Of course,
They're all
we
custom.
use political ideology and divisive rhetoric within media to ultimately squash that notion. Our new super servants were more than willing to comply, just as
But I
long
do
as
more
we
of a
allowed
South
them to
Park
make
style
boatloads of money
when I
without
do
our interference.
famous
Of
people
course,
because it's
we
easier to
sweeten the
identify
deal
them.
by offering
I feel you.
incentives for their companies through government contracting. While all this was happening, I ensured my place with the elites through constantly changing stances of what should
No
or
one
should
pretends
not
to
be
be
done.
surprised.
I would tell a president one thing behind closed doors and then throw him under the bus when convenient. As a push for the vaccine came into the mainstream, I quietly invested millions of dollars through the stock market. Companies such as Moderna and 3M. By the way, how's those mask mandates working out for you? They're making me rich beyond belief. Sure, not Jeff Bezos rich, but then again, Elon Musk may soon have a competitor for rich man clout. Let's see how he stacks up to St. Folksy. Now that I have sold the bulk of my stock, I figured I'd let the people know exactly how I illegally gained so much of an immense wealth. The meek shall inherit the earth? Nah, fam. You lemons will give it away for free, just as long as the right boogeyman is presented to you.
Elon
To sum
Musk
it up,
launches
I'm
luxury
rich,
yacht in the
you're
in the
not.
orbit.
And if our wonderful government has anything to do with it, and of course they do, because you willfully gave up your freedom, you will never achieve actual independence. Screw you. To hell with your liberties. You will eat the crap we sell you with a smile on your face. You've already elected a complete moron as president because Orange Man bad. Yes, former President Donald J. Trump did his best to stop us. But due to the constant media spears and tribal politics, he failed. And with that, I am announcing my retirement from government service and also letting you know that I am now instituted as your health dictator. I hate you all, and you get what you deserve. Folksy out.
Well, I hope you.
Damn.
You got levels of fuck you money at that point that you don't give a shit.
Fauci out.
I mean, I kind of want to laugh, except it's not really that wrong.
When it's that true, it's not funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I've got. So I did four animated cartoons, and I just saw that the amount of money I was making off of them versus the amount of work I was putting into them just wasn't worth it. So
right.
So now I'm setting up a talk show, and the idea it's going to be like Space Ghost Coast to Coast, but with a Warhammer 40K flair. So I'm going to be interviewing a motherfucker, and we'll be talking to who are you, what do you do, normal shit, right? And then just in the middle, I'm going to be like, what do you feel about Big E's policies on Xenos?
Exterminatus.
And it'd be like, well, if someone doesn't understand 40K lore, they're gonna be like, I don't know, and I'm gonna be like, well, we wanna target the space Mexicans, and just.
So basically,
are we
the
talking
Slanishmas
30K,
special.
40K?
Yeah,
Like-
whatever 40K, yeah.
Yeah.
So the Slanishmas special, gotcha.
Yeah. So I'm basically setting it up to where I'm going to catch someone, just dumbfounded.
Aircraft. I'm sorry. The Sotomayors of battle never did anything for the Imperium, and you damn well know it.
I know. Fuck the system of war.
I can't really fuck with the like Warhammers and shit no more. Like after I stopped fucking with little false idols and shit, you know what I mean?
I just like the lore because I think it's fucking hilarious.
I feel you, but it's like
there's just something about a group of genetically modified fucking superhumans running around with fucking space boners, killing everything they see. I love it.
I feel you, bro. Do you?
Yeah, except when we said bring the heavy flamer, we weren't talking about the shit that they're talking about now.
Yeah, I know,
They don't-
right? now the Space Marines pop up and they go, "Oh Jesus Christ!" instead of kill them all. Yeah,
they're supposed to turn the fucking Xenos into fucking ash, not fuck them.
Yo, what the fuck are you talking about, dog?
We said ash, not ass.
Dude, nobody has any idea about anything about 40K.
I'm about to
general.
throw something.
So at this point in time, considering the direction Games Workshop is going in, that's probably for the better.
If me and Tom walked up on you two guys having this conversation, we might have to put you in a trash can.
Not wrong.
You're assuming I'm not already in the trash can? I find that insulting.
I'm just saying, if you was in the trash can, I would take you out. I would do something that you didn't like for having that conversation.
You can't take me out of the trash can. That's where my fucking needles are.
I'd say wake up, damn it. We're being fucking invaded by another fucking species of fucking, you know what I mean, interdimensional.
Where's the Xenos?
Oh god,
actual
not
fucking
again.
demons. You know what I mean?
Not again.
Share the screen.
You guys
real
look
quick.
through these crazy ass lores, but if you looked into reality, bro, it's got its own deep lore. You know what I mean?
The last time this happened, you fucking took my booze and fucking dumped a rag in the top of it and lit it on fire, and then I was sober again. Don't do that to me.
Doku, I'm gonna drag
sleeping.
my nuts across this desk, bro, in protest.
What did the desk do to you?
Bro, you don't ask questions about the desk.
All right, fine. Take the fucking bottle, light it on fire, throw it at the fucking assholes.
Here goes. You guys ready?
God, at least give me a light of cocaine. If we're going to war again for the second fucking time, at least give me a light of coke. Good lord.
All right, Tom. It's been 4 hours. We're getting naked and throwing bottles.
Flaming bottles. Correction.
Do you think it might be about time to start winding this down?
Let's see.
Yeah. I'm with that ideology. You know what I'm
There's
saying?
Gay
Like
Che.
fucking Sparky decided to like share his animation.
Oh yeah, that was great, and I'm really looking forward to your new thing you're doing there. I love new people being exposed to 40K because not enough people are.
Space fascists are the best.
Call that
There's
one
my
Gay Trevera.
Yeah, it's KJ. That's
my
actually
brothers,
an emote.
like, yo, everybody go chill to go sub to everybody in this motherfucking joint right now. Erica, Sparky, motherfucking Dolar. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn
I appreciate it,
motherfucking me. Doku, go fucking sub to him on Twitter, follow him on Twitter. And I don't even know if he still has his Twitter because I'm not on Twitter anymore because I keep getting deleted. Right. But you know how this works in the meantime. Y'all know what it is. You still have a Twitter? All right, good. In the meantime, I'm going the fuck off of here. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you, Pop, for coming. You know what I'm saying? Even though you're not here anymore. Mike, you know the deal. Motherfucking Sparky, my nigga, like, yo, legitimate. I'm going to send you an invite for this fucking YouTube for our cartoon joint. And, like, yo, we're going to work together on this shit. Dolar, Mountain, yo, look, I look forward to working with y'all in the future. You know what it is. You know what I mean? All right. In the meantime, it's Tom Pease of Pino and Noose in Rumble Room. I'm going to holler at your motherfuckers later. Peace be like one.